The evidence is presented to Parker, you can opt to join him in arresting Keith. Parker attempts to do so, but Keith refuses to go and insults Parker in the process, using the fact that his wife left him as ammunition. And this is where things take a weird turn. Parker doesn't simply arrest Keith here, he guns him down. An unarmed man before simply walking off and being done with it. You can bring this up to Parker, pointing out he killed a man in cold blood simply for insulting him. He simply blames Keith for pushing his buttons, claims no one will miss him anyway, and pays you for your services. What the hell is going on with the NCR that is allowing this kind of conduct to happen? Genuine question. We've seen a lot of questionable things on their end, but killing someone in cold blood, someone you were to arrest, and there's unfortunately nothing for you to do about it. Even if you could mention it to another NCR member, would anything be done? Probably not, and the quest line ends here, so there's not much more to explore. Still, it's another look at the corruption that exists within the NCR. It seems anyone can join the NCR, and they don't do much to keep their ranks in check. We're not done helping Parker just yet, however. Despite his actions, there's still innocent people going missing, and we can choose to look into it for him, which we will do by beginning our journey along the outskirts of New Vegas towards the town known as Westside. On our way to Westside are a lot of attractions and sites that could stop us along our way, but there's two in particular I want to focus on. First of which is the Sunset Sarsaparilla factory, where the soda is made. Heading inside, we're greeted by a mechanical NPC known as Festus. Turns out the reason he has persisted all these years is because he wasn't human and just a programmed guide to offer history lessons on Sunset Sarsaparilla. If the player has 50 blue star caps, they can deliver them to Festus to receive the big prize/treasure for their endeavors. Unfortunately, the prize is simply the story of how Sunset Sarsaparilla came to be. It doesn't matter too much, but the synopsis is that the creator of the soda got the recipe from a random individual he met at a bar, and the story goes on to say that the stranger died soon after, so the owner made the soda in his honor. While I don't think it's confirmed anywhere, it's much more likely that the creator of the beverage simply killed the man who owned the recipe so he wouldn't have to pay him anything in order to use it, and then concocted a story around his death to feign innocence. Obviously, this is a rather lackluster prize, but it's almost an expected outcome. Festus was created in a time before the nukes fell, and the
Why are they all
company
different
actually only
colors?
created the contest by
So
accident
strange.
when people began to believe the star caps led to a prize. This was actually a misunderstanding the company decided to double down on, as it was driving up sales by 300%. So the reward was kind of a last-minute decision from a previous corporation who probably didn't want to give anything too expensive to an individual who brought 50 caps to the plant. You can complain to Festus about this, and it seems several others before the war complained as well, as there is a set of doors further in the plant you are directed to that will have a proper prize waiting for you. The proper prize, he mentions, is a fake sheriff's badge that was mass-produced and equally as lackluster as the story we were fed by Festus. The real reward for the player is a bit further into the room, where you can find the corpse of Alan Marks, an individual who we were warned about earlier on who hunted down individuals for their star caps. Listening to a hollow log, it seems Alan managed to collect at least 50 caps before ultimately getting locked inside the prize room and suffocating to death. Kind of a messed up way to go, but I'm not going to shed a tear over a dude who was hunting people down for special bottle caps. You can take a unique laser pistol from his corpse called Pew Pew.
I should get
It does
something to
enhance
drink.
damage than a typical pistol, but costs 5 rounds per shot, so overall an okay reward for your efforts, but still
Maybe
fairly
I will soon.
lackluster for the amount of work you have to put in to get 50 caps. Think about how much soda you'd have to drink. If you're going to give me diabetes, at least reward me properly for it. Right in front of Westside's entrance is a manhole with a label of the Thorn above it. Heading inside introduces you to the arena of New Vegas, where you can bet on individuals fighting against irradiated wildlife and monsters, anything from rad scorpions to death claws. You can even participate to earn some caps, but it's nothing crazy. The real reason for being here is a quest I'm not going to go into great detail about. The proprietor, Red Lucy, wants you to collect various eggs from around the wasteland of various monsters. Doing so ultimately nets you caps and EXP, but the actual final reward is the ability to sleep with Red Lucy. It's a weird reward to receive for completing tasks around the wasteland, and ultimately is useless outside of giving you the well-rested perk temporarily. We'll periodically grab eggs for the Thorn as we progress through various other quests, but it's not particularly necessary to do so, nor is it incredibly relevant to the overall plot of New Vegas. Westside, on the other hand, gives us a glimpse of what living outside of Vegas is like, particularly a direct contrast of the high life within the New Vegas Strip and the lows of poverty and the difficulties that arise with it. This is something we'll see a lot. Westside has its issues, but it's managing as best it can. People around Westside, not so much. Even Freeside, which we'll see much later, is particularly worse in comparison to the Strip, but overall much better when compared to other surrounding areas like Westside. The main point of interest within Westside is the Casa Madrid apartments, and in front of them is a super mutant named Mean Son of a Bitch. Mean lives within Westside doing various jobs, but mainly he deters raids by killing any fiends who wander into the town. The apartment proper is run by a man named Marco. Marco houses the rooms out to anyone, but it's the prostitutes.
Perhaps if you
Pretty
spent
Sarah
less money
that
on
truly make the
beer.
apartments well known throughout the wastes. There's a few other residents, including Tom Anderson of the Followers of the Apocalypse, who we will talk to later for Veronica's questline as one of the optional triggers to begin it. More importantly, Dermont and St. James live here, known around the area as simply scavengers. However, some investigating around the rooms within the apartment building reveal a ledger that details how the two have been kidnapping families and selling off their children, developing a routine to the point that they kill the parents along the way and only sell the kids. You can report to Parker with the evidence in hand in order to complete the quest, but you can also optionally confront the two men over their deeds, which turns them hostile.
I'm pretty sure Water's
free.
free.
Turn anyone else in the city hostile, though a few residents will complain that they're dead, in particular Marco, who is out to paying tenants. While Aerotech Park has been mostly taken care of, this is far from your last run-in with the NCR. While I mentioned it previously, it seems timely to remind you how the game structures itself. While you can interact and help the Legion along the travels, the progression of the game feels naturally inclined to provide more opportunities for you to interact with the NCR. They're stationed at Prem, the Mojave Outpost, Helios 1, and many other locations that are on your way throughout your journey, so it makes sense that you're going to be helping them and aggravating the Legion through natural progression mechanics within New Vegas, unless you make a conscious effort to not do so. And while New Vegas is still an open-ended experience, it'd be disingenuous to say it's not a guiding hand within some capacity. Many trails are designed to have you stop by key points that frame a narrative for your character and their progression and influence throughout the Mojave. You can bypass a lot of this, but it makes progression through the game harder than it would normally be. They give you the option, but punish you for taking it. Examples being the Deathclaw route earlier in the retrospective. Trails and routes are very deliberate as well, to the point that trying to bypass the mechanics of the game by using the mountainside, similar to Oblivion, is near impossible due to invisible walls that prevent you from doing this. New Vegas wants to give you a choice, but they also want to push you in the right direction so you see as much as possible within the story beats that make sense. But this also means you're more likely as a general player to be pushed towards the NCR, which the game likes to comment on fairly often. You see the best and the worst of the NCR through your journey, and it ultimately culminates within the endgame questlines within the Strip. Seeking out the Legion isn't necessarily easy. You don't actually get an invitation to meet with them until you deal with Benny, and even when you can help them, you're more likely to run into the NCR first, such as when we approached Nelson. The game wants you, at least on your first playthrough, to see as much of the NCR as possible, and this is most prevalent within Camp McCarran, an NCR-controlled airstrip base where you'll be spending a large amount of your time. Camp McCarran is realistically falling apart at the seams, something that seems to be a trend with the NCR. No matter where you go, the NCR's morale is low, and logistics or the Legion themselves are effectively dismantling them until your intervention. It's the same here. Plenty of issues around McCarran that you can involve yourself in to make the base an overall better place. Major Daughtry is one of the first NCR members you can run into, and he tasks you with taking out 3 fiends who have been terrorizing the area. In fact, it's not the Legion at all that's a problem around New Vegas, but raiders like the fiends that are stirring up trouble nearby. The fiends are drug addicts.
I don't know how you figured that one out.
Raiders. They look to push territory and buy more and more drugs to keep their habit maintained. The 3 fiends you are asked to take out are Violet, Cook,
I was doing this
and
yesterday
Driver
too.
Nephi. Each of them are considered leaders within the fiends and unique within their own way. Violet, for example, has a pack of dogs she keeps close to her, one you can kill to take the brain of for use later. Don't ask me why yet. It'll make sense. Taking out 2 of the fiend leaders is enough for Daughtry to send out the first recon sniper squad from Camp McCarran to Camp Forlorn Hope, where we've already been. They can help you by offering advice when hunting the fiends, but it's ultimately unnecessary. We do want to interact with them at least somewhat before leaving, however, as there's a quest to convince one of the members, Corporal Betsy, to consider therapy for trauma she experienced at the hands of Cook. I won't go into detail as to what happened to her, but the quest is an interesting one for the major reason of allowing progressive thought to be narrated in regards to mental therapy. In particular, the player can convince Betsy to seek help by explaining how a mental wound is similar to a physical one and requires professional help and support in order to heal. Obviously, there's more to it than that. Mental health is something many struggle with and may even feel makes them weak, where a physical injury may
It's a random
not.
one. I'm just
People
using it
don't
to level
always
up my
take mental
proficiencies.
trauma seriously, and it's only been in recent years that we've seen a true popularization and normalization of therapy through means such as psychologists, for even individuals that may consider
It heals.
themselves mentally healthy. This
The
is
thing it
something I
does
always
is
found
it,
New Vegas
if you do
particularly
direct
good
health
at,
damage,
expressing
it
progressive
can heal
values
you.
around some time when it wasn't particularly popular to do so. This game came out in 2010. This was 4 years before the events of the Gamergate movement/harassment campaign that everyone online was swept up into, whether they liked it or not. The concepts of progressiveness and feminist critique were considered to be encroaching on what was considered to be a boys' club for many, and this was attacked under the guise of ethical conduct within games journalism. Ultimately, it culminated in an explosion of long-running social attacks and harassment from #gamers against various women who were visible within the video game media scene. The reason I even bring this up is because I remember seeing many problematic individuals.
It's DLC, so it just spawns you at in this game. The DLC just spawns you at the fucking
Many of these individuals would often complain
start of it
about
every time.
in-your-face representation of marginalized groups. It was considered
Well, this
annoying
DLC does. They don't all do
and
that.
disingenuous to them when any form of marginalized individual was featured in a game or any piece of media really that was more than just a passing reference. People would often point to one of your companions, Arcade Gannon, who mentions offhand how he is homosexual but doesn't make a big deal out of it. It made these individuals uncomfortable to be faced with the idea that marginalized groups of people could be front and center within the media that they consume, and the fact that their marginalization affects them and should or could be brought up within said media, and this led to the backlash that we now know as Gamergate. But this is a gross misinterpretation of New Vegas's values. New Vegas doesn't actively shy away from the fact that the marginalized are disadvantaged due to the values of previous generations and their effects on the current population of our planet, how different cultures affect and ultimately limit or discriminate against marginalized people. You can have a conversation with Veronica, for example, about her first love, how this was a woman and it was actively looked down upon by her community because they had such high value in internal procreation. People that were considered homosexual could be forced to procreate with someone of the opposite gender or ultimately be shunned out of the community. New Vegas points out these issues. It shows that they exist, and that's what makes the writing of this game feel so strong in certain points. It allows the normalization of the marginalized within everyday life while still pointing out the plights that they have to deal with, even when a modern civilization is considered to be accepting of them. To claim that New Vegas handled progressivism well simply because Arcade isn't loud and proud of his homosexuality to the player is a gross misinterpretation of what the game is trying to convey to you.
Shoots up
It's
the
one
healing
example
particles,
of many
and then
that
that take
are
like
not
a
so
billion
cut and
years
dry
to.
in comparison, and
Yeah, I
it's
think
disingenuous
they
at
don't
best,
exactly
but
come.
ultimately shows how easy it is for certain
It's very
individuals
long.
to contort the perspective of a work and tunnel vision one aspect of it so that it fits within their narrative. It's ironic because that's exactly what the game is trying to explain to you is wrong, that the law isn't inherently good, that the community's best intentions may be wrong or damaging, as we'll see with the Brotherhood and as we have seen with the NCR, that there's still more growth to be done, and we have unfortunately locked ourselves into this capitalistic and religious trajectory that is ultimately hurting those around us that don't subscribe to the established norm. McCarran is one
This
of
game
the main
skill's
ways
fine.
to
I have
enter
no
New
idea what you're
Vegas. It
talking
has
about.
a monorail system attached to it that takes
Have you ever
into
played
the
this
square
game?
proper, and this is actually one example of the options the player has in regards to getting in to hunt down Benny. It's a bit of a central focus for the quest lines within the camp, and we'll start these off with an interrogation against a Legion prisoner. Lieutenant Carrie Boyd has a very rare occurrence on her hands. Generally speaking, when legionaries believe themselves to be on the verge of being captured, they'll kill themselves as to not divulge any info. However, a Legion Centurion opted to not do so and is now within the hands of the NCR. Unfortunately, Boyd isn't having any luck interrogating him and can't resort to less unpleasant measures due to those crummy prisoner of war laws that they have in place that require them to treat human beings as human beings. Really pesky logistics there, but what do we have here? A courier who is not affiliated with the NCR has appeared and somehow does not fall under the rule of these laws, despite the fact that the Legionary is still an NCR prisoner in an NCR base. So moral and ethical observations out the window here. You've officially been hired on as a consultant for the NCR and are introduced to the Centurion Silas before heading into the interrogation room. Said interrogation can go one of two ways. You either beat the shit out of Silas,
Borderlands game besides this one and pre-sequel scales up to everything one-shotting you. This one doesn't. I'm not sure how this one's fucked.
Unleash the fury on him over multiple intervals until he talks. You then get the option to have him tell you what he knows or kill him out of sheer rage, or just so you can. It's a dumb route to go down in my opinion, but beating him senseless might also be your only option if you don't have the proper skill checks. On the other side of things, you have speech and intelligence checks, each of which goes down a separate road to the same conclusion. Speech checks generally belittle Silas until he is so angry he feels inclined to explain his superiority to you through the information he has. Intelligence is probably the most interesting, as you can convince Silas you're a Legion agent sent to assassinate him. Initially, Silas won't believe you, but through various intelligence checks you can convince him to the point that he fears for his life, even calling for the lieutenant to rat you out. Not that it matters, as you aren't actually a Legion spy. Talking with Silas long enough gets him to accidentally divulge the information you're looking for before you admit to him that he was simply tricked, bamboozled even. He was a foolish fool who fell for our genius brain trap. The information that Silas is holding isn't much, it's mostly just that
in pre-sequel, if you get a really good one, they don't.
Already seems to be
in BL2, yeah, shields are essentially useless for their actual shield capacity.
If you so choose, and you do, because I do, and I need to show all of you what's happening so we can talk about it. There's a few small things you can do during this period. One individual who runs the supply shack is selling supplies on the side, and a particular trooper is requesting you get her husband's corpse back from the fiends, so he can be.
Oh, they're probably not targeting me because I'm not, like, I'm at full health. It might be that.
To program in a proper animation for picking up a body. What we're most interested in is what Colonel James Shu has for us within the camp itself. Someone is getting the word out of patrol routes for the NCR, allowing the Legion to attack and put pressure on NCR forces around New Vegas. If you completed the interrogation by this point, you already know this, but you can offer to look into it, and Shu directs you to Captain Curtis, who is actively working on the investigation himself. There's a few people you can talk to about suspicious activity, but the main individual who actually knows anything is Boyd, who will inform you of someone accessing a nearby control tower late at night for what she assumes is a romantic rendezvous between two troopers. Issue is, they aren't breaking in, meaning it has to be someone higher up who has the access. Boyd can give you access to investigate, and since the rendezvous are happening late at night, you can perch yourself behind some aircrafts and wait until midnight. Waiting a little bit earlier will let you see Captain Curtis, the lead investigator on the case, walk into the tower by himself. Sneaking into the tower
it's in my inventory.
It's
not that great.
With Curtis and an unknown legionary. The main takeaway from the conversation is that the monorail I mentioned earlier has been rigged with a bomb and is set to blow within a few minutes, and it really will blow up if you aren't quick enough to defuse it. You can either sneak out without Curtis noticing you, or engage with him, which will have him turn hostile. I believe you need to wait for him to attack you, otherwise you can turn various NCR NPCs around the area hostile, a bug/limitation that is ever present within Fallout 3 and New Vegas. If the player can run to the monorail within enough time, head inside of it and locate the bomb within the air vent, then pass either an explosives or science check, they can save it. Otherwise, the monorail will blow up and make it inoperable. This quest actually has a complete opposite side to it if you are working for the Legion and still on decent terms with the NCR, either through fame or by wearing their uniform. In this retelling, you confront Curtis and inform him you know who he is and that you are an ally with the Legion. You then plant the bomb yourself while framing another NCR member, guaranteeing that the monorail will be destroyed. The quest is, in a way, another look at how far the Legion has infiltrated not only the Mojave but the NCR themselves. themselves. Curtis wasn't some new recruit, but an established member of the NCR, a captain with a history. If he was Legion, it means any others could be, and lays out an air of suspicion on the entirety of the individuals around any NCR base. These are dangerous times for the NCR and the Mojave in general. Legion aren't just a band of savages. Well, they are, but they aren't just that. They have an active spy network and highly intelligent soldiers who have the ability and dedication to not only dedicate their lives behind enemy lines, but actively kill themselves to prevent the NCR from having any tactical advantage. They are highly dangerous through both dedication and ability, and if not for your intervention specifically, may have seen the NCR wiped off the face of the map. Maybe not with Mr. House there, but he still needs the platinum chip, which is in the hands of a certain casino chair member who shot you in the head. Killing Curtis acts as the final history point for Boone. Throughout our journey and through collecting these points, Boone can slowly open up to you in dialogue about the death of his wife, which happened to be by his own hands after tracking her down to a Legion slave camp that he couldn't infiltrate. Being the only one out there and out of options, Boone chose to shoot his wife dead from a distance, something that haunts him to this day, but he feels he ultimately deserves for past transgressions involving the massacre of Bitter Springs that he was involved in. Boone feels rightly responsible for what happened there, and he believes that misfortune is now destined to follow him until his ultimate death. These conversations will eventually have Boone want to head back to Bitter Springs to see if it makes him feel anything or clears his head slightly. The journey there is actually fairly out of the way and off most of the main roads, meaning there's a lot of wildlife to run into, and in particular you're going to run into a creature more frightening than even a Deathclaw, Cazadors.
No. Wait.
Cazadors are a mutated insect created by Dr. Boris within the Big Mountain Crater, the
Cazadors
central
aren't that
location
bad.
of the Old World Blues DLC. They are fast, erratic, and incredibly poisonous, making dealing with them particularly nightmarish in large groups. As you level up, they become overall less intimidating from a mechanical sense, but their sheer speed is incredibly terrifying, even when compared to Deathclaws. Once you arrive at Bitter Springs proper, Boone wants to have a look around. He mentions a nearby ridge he was holed up during the conflict, where he goes into more detail about the events that took place. Bitter Springs was thought to be a base of operations for the raiding tribe the Grey Khans, who had been attacking a nearby settlement. Due to the connections of one of the settlers, the NCR sent everything they had from Camp Golf over to Bitter Springs, thinking they'd be entering into a large conflict with the Khans. This wasn't the case, however, as Bitter Springs was more a home for Great Khan non-combatants than a gang hideout, meaning there were plenty of civilians such as children and elderly living there at the time. NCR soldiers engaged in conflict with the Khans after being spotted, ultimately pushing the civilians out the south end of the camp, where Boone and his spotter were stationed. As women, children, and the elderly began pouring out, they radioed in to confirm their orders, only for their major to freeze at the news, leading to a miscommunication that ultimately ordered the first recon to take out anyone and everyone that came out of the camp, resulting in the Bitter Springs massacre. After Boone tells this story to you, you can respond in one of several ways. One of these responses can console Boone by telling him he was simply following orders, a rather damaging and problematic ideology that suggests soldiers cannot question the instructions of their superiors. The chain of command must be upheld until told otherwise by someone even higher up the food chain. If the NCR are simply following orders, no matter how misinformed those orders are, how are the individuals within the NCR any different than those of the Legion? The Legion has an evil leader and engages in evil actions, but the individuals within the NCR aren't innocent either. We just saw Parker kill a man in cold blood for talking back to him. Who's to say how many soldiers are going unchecked, and not just soldiers but higher-ups, who may be using their power to impose their will no matter how questionable it may be. To follow orders then is to be complicit. It may seem unfair to constantly be criticizing the NCR when, the Legion is right there, but that's exactly what this game allows us to do. They set up an unmistakably evil faction to act as a mirror to the NCR, but what we are shown
if I had to
the NCR
guess,
isn't this direct opposite they want
either
us to
tomorrow
think it is. The NCR is corrupt and not the ultimate
or
good
like
of the Mojave. The military and government in the real
I may
world
do it
is
early
not
Tuesday
ultimately good.
or
Politics,
Wednesday. I'm working those
individuals
days,
of
but I start
power,
pretty late.
Greed, capitalism, and
I don't know,
much
we'll see.
more are factors that play a role within the individuals that govern or possibly control us. And this leads to ethical
Yeah, I'm using a class mod that boosts fire damage by 60%, so he melts pretty good.
But our leaders are not some unquestionable good in comparison. They're just not as awful. Sometimes. That's why you can question Boone on this.
I'll definitely do
Asking
another
how he
GD
could
stream like this
possibly
week.
kill people like that, and Boone will point out that it's not necessarily that cut and dry. That from the eyes of a scope, you don't necessarily know who is a danger and who isn't, especially with the Great Khans. Although you aren't given any examples of kids or the elderly attacking NCR
And yeah, the
outposts,
Hellfire,
so
the
it's
SMG I'm
ultimately a
using,
moot point. Realistically, Boone and many other soldiers ultimately fear
the more
safety and
you
use the
fucking
excuse
hit
of
the guy,
force to secure
the more the
situation and ease
damage
their
over
own
time
minds.
stacks.
Something Boone realizes and questions every day. It's something that haunts him to the point that he believes he deserves to suffer until his death. Boone wants to sleep at the Ridge for the night to think about his past, which you agree to, but are ultimately woken up to Legion raiders approaching the camp, potentially the largest amount you've ever encountered, and Boone points out that defending the camp will most likely lead to his death, giving you the opportunity to leave while he sacrifices himself. He believes this to be the karmic conclusion to what he did here in the past and the end of his life.
Hey man, I feel like doing
Helping Boone
other
fight
stuff.
off the Legion isn't the easiest affair, but it's ultimately not that bad either, especially this far into the game. You most likely have enough offensive skills to deal with the various
Specifically,
members
only
that
this
sprout
game.
up.
I don't
Once
know
they're
how
all
much this took.
defeated, Boone is surprised to be alive and is now ultimately confused as to what is supposed to happen to him. I think the best thing you as a courier can convey to Boone here is that he ultimately is what he does within the world. If Boone is looking to repent, then he needs to do good. You are only what your actions make you out to be,
Ow.
and Boone ultimately wants to help people. No one is punishing Boone for his actions at Bitter Springs. They're all in his head. All he can do is persevere and continue doing good in the wastes. He can be set on a better path for the future, although this doesn't excuse his past. It's similar to real life. Your past bad actions and behavior may have hurt people, and while you may have changed for the better, ultimately the people
like
you
this
hurt
song.
do not owe you forgiveness. Life forces us to live with our actions and the consequences. It's up to us to move on and do better, just like it is now up to Boone. Boone unlocks a new set of armor for this, which you won't see in the footage here because I have him wearing the much more iconic NCR Ranger combat armor that is used as the mascot for New Vegas as a game, as well as being featured on the cover art. This is the end of Boone's greater storyline within the game and gives us the opportunity to temporarily send him
Hey,
back
cool.
to
Gotta drop.
Novak so we can head back to the 188 trading post to pick up Veronica. But
Holy
there's a few
shit.
quests we can complete
Gotta
in the
drop and a
immediate
world
area
drop.
first. Bitter Springs Lake
This is
Camp
actually even a
is
pretty good
falling
one.
apart.
I mean,
It's
I have a better
refugee
one,
camp
but this
once
is a pretty
run
good
by
one.
the Great Khans, but taken with extreme force by the NCR, as we've just seen.
It's very
and
rare.
heard. As we know, NCR
The
is
actual
spread thin
gun
as it
sucks,
is, meaning there's
but, you
little
know.
to no troops to help out around Bitter Springs, and they're running out of supplies, including medical. The doctor, Lieutenant Markland, is also ill-equipped to deal with the psychological trauma a lot of the children around the camp have been experiencing. To top it all off, an individual has been sniping the refugees and stealing supplies every
That's 3 world
night,
drops.
so there's a lot going on here to say the least, but it doesn't take very long to deal with. Starting with the supplies and sniper, these are another 2 birds 1 stone situation, as the individual
I think 3,
mentioned
maybe
lives
4.
within one of
Probably
the
3
3
though.
nearby supply caves we will be visiting. For the most part, the caves are uneventful. It's not until the 3rd farthest cave from the camp that we run into a lone Great Khan, Oscar Velasco. Oscar is a Khan out for revenge. Rather than moving with the rest of his tribe to Red Rock Canyon, he opted to stay behind and periodically attack the NCR and the refugees after what they did to the Khans during the Bitter Springs massacre. After passing a speech check of 50, where you can mention that it's not the fault of the refugees in terms of what happened to his people, Oscar will ask what he's supposed to do. You have 2 options at this point. You can convince him to go attack the people actually responsible at Camp McCarran, or to finally let this go and move to Red Rock Canyon to be with his people. Sending him to McCarran will undoubtedly get him killed, so it's best to send him back to his people to hopefully lead a more peaceful life. Oscar represents the other side of the massacre. At this point, we have only managed to see the guilt of the perpetrators, the NCR, after killing innocent civilians during the assault. Afterwards, the NCR decided to take the spot over as their own, effectively through immense bloodshed, which was not equatable to what the Khans had
Is
been
that
doing
another
to their
fucking
supply
world
lines.
drop?
Oscar is the other side of that. We have a man suffering due to
Goddamn.
the NCR who lost his family to the massacre at Bitter Springs, and because of this
Yeah, I told you.
conflict, in effect the NCR's revenge against the Khans, Oscar is now exacting his own revenge against the NCR, continuing the cycle of violence that would see no end until either party was wiped out or someone was to intervene and stop the conflict altogether. You get to observe the cycle of hate and violence, see how it affects both parties.
I don't think I ever got a world drop from Bonehead. Maybe he can't world drop.
The ability to put an end to it, which is exactly what we've chosen to do here. Once we have all the supplies,
so I killed that guy like fucking
camp, but our job isn't done just yet. Bitter Springs
pretty sure he would have if he could.
Help, as well as some troops sent their way from McCarran, Forlorn Hope, and Camp Golf. We haven't been to Camp Golf yet, but heading over and asking for the troops with our reputation is all it takes to get some sent over. McCarran and Forlorn Hope have had our help already and are willing to send them over without much fuss. Camp Golf shows that there's always an opportunity for the NCR to properly manage each of their camps and make sure that there's enough troops per area. They just choose not to, or set their priorities elsewhere. The minute someone with a bit of clout shows up, the NCR will bend the knee and do whatever they ask, so why don't they simply send more men when it's requested by the camp itself? It's not a priority to them. Prim wasn't and isn't a part of the NCR, and Bitter Springs isn't actually useful to the NCR as it's simply a camp full of refugees who need help. And help isn't something the NCR gives unless absolutely necessary, even when the area falls under NCR jurisdiction. While at Golf we can talk to a squad known as the Misfits, it's not a particularly interesting quest, just a series of speech checks to get the squad to work together, but it does earn us
a 3 in a row. Truly
we'll be
deserve
returning to Camp Golf a bit later after dealing with the Brotherhood. As for the Doctor, we can make our first but not last stop at the Crimson Caravan just outside of New Vegas. We can buy the medical texts here from a merchant and return them to the Doctor at Bitter Springs, who will use them to study up on psychology and trauma to better utilize his skill set at the camp. Once the supplies, troops, and medical needs have been delivered, you've officially stabilized Bitter Springs slightly as a camp and earned some more fame for your effort. When Veronica agrees,
hold on, the lights are off in my room, so I can't fucking read this thing. 357.
It's a problem for the player. Having never met the Brotherhood and only having a passing understanding of them, it doesn't seem like a problem to bring her along. Activating Veronica's side quest is one of the easier to do at this point. Veronica wants to see the world, to get a broader perspective outside of what she is taught in the Brotherhood. In order to achieve this, there's various areas to explore and people to talk to that will trigger a reaction from Veronica. The player must trigger 3 of these reactions in order for Veronica to want to return to the Brotherhood, so she can attempt to convince the Elder there that the Brotherhood will die out without intervention. Coincidentally, one of these triggers is at Helios 1, and we can use this as an opportunity to return there and talk to Ignacio about Archimedes. Eddie's trigger requires a 5-day cooldown, so now is the perfect time to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get the second audio log out of him through your dialogue with Ignacio. After the second audio log from Eddie, you have to wait a 3-day period in order for someone to contact you through Eddie's transmission system. Unfortunately, it's one way, so you can't communicate back, but Brotherhood Knight Lorenzo manages to get through to you and asks you to bring Eddie to a nearby patrol so that they can examine him as his technology interests them. During an earlier gameplay segment with Repcon headquarters, I actually already ran into a Brotherhood patrol that had been murdered, which speeds up the process of the questline and immediately directs you towards the Brotherhood base at Hidden Valley. However, as you near there, another individual gets in contact with you from the followers of the Apocalypse. They understand that the Brotherhood is interested in the tech, but they wish to study it so that the technology may be available for all. The followers are essentially the major contrast to the Brotherhood when it comes to technology. The Brotherhood wants to hoard all old world technology because they believe it to be a danger to civilization. They believe they have a duty to protect the outside world from old world tech while preserving it, but this gets warped in a variety of ways depending on the chapter and who is leading said chapter at the time. The followers, on the other hand, preach a different ideology. They look to explore the various technologies of the old world and new while keeping it free for all, meaning out of the hands of powerful groups like the Brotherhood or even the NCR. Take Ignacio, for example, who worried about a super weapon potentially getting in the hands of the NCR and would rather see the power plant used for wide-reaching energy for everyone. The followers generally want to utilize technology for civilization as a whole. The NCR wants to utilize technology for weapons and defense, and the Brotherhood wants to keep it all for themselves for fear of what civilization could do with it. We'll head to Hidden Valley soon, as it will allow us to continue Veronica's questline and ultimately learn more about her and the Brotherhood, but before that, there's one major quest to take care of within McCarran. Thomas Hildern is the director of OSI, or the Office of Science and Industry. When you approach him, he assumes you're there for a job he's hiring for, and you can lie or tell him the truth about why you've run into him. Either way, Thomas can explain his needs for a mercenary to head to Vault 22, a vault overgrown with plant life due to the scientific study and experiment that took place there. He needs the data of said study in order to reproduce or research the results for the future of the Mojave or of the world in general. At least that's how he puts it. Really, Hildern just seems like someone trying to capitalize on an opportunity to advance his own career. However, even with such selfish intentions, the possible good that comes out of it seems hard to pass up. You can agree to take the job, but on your way out you're stopped by Angela Williams, also of the OSI. She explains that multiple individuals have been hired to head to Vault 22 and none have come back. Most recently, a ghoul by the name of Keely was sent and also hasn't come back. Angela is worried about Keely and asks you to find out more about her status, which is an optional aspect of the questline, but very important. This is a good time to mention the concept of vaults. Vaults are a key component within the setting and lore of Fallout's universe. They were advertised by the Vault-Tec Corporation as a set of bunkers that civilians could use as shelters should a nuclear war take place. There's a big history involving Vault-Tec and their mismanagement and corruption in the creation of the vaults themselves, but the biggest factor of them is how the majority of the vaults were designed with some sort of experiment in mind. Sometimes an experiment on a concept or on the inhabitants themselves. In this way, almost every vault is unique in comparison to the last. Take Vault 22 as an example. We are traveling there due to experiments on agriculture so that we can get the data surrounding it. Meanwhile, a vault like 11, which we will visit during the Brotherhood questline, is more a psychological experiment on the individuals living within. There's many vaults in New Vegas and the series in generally all with some sort of catastrophic failure that led to the death and suffering of their inhabitants. I won't be going over every vault in New Vegas, but instead the ones that are more relevant to the quests at hand. However, the ones we do explore I believe to be not only interesting from a lore perspective, but sometimes incredibly mechanically interesting as well. Approaching Vault 22 is a bit imposing. For one, you have to make your way through several Cazadors again, only to be met with a cliffside covered in green vegetation. Typically, this would be a wonderful sight to see. Even Fallout 3 had a similar area where life was once again thriving in the nuclear wasteland. New Vegas likes to use environmental storytelling this way to convey how the actions of an area have affected its surroundings. Sometimes these are creative ways, such as the grass leading up to Vault 22, with several orchid mantises attacking you on your way in. Sometimes it's more on the nose, like within the same area having a sign that says "Stay out, the plants kill." It's hit or miss depending on the location. Still, I think Vault 22 is one of the more unique vaults out there, consisting of 5 levels, all of which are not only covered in vegetation, but also home to hostile plant-like humanoids that come out of the vegetation to attack you. Players can make their way down the vault via the staircase or bypass the majority of the location by repairing the elevator. For the sake of exploration, we'll take the stairs, although I fixed the elevator anyway for use later. The data you're looking for is on level 5, the deepest point of the vault, and getting there the normal way is no small feat, as you'll have to work through countless enemies on the way there. The bottom level, Pest Control, is blocked off via the staircase as well. The only way through is via a cave tunnel that connects to the lower levels, and the only way to get through there is with an ID card you find in the living quarters. While exploring all of the facilities of Vault 22, you can find various terminals that Keely has been using to keep observations of the surroundings. In fact, once we have the data, you can head further into the tunnels attached to the vault to find
going to do one actually, but it's age restricted, so that makes it more annoying to play on stream.
Traps. Once dealt with, you can find Keely.
I still can. I just have to remember to do that.
She'll remark on how it took us long enough to get there, and you can explain to her that you were sent there by Hildern, but were only asked to look for Keely thanks to Angela, which she is appreciative of. Keely heads back to the upper levels of the vault, where she explains that spores are being produced which are poisonous to humans, and if they don't stop them, they will take over the Mojave. Her plan is to gas the source and ignite them in order to clear the facility. The only issue is that this needs to be done at the source, meaning you need to go down there to cause an explosion that will ignite the entire level of the vault while also surviving. The best way to do this, in my opinion, is to throw a grenade near the vent that is producing the gas and quickly close a nearby door to prevent the blast from reaching you. Unfortunately, your companions may not make it in time, leading to them comically going unconscious temporarily. Once successful, you can return to Keely, who mentions she will delete the data on the computer in order forward to make sure no one can cause this situation to happen again. However, since we have taken the data already, Keely notices that it has been accessed very recently and questions you on the subject. You can lie to her, but ultimately telling her the truth is generally the best option in my opinion. Initially, she will ask you for the data, which you can refuse and have lead to some hostilities, but a science check of around 70 will allow you to convince her that the failures of this experiment are as useful as the experiment themselves and will allow scientists to make sure that they don't produce the same mistakes moving forward. With the data at hand and Keely convinced, she'll unlock the doors of the vault and allow you to exit. When you return to McCarran, Angela will inform you that Keely called Hildern and laid into him about the dangers of the vault and his own incompetence. You can then deliver the data to Hildern in order to complete the quest while warning him of its dangers, to which he ironically says, "We're the government. Have a little faith in us," as if they didn't cause the near extinction of humanity already. With the major events of Camp McCarran dealt with, we can turn our sights on Hidden Valley to deal with both the Brotherhood and Veronica's quest line. Hidden Valley is exactly what it sounds like. It's a bunker hidden within a fenced-off valley that can be covered in an artificial sandstorm to deter scavengers or anyone from approaching. There's various reasons you could end up here, from Eddie or Veronica to actions within the strip, or just random exploring, and how you manage to approach will affect your first interaction with the Brotherhood as a whole. While not shown here, entering the bunker without Veronica and attempting to contact the inhabitants within will ultimately lead to you being trapped inside and met with a series of paladins with weapons drawn. You still get to enter the bunker after some dialogue, but it's not a particularly welcoming greeting. On the flip side, bringing Veronica allows her to contact the guard within and gain access hassle-free. This will allow most to remark on the fact that Veronica brought you here, with even the Elder mentioning how you are ultimately her responsibility. There's a lot to do within the bunker as an outsider. You gain certain liberties that the actual members of the Brotherhood do not have, such as the ability to walk freely in and out as you please. The bunker is in a state of lockdown, meaning only very particular members like Veronica and scouts within the evening are allowed to head outside, only to make sure that the bunker continues to function. This is for a variety of reasons, mostly because Elder McNamara fears for the survival of his chapter due to their failure to hold Helios 1 from the NCR, as well as the losses they suffered while attempting to do so. What's interesting about this is Veronica's main struggle in her quest line, where she sees the trajectory of this lockdown and the Brotherhood's values leading to their ultimate demise, as they refuse to leave and refuse to interact with any of the actually active settlements within the wasteland that may not be thriving, but are at least managing. Veronica's problems are with the values of the Brotherhood as a whole, but her main conflict is with Elder McNamara, who refuses to lift the lockdown, which will ultimately kill off the Brotherhood.
Yeah?
After an initial visit, Veronica tries to convince him to change their ways, which he ultimately shuts her down on. Still, Veronica feels McNamara's heart is in the right place and may ultimately need convincing to show
that's the thing. I know how all of the narratives go, so I don't really
Elijah
care.
ran the chapter before McNamara and Helios
I
won.
played the game
McNamara
legit
only
like
took over
once,
after
and
Elijah disappeared and the
kinda
Brotherhood ultimately had to retreat
over
from
it.
the NCR. Elijah was different from your typical Brotherhood elder. His interest in old world tech wasn't in its procurement and preservation, but instead in the function of old world weapons specifically, to the point that he was obsessed with Helios 1's potential. I know we haven't actually seen the potential firsthand yet, but we will get to it, I assure you. Elijah is a man with a mission, one that tends to ruin him mentally as he hyper-focuses on finding ultimate power within the Mojave Wasteland. This ultimately culminates in a meeting with him in the game's first DLC, Dead Money, and your interaction with him sheds a better light on his ideology, his mental state, and his relationship with Veronica after the fact. The reason I even bring him up at this time is because Veronica was very close to Elijah, to the point she knows of a secret shack where they can find his research on various advanced technologies across the Mojave Wasteland. As you exit the audience chamber, you're met with a set of Paladin zealots who don't like that Veronica is both questioning the Elder and seems to be actively trying to persuade him to turn from the teachings of the Brotherhood. They ultimately leave you alone for the time, but not without threatening you should you continue on your path with Veronica. One of these involves the vegetation technology we found in Vault 22, meaning we already have the ability to continue the questline and present the technology to McNamara, making a plea for him based on the advantages of making the Brotherhood self-sufficient so they don't die out. Other technology you could find include a pulse gun that deals additional damage to robots and power armor, or a device that is tied to Helios 1, which we are saving for later. Returning to the Elder, no matter what technology you bring alongside you, ultimately leads to the same outcome. outcome. McNamara isn't willing to research the technology as it goes against their teachings, and when presented with the idea that they will die out otherwise, he explains that he is aware of this, but still unwilling to do anything about it. This is enough for Veronica to realize she was wrong about him and question what she is doing within the Brotherhood to begin with. You can suggest for Veronica to either stay with the Brotherhood or leave and join the followers of the Apocalypse. If you convince her to stay, she'll ultimately do just that and gain the Bonds of Steel perk, which increases her damage threshold. If you convince her to leave, it's a little more involved. When exiting the bunker, you're met with the same group of paladins who once again threaten you. You have to deal with them regardless of Veronica's choice, but if she has decided to leave, they will tell her to never come back and she will not enter the bunker with you in the future. There's a followers outpost not far from that you can take Veronica to. You can ask the staff there if she can join, but the lead doctor isn't around and won't be for 24 hours. Leaving and waiting 24 hours before returning leads to the paladins killing all of the doctors within, accusing Veronica of sharing Brotherhood secrets, and ultimately attacking you and her, leading to a battle where you have to take them out. Veronica believes this is her fault, but you can convince her that the actions of others are not in her hands. If anything, this is enough to strengthen her decision in leaving and end the questline by giving her the Causeless Rebel perk, which increases her unarmed attack rate by 30%. I think what's most interesting about this quest is ultimately how it failed to tie itself into the main faction questline for the Brotherhood, as you can actually succeed where Veronica failed, and we'll explore how now. There's a few major issues taking place there, first and foremost being a virus that is ruining their data store. George Costanza here will explain to you that a virus has infiltrated their system and is hopping from terminal to terminal. You can suggest an attempt to partition off the virus, which leads to a minigame of sorts where you have to find where the virus was hopped to over several terminals and block it out 3 times. You have limited time to do this, but once one of the 3 segments is partitioned, it stays partitioned over multiple attempts. After the completion of the task, the data store becomes available for you to read up on various Brotherhood-related information and history, although only as much as an outsider would be allowed to see. You require progress in the Brotherhood questline to unlock more along the way.
You're being watched, so don't get any ideas.
There is no such thing as a coincidence.
Elder McNamara has some tasks for you. Mainly, he's worried about 3 patrols he sent out into the waste that have yet to return. You can track the patrols, but only from outside the bunker, meaning an outsider such as yourself is generally the only means of making sure these members are okay. And if they're not, you are tasked with at least retrieving the data they collected. We actually already found one of these groups, as I mentioned earlier, within the REPCON headquarters, but there's 2 others. It should be pointed out that this quest is rather dynamic based on how you enter the bunker with Veronica. A few steps are omitted as the Brotherhood already trusts you enough as it is, even if it's only a little. If you are purely a stranger upon the first visit, you're actually equipped with an explosive collar that will detonate if you stray too far from the radius of the bunker, leading you to completing a few tasks to prove yourself, such as removing an NCR Ranger from a neighboring bunker. Once you're set with your tasks, either for the Ranger or skipping directly to the patrols, Paladin Hardin will stop you as you exit the Elder's chambers, inquiring about your involvement with McNamara. Funny enough, Hardin shares the same sentiments as Veronica in terms of the lockdown, but probably not for the same reason. Hardin wants to get Paladins back outside and patrolling the Mojave and believes the lockdown will doom them if they don't find enough evidence to essentially overturn McNamara as the Elder and replace him with Hardin. This sounds like the right course of action, right? We know McNamara is somewhat stuck in his ways out of fear of what happened at Helios 1. He's worried about the NCR and seems frozen to the point that he's dooming his people, and this is understandably making many of the Brotherhood go a bit stir-crazy. Well, it's not so cut and dry. Hardin makes a good point, but we'll see as we progress. McNamara is as Veronica always assumed him to be, more open-minded than we give him credit for, just with the need of being properly persuaded. Hardin wants updates on the task that the Elder gives you, but these are essentially optional and not required. As for the 2 other missing patrols, we can find one of them very close to the bunker in an irradiated pit surrounded
lost
by
it in like
monsters. One of them is
TSA or some shit.
The final patrol isn't so simple, however. East of New Vegas is a town that looks like it was hit by a bomb, or rather several to be more precise. This is the territory of the Boomers. The Boomers are a group of vault dwellers from Vault 34, which had a social experiment involving a large quantity of weapons being available to the residents. As they emerged from the vault, they were
I've been making that up. I don't think so.
Who were able to deal with raiders at ease. This led them from Vault 34 to Nellis Air Force Base, which was still in good condition after the war. Now the Boomers protect the base with missiles and fire upon anyone that comes even mildly
fuck?
within the radius of the area, leading us to our friend George here. George wants to make a bet with you that if you can make it to the front gate of the Air Force Base, he will pay you double what you give him in caps. The challenge is that missiles will rain down on you constantly as you make your way over, almost assuring your death, but George has a way of dealing with this, which he will divulge to you as long as you pay. You can barter him down from 300 caps to 200, but since you aren't going to die, as this is a video game where you get to retry each time, going for 300 is more optimal if you want a larger payout. According to George, it's all about timing. As long as you stay relatively close to all of the collapsed structures, it should be impossible for the missiles to hit you. And I'm going to be
acid
honest
weapon
with
stack?
you here, I don't think I've ever done this successfully without
I don't
getting
think so.
launched by at least one missile. Once you're safely at the gate, you'll be met with a shocked resident of the base who doesn't understand how you could have possibly navigated through their bombardment. This leads into a meeting with the eldest member of the Boomers, Mother Pearl. Pearl essentially tells you that they've been waiting for a wastelander to make it to their base and believes
Like,
you
I
are
don't think
some
multiple
sort
shocks of it
prophesized
stack.
individual who will allow them to complete a task that we will revisit later. That's right, we're not actually done finding all of the patrols, and the only reason we dealt with the Boomers this early is to make it so that they wouldn't attempt to blow us up while we explored the area. Just like the previous two, the Paladins have been killed, most likely by the Boomers, and you can now return
It does
tomorrow
make it go
with
for
all of the
longer,
quest
though, I think.
data, or report to Hardin first to let him know what is going on. You can also spend some time investigating
Something like
ways
that.
to
I don't
rid
know,
the
I could be
Brotherhood of
completely wrong.
McNamara if you want. Within the databanks of the bunker, this leads you to the concept of the chain that binds, which all of the Brotherhood follows. Essentially, it means you always listen to those above you no matter what the order is, and failing to do so could lead to severe repercussions. More specifically, orders must be passed down through the chain in order to make everyone along the chain aware of what is to be done. This leads to a bit of an issue, however. McNamara has given orders to Paladin patrols without informing Hardin, who is the Paladin's superior, thus breaking the chain that binds. If you bring these reports found on the dead patrols to Hardin and explain the concept of the chain being broken, it's enough to have McNamara ousted. But we're not going to do that, and I'll explain why soon. Once you give McNamara the holotapes,
Well,
you now
the reason
get
I'm
the
using it
reports
is
of
because
3
it
scouts
makes them
watching
take
over
more
NCR
damage from everything
facilities.
else, so
Luckily,
there's,
all
I
of
mean,
these
there's a
scouts
reason
are
it,
actually
you know.
alive, and you're
It
given
is
a
good.
passphrase that will let them know you are not hostile.
And
Coincidentally,
the
all of scouts are
damage it
observing
stacks
NCR
is
related
pretty
areas
decent.
that
The
we've
fire is
personally
better, especially since I'm
explored/dealt
buffing
with
it
already,
60%.
including the NCRCF, Nipton,
And it's
Nelson.
the gun.
For
The
Nipton, the NCR
gun
seems
is
to
just
be
better.
doing nothing about the Legion terrorizing a town in the NCR's own backyard. For the NCRCF and Nelson, both were issues for the NCR until the intervention of a third party, in effect you, the courier. It's a very rewarding feeling having people within the game actually actively observe your contributions to the various locations in the Mojave, something Obsidian is particularly strong at conveying. You can return the reports to McNamara, which makes him realize that the NCR may not be as big of a threat as he perceived, and this is both true and not. The NCR are greatly stretched out, but there are a lot of them. A dedicated group of them could most likely outnumber
it's,
and overpower those in the bunker. On the other hand,
like a couple
Paladins
parts off
do have
perfect.
old world tech and power
Maybe
on
one
their
part. I think it's
side,
one
which
part
is a
off
big
perfect.
benefit to them with
No,
that
it is 2
conflict.
parts technically.
Additionally, the main reason the NCR were even able to take over Helios 1 is because it's one of the worst bases in terms of defending. Helios 1 is a very open, fenced-off area with one small building in terms of cover. It is incredibly easy to have it surrounded and essentially besieged, giving the NCR much more leverage within their fight against the Brotherhood. But now McNamara is seeing the cracks. He's seeing that the NCR weren't the threat he thought they were initially. It was just the poor judgment
2 parts
of
off
Father
perfect
Elijah
though
keeping
in
them at
Borderlands
Helios
1
that
is
cost
much
them
better
so much
than
the
in
end.
Borderlands
There's one
2.
final set of tasks we need to complete for McNamara within the quest line. The filtration system wasn't designed to handle the heavy loads of
No,
sand
there's no
created
real
by
way
the
to farm for
storm
those
and it's
besides
slowly
opening a
breaking down,
bazillion
meaning
chests,
it will
which
get to
I
a point where oxygen
do.
will run out within the bunker. You're tasked with visiting several vaults around the Mojave in order to collect various parts that would lead to its repair. You can get a
But
list
yeah,
of
this
pieces
fucking
by
gun that I'm
talking to
using,
Lorenzo, and I need to point
this,
out that
like,
it's best to not even have Eddie
the
in your
splat
party
gun,
at this point.
this is
We
rarer
haven't
than, like, all
completed
these
his
pearls.
quest yet, as Lorenzo gets to a point where he will only comment about Eddie and softlock you out of completing the current quest line until you remove him from your party. The first set of items we need have already been found within Vault 22. There's 6 HEPA filters for the filtration system.
I've found like
You can
nearly
see how
100
playthroughs
pearls,
can
and I've
almost be
found
optimized in a way due to
2
their
of the
overlap with
rare
various
variations
locations.
of the
Vault
glob
22
guns. I
comes
found
in
this
handy
that
for
splat gun,
several
and there's
quests,
like
all
a
of which
rolling
need you
spatter
to
gun I
explore
found.
it, so getting it out of the way early helps speed up the process. Vault 3, on the other hand, is going to require a few visits to make the most use out of. Vault 3
It
is
might
run
even be
by
rarer
fiends, but
than
it doesn't have to be a bloodbath. Yet. You do need to fight
that
your
hybrid
way
I
in,
farmed,
but
which
once
I'm
inside,
actually
you can pass a
using
speech check and
to
determine
regen
that you're a
ammo
drug
between
merchant,
runs.
and they'll let you walk freely around.
I don't need to be.
This
I could use the
actually allows
savior,
you
but
to
using
very
the hybrid's
easily
cooler.
save any prisoners within plain sight of the fiends, and even an NCR ranger that locked himself away from the fiends after getting injured. You can clear out the fiends, including their leader, but it's better to do this later after we complete a quest for the Great Khans. Otherwise, the quest will fail before we even get a chance to start it. Exploration within the vault will lead to you finding the reverse pulse cleaner, and now there's only one more vault to stop by, and it's one of my favorites. Vault 11 is one of the best social experiments in the game. Upon being locked inside, the overseer of the vault was informed that a sacrifice was to be made periodically, otherwise all of the inhabitants would be killed off. This led to the first overseer being chosen as said sacrifice, followed by an election system that would nominate and then elect one of several nominees as the new overseer, who would live out their term before ultimately being sent to the sacrificial chamber. The election system is actually fairly involved. It had multiple parties, reasons for choosing one block's nominee over another, and ultimately devolved into levels of corruption including bribery, drug trafficking, and blackmail. There's a lot that went into the process, but one overseer, Catherine Stone, created a new rule that the election was to be randomized, which led to a violent insurrection of sorts. As you explore the area looking for a differential pressure controller, you'll eventually reach the overseer's office. Gaining access to the computer allows you to enter into the sacrificial chamber yourself, which is legitimately a means of killing you.
We are
The
on
path is through a large
run
tunnel
370.
to simulate the light one sees before death, and
You did not miss
ultimately
any
you
drops.
sit to watch a slideshow meant to calm you before your ultimate demise, in which the walls surrounding you collapse to reveal several hostile robots that will attempt to kill you. Honestly, if not prepared for this event, like I wasn't the first time I reached this vault in the past, you can be so easily overwhelmed by the robots that it can feel impossible to deal with. Luckily, things like stealth boys help you completely outmaneuver the robots, and if you are prepared, the ensuing fight isn't too much trouble. This is by far one of my favorite vaults in the game. The psychological and sociological aspects of it, the commentary on the election process, and the underlying corruption that seems inevitable, and the cherry on top in finding out that none of this was necessary. Once the robots are dealt with, you can head further into the chamber and learn that once the vault was down to 5 individuals, they ultimately refused to sacrifice
382.
anyone
Yeah,
any
okay.
further. As it turns out, all of this was a test to see if this would happen. And instead of killing the vault dwellers, they were ultimately congratulated and set free, meaning that if they had done this from the start, no one would have had to die. Incredible. Just an incredible sequence of events to witness after the fact. Once you bring the components to Lorenzo, you can return to McNamara, who, shocker, will lift the lockdown now that he has a better understanding of NCR developments. Meaning you have essentially produced what Hardin wanted anyway without putting him in charge. I think the biggest failing of this questline is not finding a way to tie it into the Veronica questline. While the lockdown isn't the only problem Veronica has with the Brotherhood, it's a major one and could have led to a more peaceful resolution. In the event that you help the Brotherhood before even attempting Veronica's companion quest, you essentially lock yourself out of it and prevent her from being able to unlock one of her 2 reward perks. In a game that is so good at interweaving various quests and storylines, you'd think they would have accounted for this in some capacity. Regardless, the Brotherhood lockdown has been lifted, and you may ask yourself, why McNamara and not Hardin? The simplest answer is for a decision we need to make much later into the endgame of New Vegas. McNamara is the only option between the 2 leadership that can actually lead to a peaceful resolution between the Brotherhood and the NCR, as we will see later. So that's the Brotherhood of Steel, but we aren't quite done yet. On top of getting a key to the Brotherhood safe house that has various weaponry, ammo, and armor for us, we can actually apply to join their faction, which is possible for outsiders who have done exceptional deeds for them, which we somehow haven't done yet despite all the work we put in. McNamara does have a task for us, however, and it involves infiltrating Black Mountain, a super mutant refuge run by a schizophrenic radio DJ. McNamara wants us to head up to Black Mountain so that they can tap into its radio capabilities. There's only one issue, however. Black Mountain has become a sort of super mutant haven and openly hostile to any humans who show up due to the radio broadcasts. Black Mountain Radio is one of the options on your Pip-Boy when within a certain vicinity of the location. It's hosted by a Nightkin super mutant named Tabitha, but technically hosted by a character made up by Tabitha named Rhonda. Using the broadcast, Tabitha talks on the radio over various mutant-related topics while pushing an anti-human sentiment. As As you approach the mountain via the main road, you'll be stopped by a friendly super mutant named Neil, who warns you of heading up any further due to the army of super mutants that live there. You can convince Neil to help you, as he is somewhat tired of Tabitha's shenanigans, and he'll run off ahead, only willing to do anything if you can prove you can make it to the mutant village to begin with. After sneaking or fighting your way to the village, Neil will explain that Tabitha's base of operations is surrounded by invisible nightkin and offers to distract them for you by sending them into the village, meaning you need to hide out until they run past and then make your way back up. Once at the summit, there's 3 ways of dealing with the situation. You can either break into the broadcasting room to kill Tabitha, save a ghoul named Raoul, which will provoke Tabitha, or fix up a robot also named Rhonda, which is considered the good karma option. We'll start with fixing Rhonda in a nearby storage building. Doing so will have Tabitha exit the broadcast room to meet you and see that Rhonda has been fixed. Rhonda is a friend of Tabitha's that has been her companion on a long journey, and Tabitha is beside herself to see her fixed. Rhonda will explain how you fixed her before she begins to drag Tabitha off to continue their adventure. This is the most peaceful way to handle this. Next, you can go to rescue Raoul, who is locked away in a makeshift prison by Tabitha and forced to act as her repairman. Raoul is a ghoul and a potential companion. He's the only ghoul companion in the game, in fact, not counting Dean Domino in the Dead Money DLC. With everything taken care of here and Raoul easily persuaded into joining our party, we only need to install the transmitter for the Brotherhood before returning to the bunker. Once back at Hidden Valley, Elder McNamara will officially offer you a position within the Brotherhood of Steel, with additional privileges as an outsider and effectively a hero to the people, such as being able to come and go as you please. He will also teach you the perk that allows you to use power armor if you wish. This is basically the end of the Brotherhood storyline, and Veronica's storyline for quite a while.
Has like he jumps like 100,000 XP. So
Things for the end of the game. So who is Raoul? For the most part, he's a mechanic, and simply having him in the party makes it so that your weaponry degrades at half the speed it normally would. Incredibly useful considering how expensive repairing can be if you don't have the parts yourself. Raoul grew up before the bombs fell with his family in Mexico. Confrontations with some refugees led to his house being set ablaze and his family perishing, while Raoul managed to escape with his little sister, Rafaela. The aftermath of the war ghoulified Raoul, but he still
it's probably because he doesn't have a crit spot, so he's kind of hard to kill.
One day, and she was unfortunately, ultimately captured, mutilated, and murdered while out scavenging for supplies. By this point, Raoul was a talented gunslinger known as the Ghost of Mexico City and chased after the individuals who killed his sister so he could do the same to them. Later on in his life, he met a prostitute named Claudia who reminded him of his sister, weird, but kept his distance while protecting her the best he could. Unfortunately, Claudia too was captured and eventually murdered, leading to Raoul going on a second killing spree. After these events, he traveled to the Mojave and settled in a shack before offering his services to Tabitha, who ultimately imprisoned him as a
I have
There's more to the story than that, and you can hear it all from Raoul
4 or
during
5
his
days in
companion
this
quest.
character.
There are 3 NPCs you need to talk to in order for Raoul to share these stories with you. The first is Loyal of the Boomers, followed by Corporal Sterling at either Camp McCarran or Forlorn Hope, and finally Ranger Andy back at Novak. Once Raoul is finished telling you his story, he mentions that he believes he is now too old to be an effective gunslinger, and will continue giving it up to be a repairman instead. With high enough speech skill, you can convince him that his gunslinging abilities are still very sharp, and he should consider actively making use of them. Should you convince Raoul, he will pick up the Old Vaquero outfit from his stories, and gain the Old Vaquero perk, which raises his firing rate. If you convince him to be useful in other ways, he will instead gain a new maintenance outfit, and your weapons will degrade 75% slower rather than 50%. Raoul's story is an interesting one, and one that I don't do justice within this retrospective. I highly recommend picking him up as a companion and hearing about it for yourself firsthand. Since we're here, it's time to start a series of quests I've waited on until we have visited a greater portion of the Mojave. Specifically, Ranger Andy asks us to check out Ranger Station Charlie since he hasn't heard from them in some time and he's worried about them. We've actually been to Charlie on our way to RepCon back when we dealt with Jason Bright, so it doesn't take too long to get there. Unfortunately, we find all of the station dead at the hands of the Legion, with a holotape left over from them stating that this is what will happen.
The gear
to
that
all
I'm
of the
using is
NCR, no matter how
not
far
easy
they
to
run.
obtain.
We can return with this info to Andy, who is upset but ultimately thanks you for being the messenger. So why are we doing this now? Well, getting Charlie out of the way allows us to continue a quest line from Forlorn Hope for Tech Sergeant Reyes. That ultimately leads to Camp Gulf,
it's
which we have
certainly
now just visited.
time
Reyes is
consuming
getting a
to obtain.
mismatch of incorrect communications sent from various ranger stations around the Mojave, and you'll have to travel to each station to offer up a set of new security codes as a means of trying to fix the issue, considering Rays believe someone is listening in and intercepting information. After traveling to each station, of which there are many, Rays will give you 3 stations to return to, which are all offering intel which makes no sense.
Yeah.
Things like super mutant legionaries and such. All of these stations, once visited, say they never sent such communications, and ultimately leads Rays to point out that all of these miscommunications have been signed off by Chief Hanlon back at Camp Golf. Golf is a regional headquarters for the Rangers, and Chief Hanlon takes care of them there, as well as having the location act as a communications hub of sorts. While the Rangers sit pretty in their worn-down resort building, troopers live in camps on the field beside it, leading to a bit of a hostile environment between the two groups. Hanlon sits atop the balcony of the resort, and when you accuse him of manipulating information, he brings you to his office to discuss it privately. Hanlon goes on to explain that he sees no way for the NCR to make it out of this war without sapping all of their resources, including the people themselves. The NCR will suffer great losses defending the Hoover Dam and New Vegas, to the point that they most likely won't recover. For this reason, Hanlon began spreading misinformation to try and scare the NCR higher-ups into retreating out of the Mojave and saving as many NCR
It's hard if
men
you're
and
not
women
farming.
as could,
If you are
while
farming, it's
abandoning the
easy, but
locals.
takes a while.
Hanlon's actions bring up a few moral questions. We can choose to let him continue, or we can attempt to arrest him, but you have to ask yourself what the best course of action is here. To start, would this attempt to make the NCR retreat even worse? Hanlon's attempts at miscommunication have actually led to the death of a few NCR soldiers, meaning that even if this is an attempt to save many, he used the lives of a few to make it happen. And again, this is for a plan that he doesn't even know will work. But say it did, and the NCR decided to drop the dam and pull out of the Mojave. What happens then? All of the locations under NCR protection suddenly aren't. Refugees, towns, and even the Strip may be left at the hands of the Legion. Plenty of innocent people would suffer, and these are the people the NCR agreed to protect, most likely after forcibly taking it over. It seems like a lose-lose situation, and one that has already cost the lives of people that didn't deserve to die. You can choose to let Hanlon go, and the quest will complete with the experience reward. But if you choose to arrest him, there's a little more to it than that. As you tell Hanlon you're turning him in, he suggests you go grab a ranger to make the arrest official. As you leave his office, the door will close behind you and you'll be locked out.
How many
Hanlon
drops
will
have I
then
had?
come onto
One.
the speakers, leading to the following scene.
Messed up. Made a mistake.
Yeah, see, the thing with Borderlands is it catches up with you pretty quick after you do that. The thing about the thing about 2 is that I know enough about it that I know
That's it.
where to farm
Step down. We rely on each other too much and let our infirmities
to keep up with it pretty consistently. With the rest of the games, I don't really. With 3, you don't have to. 3 is easy as fuck.
somewhere along the way. Something
First recon's in Camp Forlorn.
CPS is actually pretty hard if without community patch. So when you don't have like dedicated drops. I've been playing with my friend, and it's actually like kind of a struggle when you can't really farm.
Send me all the legion you can. I'll be waiting for it.
In playthrough 2, by the way, not 1. 1 is pretty easy.
After his death, a ranger will run into Hanlon's office to find his corpse, his unique gun by his side. The weapon is still linked to his inventory, and therefore it's considered stealing to take it, and will lead
That's
to
not a
further
unique
loss.
gun, by
so
the
we're
way.
just gonna let the rangers grieve for a bit before taking it for ourselves. The question of whether
can
Hanlon
get
was
it
right
in
or
other
wrong is up
places.
to you. Personally, I think the cost of innocent lives to produce a situation that would see the end of countless more is not an option without consequences, and not one I'd want to see through. Hanlon cared for his
This is by
rangers,
far
and
the
it's
easiest place to
understandable
get it,
why,
though.
but the war pushed him to a point where he felt he had to take drastic measures.
It's my favorite gun in
That's
the game.
what's
I love
happening
the
here.
Ranger
The
Sequoia.
war of NCR versus the Legion is actively hindering the lives of everyone involved and creating tension in situations that lead to unnecessary death. The war itself is unnecessary, but neither side seems willing to back down.
My favorite gun in most
Realistically,
games
you
is
wouldn't
like the
want
super good
NCR to do so
revolver.
anyway. Despite the NCR's flaws, the Legion are characterized as pure evil. And
Oh
the
yeah,
power
no, it
created
does.
in the Wasteland puts enough fear into you to
Well,
the
it
point where
doesn't
the NCR may
take
seem
a
like
lot
a
of time to get like
There's only really one way to save
a gun.
everyone, and that's
It doesn't
to
even take a lot of
become
time to get
superhuman
like a decent
cyborg
version
throughout
of a
your
gun.
travels across the Mojave and beyond. Your journey to
Well, it depends on
Vegas
the
is
gun.
just
this
one
gun it
chapter
does, because
on
this
that
is a
path, and the
5% drop.
potential power
But
that can be given to
I
the
mean, I have like a
characters
decent enough
exponentially
one.
as
If I
the
actually
story continues. But in the real world,
like,
that's
if I
not
was
really
getting
enough.
it because I like wanted to
Conversely,
use a
situations
chopper
where
to
no matter
kill
what
things,
decision is
I'd be
made or
fine.
who wins, there's going to be innocent people that
But I'm
suffer
farming
for
it to
and
farm
we
it,
see
so I
this
want a
sort of
really good
cut-loss
one.
mindset within Camp Golf. With
So
even
then
more
it takes
NCR
a
tasks
while.
finished, it's time to backtrack slightly to the boomers we met for a short moment during the Brotherhood quest. As I mentioned previously, Mother Pearl believes us to be an outsider of prophecy, one who will bestow upon the boomers a gift that they consider the end goal of their time within the Mojave.
There's a
Before
character
you
in
can
this
do this,
game
however, you
who
need to earn the trust of the
specializes
faction by
in
completing
specifically
several tasks that will
revolvers and
generate
snipers.
reputation. There's a few to choose from, and none of them are particularly eventful, just like the boomers themselves. One involved you clearing giant mutated ants out from an underground generator, another has you fixing solar arrays with scrap we found all the way back at Helios 1. A slightly more involved quest has one of the residents, Jack, request of you to go find a girl he has been spying on within the Crimson Caravan Company as he has fallen for her. Said girl works for the Crimson Caravan Company,
Do you
so
like
you
birds?
have to hoof it all the way there to see if she's interested, which somehow she is. Turns out she's been spying on the boomers too, and she's into Jack, so now you need to hoof it back to Jack and tell him she's interested, and then get permission from Mother Pearl to let her in. Once you get permission, you have to go back to Jack to get a boomer uniform so she doesn't get blown to smithereens. As a side note, you can actually lie to her and tell her to travel there without the gear so she gets blown up anyway. Another trip to the caravan.
His action
and you
skill
have
is that he
to
throws a
convince
bird
the owner,
out
Alice
at like the
McLafferty,
enemies.
to let the girl off of her contract. Then finally you trek all the way back to Nellis to complete the quest. You should have completed enough tasks to move on by this point, but if you haven't for some reason, there's a few ways to earn more reputation, such as turning in scrap metal to Jack, or having a kid teach you about the history of the boomers and Nellis Air Force Base. Once you can progress, you can return to Mother Pearl, who will have you go back to Loyal for a proper explanation of what is going on. Loyal tells you about the Lady in the Lake, a sunken bomber that is in a decent enough state that it could potentially fly again, the ultimate dream of the boomers. In order to make this happen, the plane needs to be raised out of Lake Mead, and it's your job to do
It's,
that. Since none
not
of
a
the individuals
budgie.
within
I don't
the
know what
airport
kind of
that
fucking
could
bird
do
it
it
is.
have ever set
It's like
foot
a
off
hawk
of
or
the
something.
base. You'll have to swim to the bottom of the lake, attach a couple ballasts, and then swim back up to use a detonator that will cause them to inflate and raise the plane. In order to not die of suffocation, you can talk to Jack about a rebreather he is making, but it requires some components or a science check to get it functional. It's actually an incredibly useful item as it fully removes the oxygen requirement for the rest of the game. Not that you're spending a ton of time underwater, but still. Once the ballista are installed and the player reaches a specific destination, they can pull the trigger on the device given to them by Loyal to have the ship raised from the bottom of Lake Mead. This is the final quest that could be completed for the boomers, but will have an effect near the end game when we're wrapping things up. Overall, the boomers are fairly uneventful. They're definitely one of the less present and story-driven factions out there, but make up for it with their absurd fascination with the old world culture of flying, and how they've essentially turned it into a form of religion. Still, they're portrayed as good people, and outside of blowing up anyone wandering by, kind of questionable but whatever, they're actively looking to do good while being cautious of the outside world. It's through your interactions with them and your intervention that the boomers can learn to open up to greater societies, similar to the Brotherhood. For a game called New Vegas, we haven't really spent any time there, but as we progressed, we've slowly been making our way to a point where entering the city is inevitable in order to continue. The Crimson Caravan is one of those points. We're going to do some work for Alice McLafferty, the owner of the Crimson Caravan, and one of her tasks is going to force us to enter Freeside, the connection between the Mojave and the Strip. The first job is simple enough. Alice wants us to stop by Camp McCarran to deliver a bill to Thomas Hildern, who we've already dealt with. Hildern has no problem with this, making your first task a particularly easy one. Now that we've essentially proven ourselves, Alice has 3 major jobs for us, with one of them being optional. First, we need to try and buy out Cassidy Caravans, which means making a return trip to the Mojave outpost.
That'd be pretty
Cass
embarrassing.
is still here drowning her sorrows and will initially refuse the offer but can be convinced via speech and barter. Once she agrees to sell, nothing is keeping her at the outpost, and you can suggest she joins up with you as a new companion, so we'll go ahead and do that now. Cass's questline starts up immediately. She wants to check where her caravan was attacked to see if she can learn anything about it. I actually stopped there already during the playthrough, and doing so allows you to inform her that there was nothing of note, but Cass wants to check check it out anyway. When you arrive, the first and most obvious observation Cass makes is that the carts were turned to ash, but not burned. Instead, it seems energy weaponry was involved, which is unlike the Legion. In fact, this isn't the first time Cass has heard of a scene like this and points you in the direction of another caravan north of Westside. It's a similar scene, people disintegrated via energy weapons, nothing really looted, but this time there's a map which points to another target closer to the Crimson Caravan. When you arrive, the scene is relatively similar, except for multiple dead bodies of Van Graff gang members and Crimson Caravan guards. The Van Graffs we haven't met yet, but they work in the procurement and sale of energy weaponry within Freeside. Cass reasons out that the Van Graffs and Crimson Caravan have been working together to wipe out their competition, and vows to kill them all. You can either feed into this or convince her into a more peaceful solution. Either way, you won't be able to deal with the Van Graffs until entering Freeside, and there's still more to do for the Crimson Caravan outside of that. If you choose the path of violence, you and Cassidy will need to wipe out both the Caravan and the Van Graffs, with the Caravan potentially leading to a lot of innocent deaths. You only need to wipe out each group's managers, but there's plenty of hostiles along the way to doing so, including people that weren't necessarily in on Alice's plan. So for the meantime, we're going to stop by the Gunrunners base of operations. If that name sounds familiar, that's because of the Gunrunners Arsenal DLC that added an assortment of new weapons and mods to the game. The Gunrunners are known to produce the highest quality weapons in the Mojave, and that's due to them having manufacturing specifications that are unknown to anyone else. The area is guarded and behind a locked gate, but Alice doesn't want any violence for you to get a full reward. It may seem obvious why this part of the quest is optional. Certain players may have a hard time agreeing to steal from a random group for no reason, and on top of that, not having the skill set to do so. I was personally without any stealth boys by this point, and they can be hard to obtain once you've run out. Still, it is possible to get in and out with minimal stealth skill and not be seen. Once you have the specifications and return them to Alice, she'll commend you for not getting caught or resorting to violence. With this task out of the way, the third and final task will see us convincing a Crimson Caravan employee to quit due to him being particularly bad at the job. However, family connections to the caravan make it impossible to fire him, so it has to be of his own volition. The only problem is that this individual resides in Freeside, so we'll quickly gather evidence on Alice by unlocking her safe and finding a written agreement between her and the Van Graffs. With that complete, it's finally time to enter Freeside proper and clear up some of the loose ends we've been holding on to up to this point. Freeside has a lot going on for somewhere so run down, from a limitless supply of thugs that will constantly attack you, to drug addicts, to the followers of the apocalypse, and even to a gang of Elvis impersonators. It basically has it all. While players can technically get into the strip without entering Freeside via the use of the monorail in Camp McCarran, the area is still designed to act as a midpoint between the player adventuring to New Vegas and eventually meeting Mr. House. This is evident in how Freeside must be accessed to come face to face with the large gate into the strip, which is heavily guarded by Securitrons similar to Victor. Freeside is broken up into two major areas, each of which are instanced. New Vegas had a shaky development, which I want to go into more later. There was a lot of dropped or unfinished content. On top of that, the game was being designed on an engine that was incredibly volatile for hardware like the 360, PS3, and PC. The Gamebryo engine can only do so much, so trying to create an entire city dense with objects around the area, neon signs, and various NPCs, the area had to be broken up fairly often to prevent game crashing, lag, and frame drops. There are mods online to change this, such as ones that fully open up the strip, a location that is usually broken into 3 major sections. We already have a way into the strip, but we'll discuss later our multiple options for entering if we choose to use them. Before that though, let's clear out some of the quests we've been hanging on to, starting with Eddie. Since we've decided to allow the followers to look over Eddie instead of the Brotherhood, this is the best time to head to the nearby fort in Freeside and drop him off. Doing so will remove Eddie from the party, and it'll take 3 to 4 days before he's returned to Prim. This is ultimately a necessary gameplay mechanic, as there is one more non-humanoid companion we meet in Freeside, and acquiring them would fill Eddie's slot, placing him in some sort of companion limbo. Instead, he's fully removed from our party and sent back to his main location within Prim once all is said and done. Who you choose to upgrade Eddie ultimately determines what kind of upgrades he'll receive. The Brotherhood will upgrade his armor, leading to a visual change in Eddie's aesthetic. He'll be cleaner and altogether look more advanced, while the followers will attach an extra laser to Eddie that provides various damage and firing bonuses. This is the main headquarters headquarters of the followers within New Vegas. They not only work to preserve technology while making it available to all, they also work as doctors, patching up the locals and helping them with things like chem addictions. Julie Farkas runs things around here, and you can talk to her about what's going on around Freeside and how you can help. Julie requires things like medical supplies from you to help as many people as possible, and offering some will build your reputation with the followers, but what Julie and the followers really need is a steady supply of medicine so they're not constantly scavenging for it. This is where the local Freeside casino owners, the Garretts, come in, and we'll pay them a visit shortly to see how they can help Julie and the followers. In the meantime, there's one other task Julie needs help with, and that's a couple of addicts who are refusing help with their addiction. Bill Ronte and Jacob Hoff hang around the ruins of Freeside, and at least one must be talked to in order to learn that their supply of chems are coming from a man named Dixon close to one of the entrances. In order to help both men, Dixon needs to be taken out of the picture, and like many other quests within the game, you can either convince him, bribe him, or kill him to make this happen. Once Dixon is out of the way, a variety of science and speech checks can convince the two to head to the fort in order to be taken care of by the followers. Some of these checks require certain chems to be used to alleviate the withdrawal symptoms, but all of the speech checks can reason with the two individuals enough to send them on their way without any extra inventory. That's one of the nice things about New Vegas as a game. No matter what option lay before you, there's generally a way of dealing with a situation right then and there, with minimal fuss if you invested in the right skills at the time. Arcade Gannon, one of our next companions, is a follower and works within the fort, but we still have Cassidy to deal with, so we'll come back to him after the quest sequence. In order to finish Cass's questline, we need to either kill the leaders of the Van Graffs and Crimson Caravan, or we need to collect evidence that will allow us to take them to court. We already grabbed the evidence from the caravan, so it's time to hit up the Van Graffs and get what we can from them. Upon reaching the Silver Rush, owned by the Van Graffs as a source of energy weaponry, you'll be asked to deposit your weaponry before heading in so as to not cause any issues while inside. Once inside, you'll be met with a scripted sequence of Gloria Van Graff interrogating a business partner who is asking for more money / a renegotiation of their contract, to which Gloria kills the individual's partner standing behind him. This is your actual introduction to the Van Graffs, a group of individuals who will work with you for business but aren't above killing to keep themselves on top. And as we know, this includes taking out caravans in order to monopolize their market. You can actually do a variety of tasks for the Van Graffs if you are so inclined. Your introductory quest to working for them includes guarding the door of the Silver Rush and patting down anyone who wants to come inside. Following this, you are tasked with delivering a package for the gang, and then finally asked to bring them Cass for a meeting. This entire questline is a bit of a balancing act alongside others. If you want to get the most out of the Van Graffs, you need to bring them Cass, who will end up being killed on the spot and permanently lost to you as a companion. This path leads to a final quest step where you take part in a sting operation against the Legion. During a weapon deal, the NCR storms in to take out the various Legion members who show up. This leads to both NCR and Van Graff fame, but is ultimately not the best course of action if you want to keep all companions. Instead, the best thing you can do is complete the package delivery to get whatever reward you can from the Van Graffs before then finding the evidence necessary to incriminate them alongside the Crimson Caravan. Once you have both pieces of evidence, you can bring them to Ranger Jackson all the way back at the Mojave Outpost in order to get the process of taking down both groups through legal means, but not before promising you won't take matters into your own hands. This is the end of the questline and gives Cass the Calm Heart perk, which bestows 50 additional hit points. Alternatively, if you took revenge on everyone before making it to this point, Cass will gain the Hands of Vengeance perk that provides her with a 15% damage boost. Depending on when you completed this quest, you may find yourself in a bit of a predicament, namely that Simon, the guard of the Van Graffs, will be openly hostile to you now in Freeside, leading to an altercation outside of the Silver Rush. If you kill him quickly while using stealth, nothing else will come of this, but getting into a bigger gunfight leads to multiple other Van Graff members coming out to attack you. Still, as long as you don't actually head in to kill Gloria and John Baptiste specifically, this doesn't affect the questline or dialogue in any way. If you do go and kill everyone after the fact, Cass will appear frustrated and ask why they jumped through so many hoops if they were just going to kill everyone anyway, which is a pretty valid response and good to see them add just in case. Fun fact, if you helped Hardin oust McNamara back in the Hidden Valley Bunker, his quest to have you join the Brotherhood includes you taking out the Van Graffs to prevent further sale of energy weaponry throughout the Mojave. With cast taken care of, it's time to finally meet Arcade Gannon. Similar to how Veronica is affiliated with the Brotherhood, Arcade has an affiliation with a faction known as the Enclave, in which his father was an officer within. The Enclave is an amalgamation of pre-war government, corporations, and military, but their exact power in comparison to other factions is unknown. For the most part, they work within the shadows and were the cause of various misdeeds across the wasteland. Originally, before the war, their main driving motivation was via anti-communist rhetoric, a recurring theme within Fallout that plays off of America's fear of any form of economical ideology that isn't capitalism. After the war, however, they took on a much more pseudo-racial approach due to the Enclave believing that they are the last of pure humanity. While everyone else in the wasteland is tainted in some way, while not a large factor in New Vegas specifically, they are a main antagonist within Fallout 3 and some previous entries. The Enclave are a propaganda machine that are designed to show how the anti-communist rhetoric of America wasn't far off from falling down the rabbit hole of Puritan Nazi rhetoric. They even attempted to commit a global genocide of all mutant life, which included anyone and everyone, whether they were mutated or not. So in simpler terms, the Enclave, who even go by the United States of America themselves as a form of propaganda, are Fallout's equivalent to the Nazis of World War II, and even our current modern day, as the rhetoric have found a way to stay alive and periodically resurge. This puts Arcade in an interesting spot. He grew up within the Enclave, but ultimately detached from them in order to join up with the followers of the Apocalypse, while living under the NCR, the same group that ultimately sacked Navarro, where the remnants of the Enclave were staying at the time. While Arcade's father passed away very early into his life, his mother and multiple members of his father's old unit took care of them, and they jumped from location to location while on the run from the NCR and the Brotherhood of Steel. Arcade is a good person in the sense that he does good. He helps people whenever he can, and he believes that he's following in his father's footsteps by doing so, even if the means of doing good is sometimes through choosing difficult decisions. This allows the player to contrast him to the remnants of the Enclave, as we will see during his questline. To start said questline, we need to complete a series of tasks similar to Boone. There are various locations and events within the Enclave that can earn you loyalty points for Arcade, of which you need around 5 to trigger his questline, although you also need to be a certain point within the progression of the storyline as well. There's various ways to build up these points, such as visiting a crashed vertibird near Camp Searchlight or visiting the Repcon headquarters once more. Arcade will generally comment on the technology, usually with an understanding or history of it that questions his own history as a follower. You can prod him about it, but he ultimately won't tell you about his history with the Enclave until later on. I purposely save a quest from Boyd back at Camp McCarran for this point in the game, as it can award Arcade with 2 loyalty points. A soldier named Corporal White has gone missing recently, and you are tasked for looking into it. After investigating the issues with the NCR's water system around the farms, this leads you to Westside, where you run into Tom Anderson once more. You can get Tom Anderson to confess to murdering White, who is snooping around due to Anderson's meddling with the water supply, siphoning it from the NCR to help the people of Westside. Choosing not to turn in Anderson, a member of the followers, gains you 2 additional points with Arcade. Once you have the points for Arcade, it's best to send him back to the followers for now. He'll be back, but not until we progress a bit further within the strip itself. We've been helping out around Freeside a bit, but the followers still need a consistent source of medical supplies. This is where the Garretts come in. The Garretts are a pair of siblings who run a casino in Freeside called the Atomic Wrangler. Each of them has a quest for you to complete, but it's the brother you need to talk to in order to come to an agreement with the followers. The Garretts are the only people in Freeside who have alcohol stills, and I'm no expert on the process, but this essentially means that they would be able to provide the things like a supply of pure alcohol or anesthetic and disinfectant, as well as medics permanently for the followers as long as they helped with regular maintenance of the distillery itself. Julie is initially unwilling to accept this agreement, due to the Garretts being one of the main suppliers of drugs within Freeside, and essentially leading to addictions and suffering within. They believe that while they may cause addiction, they'd never want to see their clientele get to the point where they couldn't function, as it would be both bad for business, and they also care about the people of Freeside. You can take that how you want. At the end of the day, the Garretts are supplying addictive chems to a town of addicts, or are in turn creating new addicts through the process. Unfortunately, it's the only option within this questline, technically making it a necessary evil. The main way of convincing Julie to do the deal is to point out that even if people are addicted to the chems, her group will be in a much better position to help them, essentially creating a cycle of necessity between the two. The Garretts hurt people even if they don't see it that way, and they get to hurt people more efficiently with the help of the followers, but the followers get to help more people overall, from addicts to the injured. It's not the perfect setup, but it's the only one, and sometimes that's all you get. A situation where everyone is not necessarily happy, but content within some capacity. As for the Garretts themselves, you can collect some debts from them around Freeside, which is pretty uneventful. Meanwhile, the brother wants you to find a series of unique sex workers that his clients have been requesting for the hotel portion of the Atomic Wrangler.
Cool.
It's heavily implied, if not outright stated, that all of these sex workers are for the brother himself, and they include a cool cowboy, a smooth-talking gentleman, and a sex robot. Convincing the first two is easy enough. You can find the smooth talker near the entrance of the strip, and the ghoul cowboy is coincidentally a mercenary guard within the followers' fort. The robot requires a bit more work, however. Within the ruins of Freeside is a Protectron that can be reprogrammed to have a sex work protocol. You can either do this yourself via a science check or head to Mick and Ralph's, a nearby store within Freeside, in order to have them make a program for you. Once programmed, you have an opportunity to test out Fisto for yourself, but it isn't necessary. If you have the Wild Wasteland perk, you'll run into 3 grannies in spring dresses that attempt to kill you, known as Maud's Muggers. This is a reference to a Monty Python skit about a gang of women known as Hell's Grannies who would attack people within London. Once you return with the debts and the sex workers, you'll gain a large amount of reputation within Freeside as well as some caps. The brother is especially ecstatic to see you manage to find sex workers that filled each of his requests, especially Fisto. The sister has one more job for you that requires you to kill a bounty hunter who had the same job of collecting debts but ultimately double-crossed the Garretts. It's also pretty uneventful, but you can offer to take the man's hat as proof that you killed him, but still let him live if you want. The one issue is that the man is within the strip proper, so if you're waiting to head in there, you'll also have to wait on completing this quest line. There's one more major faction to discuss in Freeside, but we need to make a quick stop before that. Near the east entrance to Freeside is a couple of kids playing in the streets. Specifically, there's one kid chasing another with what looks like a toy gun. You can very easily convince the kid to sell it to you for a small amount of caps, and at a glance, the weapon, known as Euclid's Seafinder, seems to be a non-functional toy. At least that would be the case if we didn't already power up Archimedes 2 back at Helios 1. This is the tool/device that Father Elijah was looking for during his time at the base, and with everything set up along the way, it is now fully functional within our hands. But what does it do exactly?
Had enough?
Could still be right.
The Seafinder can be used as a targeting system to shoot a powerful laser beam from a satellite, decimating anything in its radius.
I got 2 in a row at once.
It can be used every 24 in-game hours, but only outdoors. Surprisingly, you think the kid playing with his friend would have accidentally activated it due to us powering up Archimedes. It's a bit of a lost opportunity, really, as if you found the gun first, everything would be fine. But the option to see some sort of devastation by powering up Archimedes 2 first was glossed over, although it's understandable why. These are 2 kids, and I doubt Obsidian or Bethesda would have been okay with killing them just to make the connection between the gun and Helios 1. That being said, it would have been interesting to have the kid accidentally set it off from a distance and have that lead to some additional dialogue. Regardless, the power of Sun is now within our hands and can be used periodically throughout the run. The final major area within Freeside to talk about is the School of Impersonation, a pre-war building used to teach people to impersonate Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll. Understandably then, everyone within the gang dresses or presents themselves in some ways similar to Elvis himself, with the leader of the gang being the most similar, entitled the King. In theory, the Kings run Freeside. There's plenty of gangs and groups doing their own thing and running their own businesses, but for the most part, everything gets funneled through the Kings in some capacity. They keep the streets and the people of the area safe for the most part, and don't seem to ask for much in return other than their independence from both Mr. House and the NCR. In fact, the only faction within Freeside that seems to be on relatively
I wonder who the fuck came up with the idea for the Kings. Like,
and laying claim to what is considered
let's take a bunch of Elvis
territory,
impersonators,
bad blood and
and
violence between the 2 groups.
that's
In
pretty
terms of
much it.
interacting with the faction, you can request an audience with the king either by paying a small fee or using a speech check to explain you simply want to pay your
So
respects.
fucking
This is also
stupid.
most likely your first or second interaction with Pacer, who is the only other unique member of the gang. If you helped the man Graffs at all, you would have met him during the security detail ponytail in front of the Silver Rush. Pacer has a bit of an attitude on him and comes off as extremely arrogant and prideful, and this bites him in the ass a little later. Regardless of how you got in, you can begin conversing with the king, who has his cybernetic dog Rex beside him. Rex is the other non-humanoid companion you can recruit in the game. If you ask the king about Rex, he'll explain that Rex isn't doing well, and even Julie Farkas hasn't been able to help the poor thing. You can offer to look into it further and talk to Julie about it, who mentions that while she can't do anything about it, there's a doctor up in Jacobstown northwest of there that definitely could. We'll revisit Rex and his issues after finishing up the king's quest line. For the king himself, he has a few jobs for you to do that help earn you favor with him personally and the people of Freeside. The first job is finding out why everyone is hiring a specific bodyguard up near the southern entrance. The king specifically wants you to find out why, but not necessarily confront the man about it. The bodyguard in question is a man named Oris. When you talk to him, he claims to be the absolute best way of making sure you're safe when crossing Freeside towards the Strip. After hiring Oris, he will begin taking you across Freeside. Once near the Strip, you will see a band of Freeside thugs, and Oris suggests a detour. Said detour has Oris begin to rush ahead faster than you can actually travel, giving him a moment to get into an altercation and kill several thugs that were waiting to ambush you. The thugs in question, however, are not dead, and a medicine check allows you to observe this. Additionally, an intelligence check will allow you to point out that there are 4 men, but only 3 rounds were shot, with Oris explaining it away as him shooting through one man and hitting another. The trip can go one of 3 ways. You either observe Oris trying to trick you, you don't, or you kill him. Either way, you need to return to the king to progress. If you did observe everything, the king will pull him off the street and congratulate you. If not, you need to go hire him again. This time around, Oris is on to you and attempts to jump you with his thugs. No matter the outcome, you'll complete this stage of the quest for the king, and he'll have a new job for you. It seems some Freeside individuals that are friends with the king were jumped recently and are holed up at the fort while they are being treated for their injuries. The main suspect is the NCR due to the growing tensions between the Freeside and NCR citizens, which is known to sometimes turn violent. By interviewing the victims, one of them mentions hearing one of the perpetrators call the other lieutenant, thus implicating the NCR.
Drop.
From there, you can return to the king to progress into investigating the NCR further. In order to do so, you only need to talk to Julie Farkas, but you can additionally talk to some missionaries that are pointing NCR residents towards a soup kitchen in the Freeside ruins. Julie points out that she's friends with Major Elizabeth Kieran, who is running the nearby kitchen, and says you can mention her to get a good word in. Once in the kitchen, you can talk to Kieran and inquire as to why they are only feeding NCR residents, which is in turn aggravating Freeside citizens who feel slighted by this. Kieran explains that they couldn't get enough funding and supplies from the NCR in order to feed anyone else due to an altercation they had when attempting to visit the king. Kieran originally sent an envoy to the king to organize a relief effort, but her men were attacked along the way. After the attack, the higher-ups within the NCR agreed to still help Kieran with her relief effort, but at a much smaller scale, effectively making it so only NCR citizens would get food. When you return to pass on this information to the king, you're stopped by Pacer, who informs you not to bother the king with it, explaining it as them dealing with potential spies.
Yeah, they seem broken.
NCR. Bypassing Pacer and telling the king about it anyway will leave him shocked at the news, as no envoy ever made it to him. He's telling the truth here, and it's Pacer who intercepted the envoy and ultimately assaulted them. As you're discussing this news with the king, a gang member comes with news of his own, informing the two of you that Pacer and some members went to attack the NCR and are currently in a shootout. You head over to deal with the situation to find several dead gang members and Pacer cowering behind some cover. Approaching the NCR allows you to talk to Kieran and tell her that the king is willing to work on a relief effort with her. She's a little suspicious, but agrees, saying that the king should watch his back because she knows that their men made it into the school of impersonation. With the hostilities taken care of and the NCR and kings agreeing to work together for some time, you can return to the king, who will reward you with one favor, which you can cash in at any time. These favors can be any of 4 options, including entrance to the strip, permission to join the kings, 1,000 caps, or one special favor that we'll save for a little later. The conflict between the NCR and the kings is an interesting one. You have a community, albeit flawed, having their territory encroached on by groups of individuals under a completely different affiliation. The NCR is known to push into territory that isn't their own and attempt at taking it over. If they can't, they ultimately leave it to their own devices, but also don't offer any aid. Look at Prim, or look at Bittersprings, which they only took over after driving out the Great Khans by accidentally murdering several children along the way. Freeside isn't just some town, it's directly connected to the Strip. It is a prime location for the NCR to have influence in, especially since they are already holding many locations around the surrounding area. It's not something they're going to give up lightly, and the king understands this, leading to the animosity between the two groups. Still, these aren't necessarily soldiers at the gates of Freeside, but civilians under the NCR affiliation. People down on their luck who are looking for help and aren't necessarily hurting anyone until violence breaks out between the two groups as the animosity grows. Then, the violence is an excuse to escalate even further, and you have people like Pacer who see this as an opportunity to exact vengeance or revenge. Pacer is someone driven by the scenarios he creates in his head. He has decided that the NCR are the enemy, and therefore anyone affiliated with them are as well. When an envoy of soldiers are sent to help the people of Freeside, Pacer is suspicious and, driven by this paranoia, ultimately attacks the group while under the assumption that they were spies. In a way, you can't blame him for being suspicious. But was it Pacer's place to not only take matters into his own hands, but in a way that ultimately cuts off possible ties of negotiation between Freeside and the NCR? Of course, the NCR aren't innocent. At the slightest bit of aggression from the people of Freeside, the higher-ups within the NCR were quick to cut all ties and only supply those who are verified NCR residents. When you are getting directions to the soup kitchen, you specifically have to prove to the missionaries that you are of the NCR affiliation. Otherwise, you weren't allowed to go. This continues the cycle of animosity between the two groups. Next thing you know, you have NCR beating up on Freeside civilians as some sort of revenge over what happened to their own people. And this all comes to a head when Pacer tries to attack Kieran and her team, and this isn't even the end of the conflict. Freeside is a look at many things. It's a look at the poverty of the wasteland, with the direct contrast being placed beside the wealthy elite. While people scrounge and suffer to survive, the individuals within the Strip live easy. But it's not just a commentary on the economical gaps we create within our capitalistic society. It also looks at how we value community as a whole. Freeside is run down, but it is independent, and the NCR doesn't want that, leading to conflict. Now, there's one more stop I'd like to make before heading into the Strip proper, and that's heading to Jacobstown to deal with our final two companions, those being Rex and Lily. Rex isn't going to get any better without some help, and after dealing with all the issues in Freeside, the king is willing to let us take his pet to Jacobstown to be checked out and even keep him as our own. The only real issue to make note of on the way is that Rex doesn't like hats nor the people who wear them, and he generally will not interact with the player while they wear one. Jacobstown is a bit of a jog from New Vegas and leads up into the mountains, where there's a surprising amount of animal life and vegetation, including an abundance of pine trees. The town is really a resort on Mount Charleston and was taken over by a super mutant named Marcus, who broke off from the group back at Black Mountain in order to create a more peaceful settlement for all. For that reason, you are welcome with open arms when arriving, as long as you agree not to act up. Dr. Henry, a human scientist, as well as his ghoul research assistant, Calamity, are currently working out of here in order to study the issues with Nightkin and their mental instability due to the prolonged use of stealth boys. When meeting with Henry, he mentions that he is working on a stealth boy Mark II that would last longer and be altogether safer for Nightkin and help prevent any mental regression in the future. Unfortunately, it's rather unstable and untested, meaning that he is forced to look at other avenues to help the Nightkin in the meantime. This leads him into investigating a nearby cave full of Night Stalkers that coincidentally have the ability to turn invisible, which is unlike them and is potentially a mutation worth studying. We're technically here for Rex, but you can help out Henry and gain a new companion in the process by agreeing to check out the nearby Night Stalker cave. As for Rex, Henry takes a look at him and determines he needs a new brain in order to survive, which was always weird to me. Your brain is essentially your identity. To take out my brain and to put the brain of someone else inside of my head would no longer make my body me. I am my brain, and I have been removed from my body. Whichever brain is in my body now is someone else. Would this not be the same for Rex, or does the concept of identity and memory work differently here? If it does it matter for a dog who is more instinctual than sentient? Would Rex still care about hats if he had a new brain? Would he answer Rex or the name of another dog whose brain we took? What are the rules here?
Don't
Well,
call
the
me
ending scenes
Troy,
actually
just tell
shed
me
some light
nothing.
on this, suggesting
It's
that Rex
fine.
kept his memories, but they ultimately meld with the memories of the brain transplanted into him. How this is possible, I don't know. Fallout science is like RPG magic. Sometimes it just works and you can't explain shit. Luckily, on our travels when dealing with the fiends, we got the brain of one of Violet's dogs, Violetta. There are two other options, that of a Legion dog known as Lupa and one of Old Lady Gibson's dogs, Ray. Each of these brains provides different perks. The chems within Violetta's brain lead to Rex's movement speed becoming faster, while Ray's brain will increase his attack damage and Lupa's brain which increases his damage threshold.
I mean, I
I've
used to
talked a lot
stream
about
on
stats,
Twitch
perks, and effects throughout
semi-consistently.
this retrospective, but I've never gone into good detail about how the game actually works. Fallout 3 and New Vegas
Steamer,
are
I see.
RPGs, but not like the entries within the series past. Instead, they make a blend of open world RPG and first-person
I don't know,
shooter,
I
taking
would-
Bethesda's approach
the
with
Roblox
Elder
fan
Scrolls and
face is
combining
pretty
that with
attractive.
the setting and mechanics of a first-person post-apocalyptic shooter. There are two main types of combat within the game: ballistic, also known as guns, and energy, known as energy weapons. There's melee weapons and unarmed as well, which I never really used, but they are there. Each of these are considered their own skills that you can increase with each level up while progressing through the game, and they'll affect how effective and accurate your weapon is in VATS and how much it wobbles when outside of it, as well as how much damage it does in general. VATS is a system introduced in Fallout 3 and would allow players to select specific body parts to attack on an enemy in order to provide various benefits within combat, such as crippling their shooting arm or blowing up their head. It was made to bridge the gap between old school Fallout and the new first-person iteration. Each body part will have a percentage chance to hit, and you can raise this with the relevant skills and special stats. But to use VATS consistently, you need to expend AP, which regenerates over time, meaning that while VATS is a powerful mechanic, it isn't limitless. I personally always found the system fairly enjoyable and welcome, considering the shooting mechanics of the Fallout series were never anything to write home about. They're clunky and kind of a mess, and Fallout 3 was an entry that didn't even introduce the concept of iron sights, meaning you were forced to hip fire until the release of New Vegas later on. VATS is a bit of a crutch to fall onto in this sense, but one that you earn, as it is only as good as you make it be by raising the relevant stats and skills. Outside the combat itself, you have various other skills on top of that, things like medicine that dictate how effective aid items will be, repair which upgrades your proficiency at fixing equipment, and many more. Lockpicking and science are two halves of the same coin. If you can't pick something, there's probably a terminal nearby that can hack into it to gain access, and vice versa. Each of these skills are used to access things that are locked away to the player, and they have various other uses outside of that, such as science raising the amount of energy ammunition you can recycle at crafting benches. Locks and terminals come in tiers of difficulty, from very easy to very hard, and each of these have a standard skill requirement. If you're feeling very lucky, you can generally force a lock with a percentage chance based on the level of lock and your current skill, but this is only worthwhile on the lower level locks to save you some time, as the percentage chance of success is very high once your skill level is maxed out. And you will be maxing out a lot of these skills as you progress, especially with the right perks and intelligence levels, as your intelligence directly affects how many bonus skill points you get per level. New Vegas is a very easy game to maximize your stats in if you know how to, and it's not a particularly convoluted process. Get the bonus perks as soon as possible and run an intelligence stat of 9 until you can upgrade it to 10. This is different from games like Oblivion and Skyrim, where you level up skills through use. Instead, actions and quests are what gain you experience, and then on level up you decide what to do with your awarded skill points. It might sound straightforward, but this simplicity is more of a benefit than anything else when it comes to Bethesda games. If you've never played Oblivion before, their system for awarding levels based on your major skills being used often is generally looked at as a convoluted mess. So why did I bring up these aspects of gameplay at this time to begin with? Mostly because I keep mentioning things like damage threshold or resistance, two stat modifiers which affect how much damage a character takes when attacked. Damage resistance, or DR, is self-explanatory. It resists the damage taken in and lessens it overall depending on the value of the stat. Let's say we have a DR of 75 in New Vegas. If that's the case, an attack of 50 damage would be reduced by 75% to an attack of 12.5 damage. If you have a damage threshold from your armor or perk, however, that gets hard subtracted from the currently reduced value. So if you have a damage threshold of 10, You subtract 10 from 12.5 for a final value of 2.5 damage. That's not all though. New Vegas doesn't allow the final result to be anything lower than 20% of the base damage. This means that a value of 2.5, which is 5% of 50 damage, would be bumped up to 20% of 50 or 10 damage total. This is why a DR of anything higher than 80 is the highest the stat can be while being effective. Anything higher than this would reduce the damage past
next time I get a drop, I'll get up
before the DT has even been applied, making said DT effectively useless. DT has actually been around since Fallout 1 and 2, but was removed in 3 before showing back up in New Vegas, only to be removed again in Fallout 4. What all of this means is that no matter how much armor you are wearing, nor how many perks you may have to raise your defense, you will always take some damage no matter what. And the higher the base damage, the higher the value will be once DR and DT are calculated. So when I mention that a character can get higher DT through a perk, like Rex here, that's what I'm talking about. There's plenty of other mechanics as well, such as skills awarded with every level up that I mentioned previously, as well as perks you receive every 2 level ups. These perks are unlocked via skill and special prerequisites. If the player has the right stats, they will be able to unlock certain abilities for their characters, such as the ability to move faster while sneaking or to carry more equipment. This means you get around 25 perks within the game plus DLCs, so there's plenty of customization available to make your character mechanically unique. New Vegas is full of these calculations and mechanics. I'm not going to go into all of them. There's already too much to talk about and we haven't even hit the strip yet. But I will say this about the gameplay. It's a clunky mess. A sandbox that you need to accept is going to be a little broken here and there and a little rough around the edges to fully enjoy it. But once you do, and once everything starts working in unison, it works. And even the most comedic, nonsensical firefights can feel exhilarating in their own right, especially when a group of Legion assassins teleports out of thin air in order to kill you. With Rex receiving a new brain regardless of which one it was or how you obtained it, this is considered the end of his companion quest, meaning you can choose between him and Eddie at your leisure based on which you prefer to have around for your various escapades. We still need to help out Dr. Henry, however, and in order to do so, we need to go investigate the nearby Night Stalker cave while optionally taking a super mutant named Lily along with us. Lily is a 75-year-old woman turned into a Nightkin by the Master and spends most of her time tending to the town's bighorners. Lily is the final companion we can recruit in New Vegas outside of DLC, and so picking her up here helps us kill, again, 2 birds with 1 stone, considering we had Rex by our side as well. Before heading to the cave, you're stopped by Marcus, who informs you that several NCR mercenaries are scoping out the town from a distance. Marcus asks you to deal with them, but preferably non-violently. Marcus wants a peaceful life for anyone within Jacobstown. He wants to set up trade routes with the NCR, and the large source of bighorners could make this possible with meat and hides. Unfortunately, they are being used as scapegoats by the NCR for various local bighorner attacks, leading members of the NCR into attempting to take them out. You can approach the group, who are verbally hostile, but a speech check can have them sent on their way peacefully, which pleases Marcus. That's one of the nice things about New Vegas. Not every decision or check is incredibly important, but having so many staggered across the game helps make it feel like you are an individual who is either well versed in the skills you can pass or less so at the ones you can't. Within the cave are several Night Stalkers, all of whom have the ability to turn invisible. Unfortunately, further investigation into the cave finds a dead Nightkin and a stealth boy that has been chewed open, with the resulting radioactivity explaining the camouflage effect on the Night Stalkers, rather than it being a genetic mutation. With the Night Stalkers being a dead end, the only other way Dr. Henry has to help the Nightkin with their camouflage addiction while hopefully preventing any more damage to their minds is his work on the Stealth Boy Mark II. And the only way to test it is on Lily, as she is one of the most resilient of her group and also the first to openly want to help and volunteer. Upon asking Lily if she's still up for it, she agrees, and Henry attaches the Stealth Boy Mark II onto Lily before having her activated. Calamity performs the reading during the process and finds gamma radiation readings of 0, which is apparently unprecedented, and Lily seems completely fine. Everything seems to have gone without a hitch until a group of Nightkin led by a unique super mutant named Keen show up to take the Stealth Boy for themselves. This can be resolved violently, but you can also pass a speech check to calm them down and convince them that it's the greater good to perform further research and production on the new Stealth Boy. Once all is said and done within Jacobstown, you can re-recruit Lily as a permanent companion. Like all the other companions we've dealt with thus far, Lily has a companion questline, although not necessarily as involved as the rest. There's 3 specific triggers that must be hit in order for her to progress to that point. Lily's questline is interesting for multiple reasons. To start, it's another unmarked quest line in the game. In effect, it doesn't show up as a quest in your Pip-Boy. Additionally, Lily is one of the characters that could possibly not get a statistical benefit depending on your decisions when talking to her. To start, you need to talk to Lily about Leo, a voice within Lily's head that pushes her to combat and violence. Once you've asked about Leo and replied to Lily, you need to wait for her to have a mental break, as it's known in the game. To observe this, Lily needs to go under 50% of her HP and maybe further when in or out of combat, meaning you yourself can force this state by dealing damage to her. Once the break occurs and Lily eventually settles down, you can then talk to her about it. Finally, you have to wait for Lily to mention her medication. Once she has, there will be a potential dialogue about it when speaking to her. After sleeping, resting, or fast traveling, you'll hear a recording of children greeting their grandmother, which allows you to talk to Lily about her past and also her medication. Lily reveals that she hasn't been taking the full dosage of her medication, which is supposed to be helping with the breaks that she is experiencing. You can convince Lily to either keep taking a half dose to start taking her full dose, or to stop taking the medication altogether. If Lily continues taking her half dose, she will continue having the breaks, but she can be immediately calmed down by entering sneak mode. If she takes no dose from then on, she will experience breaks at half HP and have multiple stat gains regardless of if she is experiencing a break or not. Finally, and most interestingly, Lily can be convinced to take her full dosage, which will not bestow any stat benefits onto the character and will permanently remove her ability to have a break. I really like this option because while it doesn't necessarily benefit you from a mechanical sense, it does benefit Lily and her own mind. Sometimes the best course of action, depending on your character and you as a player, isn't to do something that will make the game easier or your party more powerful. Sometimes you can simply help someone with an aspect of their life that they are struggling with, and may even sacrifice something in the process to do so. Lily is an example of this. You lose an aspect of her combat ability, but at the same time, you get to know that she won't suffer from these mental breaks moving forward. Lily is our final companion in New Vegas proper. There are temporary companions we'll receive within the DLC, but as of writing this, you've met everyone that we can take on our journey through the Mojave, and while all of them are unique in their own ways, with their own personalities, you can only ever have 2 companions at a time. Wanting to switch out companions can be particularly annoying as well, considering whenever you remove them, they all go back to the places you met them to begin with. Boone is in Novac, Veronica at the 188, Cass at the Mojave Outpost. You'd think there'd be an easier way of keeping them all together, one key location that they could all hang out in, so you only needed to stop by one location to do so. And there is a place like that, a giant skyscraper that can be seen all over the Mojave, no matter where you are at the time. The base of operations of Mr. House himself, the Lucky 38. How do you enter the Strip in New Vegas? There's a multitude of ways to do so. We've already discussed that having a good reputation with the NCR while also saving the monorail will allow you to use said monorail to enter and exit as you please. This may be one of the earliest and easiest ways of doing so, assuming you have been helping the NCR throughout your playthrough.
You can literally just kill the robots who try to stop you from entering the Strip. It's really easy.
The fact that you are allowed to bring weapons onto the Strip. This is due to Mr. House not allowing any of the NCR the same privilege in order to protect his territory against them while keeping them on the leash. But getting in through the NCR is a little too easy, so what about the front gate? When accessing the front gate of the Strip, you may see a Freeside resident attempt to rush in, leading to their death. Up to this point, you may have never seen a Securitron be openly hostile, but as weapons, the Securitrons are surprisingly effective at straight up murdering a dude, especially at greater numbers.
Go the fuck to bed.
And we'll see soon that the Securitrons can be even more efficient with the right upgrades. So forcing your way in while possible isn't really an option here, but you can talk to the security guard and get in fairly easily. To start, a science skill of 8 will let you override the robot systems and force them to let you in. If your skill isn't high enough, you'll only need to pass a credit check by having at least 2,000 caps in your inventory. Having 2,000 caps by this point has to be one of the easiest ways overall to get in, assuming you've been selling literally anything you've picked up along the way. Fallout is full of equipment and items. Things that can be repaired can become especially valuable at full durability. And there's plenty of merchants out there with fairly large wallets to take your goods. If for some reason you don't have 2,000 caps, which is seriously insane by this point in the game, you can head to Mick and Ralph's to convince them into making you a passport for 500 caps, which you can negotiate down to 375. If you help the king and use his one favor to get you into the Strip, he will have Mick and Ralph himself make you one for free, which again is not necessary at all if you simply have enough caps on you at the time, making this one of the poorer favors to ask for. Once you're through the main gate of Vegas, you're once again met with Victor, who finally admits that he is one of the few Securitrons with both a personality and the ability to hop between
So
other
I
Securitron
ask
units,
again, why are
allowing
you
him
up?
to make you believe he's been following you the entire journey, when in reality he can simply hit up nearby Securitrons to keep tabs on you. Victor works for Mr.
Also, 1
House,
second.
and it was because of House that Victor saved you in the first place. Now Victor is here to greet you and explain that Mr. House would like to see you enter the Lucky 38 and meet with him before you try to exact any revenge on Benny at the nearby Tops Casino. The Lucky 38 is the crown jewel of New Vegas, an abandoned casino that no one has ever set foot into and is known to house no one other than Mr. House himself. To go into the Lucky 38 and come out again is a remarkable feat, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before, and you will be noticed for doing so. On attempting to enter the casino, Victor informs you that you can't actually take any companions with you.
Someone bad
thus
at
must
art.
leave them at the door. Later on, you can bring them into parts of the Lucky 38, but not at the moment. Once inside, you're directed to an elevator that takes you to House's penthouse, and you're met with one of Mr. House's girls, meaning Jane, who is simply a Securitron with a feminine personality. When you come face to face with Mr. House, it's not with a man, but a machine, a generated face on a computer with a voice coming out of a speaker. By this point, it's hard to tell what or who you're dealing with. Mr. House was the president and CEO of Robco Industries. For him to be alive now, over 200 years later, is realistically impossible. So who is he really? You're left with an enigma in front of you that leaves questions buzzing through your head. Is this the real Mr. House or a fabrication? Is this just a computer program on a screen, or is someone talking to you from another location? These aren't questions easily answered, and when asked on the subject,
But yeah, I'd
Mr.
imagine
House
most of the
asserts
people in
that
the
he
class
is
would be
the real
annoying.
deal. Flesh and blood Robert Edwin House, born around the year 2020 and still alive as of 2281. His mystery lends to his appeal. House is well spoken and presents himself well, although often coming off as arrogant in the process. He has his own plans and goals, and he won't even take the time to answer your questions until you answer his. When you first meet him, he wants to know what you think of New Vegas in comparison to the rest of the wasteland, and talks about how his intellectual and financial sacrifices / investments have led to the city managing to thrive after all these years. New Vegas is not only House's best project, but also his attempt at creating an independent civilization that is free from the sins of their past, something that he believes people are divulging in currently and is looking to rectify. But how would he do this? House has power and wealth. His Securitrons control New Vegas, but they aren't invincible. Why hasn't he been taken out yet by the NCR or the three families he keeps distant control of? House's mystery is a large part of this. He can exert power and show force from the shadows through his Securitrons. No one knows what goes on in the Lucky 38, and no one knows just how many Securitrons there actually are. House is seen as powerful and a genius, and to oppose him could lead to repercussions of which people could only imagine, and when imagining them, you'd usually assume the worst. Robert House is completely consumed over getting his hands back on the Platinum chip, the item Benny stole from you and that you were tasked with delivering to New Vegas. He won't tell you why he wants it, and he won't tell you what it does.
Nah, trust me,
He also
this
won't
guy
give you
cannot
any
make art. He's
details at
stupid
all
as fuck.
outside of how he believes you could deal with Benny, because that's your job now if you choose to accept it. House is willing to pay you multiple times the amount you were offered in order to get the chip back. But what's funny is that the amount is only slightly over 1,000 caps. It's supposed to be perceived as a lot of money, but the mechanics of New Vegas say otherwise. I think I had around 40,000 caps by this point, and that was after gambling at only 2 casinos. You make most of your money through bartering here, and there's going to be one point in the game where we have effectively infinite wealth. House is an authoritarian. He believes that democracy was what ended the world in the first place, and believes he can bring a world of technological innovation over his everlasting rule of not only New Vegas, but the Mojave as a whole, and if left unchecked, potentially the world. He believes he is anti-democracy, but within the world of Fallout, House grew up in and participated in exactly what he is doing now. The USA wasn't run through democracy, but through a cabal of shadow people within the Enclave. Only the wealthy elite, the higher-ups in the government, and the military had any actual say in what happened within the world as they knew it, and this ultimately led to an apocalypse. The past of Fallout wasn't the fall of democracy as we know it. It was the curtain being drawn to show an authoritarian system that disguised itself as democratic. All House has done is convince himself he can do it better, and as we have seen on our travels, he hasn't been doing better at all. We still have pain and suffering throughout the wasteland and Nevada specifically due to the wage gaps present between people outside of the Strip and the people within. The Strip is run by the wealthy elite, and everyone outside of that suffers in poverty unless they successfully find some way of exploiting the working class. Mr. House is role-playing the same system he has grown to resent, but believes it will work this time instead, and he does this driven by the idea of progress. The concept of progress is actually fairly new to our species overall. As we were originally becoming sentient and evolving both physically and culturally, humans didn't consider progress as a necessary step of our society. Hunting and gathering, while dangerous and ultimately leading to shorter lifespans, has never been proven to cause society to be any less happy overall than we are now. Instead, what we have seen is the concept of progress leading to actions of an endless work cycle, that of which requires more hours than our ancestors ever did. The creation of wheat farms and the abundance of the plant has successfully imprisoned humanity into the constant cycle of working harder than we have ever been expected to in order to earn less than we believe we deserve. So the wealthy can use our labor in order to create progress. Progress is what is sold to us, with the pitch that it is a natural aspect of human society that will ultimately make us happier. But happiness is not something we can just actively measure. People 1,000 years ago were happy in their own way. Our ancestors were happy.
I think you should
may
kill
be
your
happy
teacher.
now too. But are you happier than you would have been if you never knew about the concepts of capitalism or about the concept of progress? Would you not be content in your day-to-day if your world was simply within the bubble of going out to harvest food, coming back, and simply living? All stages of humanity have had suffering. Our current stage, imprisoned within capitalism, has suffering as well. Is progress a net good that actually makes society as a whole happier simply because we get to live longer and have more things to take up our time when not working? Is our society happier now that we have to work 8-hour days from Monday to Friday?
In game, of course.
House
Yeah,
would say
in-game.
yes, because of progress, and he wants to continue pushing progress as far as he can regardless of what anyone else says. He wants to generate income to create more income and create an easier life for those who can afford it, not for everyone. People suffer because of this, and Mr. House doesn't care. He is the villain of Fallout New Vegas, one who believes he is actually a necessary good, same as the NCR and same as the Legion. All three major factions within the game are villains, and you are expected to choose one of them to ultimately align yourself with, unless you can find another way, and you can. Independence. An ability to align all of the factions, except for the Legion, and have them work together, create an environment where everyone helps one another, and the greed and desire of capitalism is slowly pushed outward, even if it can never be truly forgotten. An independent Vegas that will stand strong against anyone looking for greater control over the Mojave, one that may or may not need a leader. How is something like that possible? It all lies with Benny and our wild card. Upon exiting the Lucky 38, you'll be met with an audience of onlookers who are shocked to see someone step out of the casino, as it is an unprecedented event. It's so unique that a member of the NCR comes up to you and pardons you for any crimes against them, if you have them, and explains that Ambassador Crocker wants to meet with you. Ambassador Crocker,
Physics
within
is
the
easy,
mechanics
it's
of the
just math.
game, is in a similar role to Kaisar, acting as a sort of leader of this faction, or maybe that would be Colonel Moore, who we'll meet later. There's a lot to talk about with Benny overall, and many interactions with him that can go one way or the other. Mr. House wants you to take care of Benny in order to secure the Platinum chip, but there's many ways of going about that. Benny is part of the Chairman, one of the three major tribes in New Vegas, including the Omertas and the White Glove Society, all of which are tribes that have been taken in by Mr. House's Strip, where he allows them to thrive. The chairmen are run by Benny, with his second-in-command, Swank. Benny was also the protege of Mr. House before betraying him to get his
Yeah,
hands
but will
on the
you,
Platinum
though?
chip. Now,
Will
along the
you?
way to New Vegas, we were able to pick up a couple of things. First of which was Benny's cigarette butts he left at the scene, which implicate him in your attempted murder. Additionally, we have the lighter given to us by one of the Great Khans back in Boulder City. You can use this evidence as well as various speech checks to convince Swank of the Tops Casino that Benny has been planning against Mr. House behind their backs. This will cause Swank to give you your weapons back, as well as tell Benny to head up to his suite where you can then ambush him if you so choose. Just to mention it, the major casinos in New Vegas will not allow you to bring weapons in with you. However, some weapons in the game are considered holdout weapons that won't be found during a pat-down and can be brought in if you so choose. When leaving the casino, you get all of your equipment back. Convincing Swank is merely one example of getting Benny alone, but there's many other ways of going about it, not all of which I'll mention here.
Okay, bye.
My favorite way of doing it is to simply confront him out in the
Oh,
open
no.
due to
Tomorrow.
the sheer
Right.
amount of shock he experiences at the sight of you, while
I'm
being forced to
sober.
contain himself as to not give himself away to his fellow chairman. Make no mistake, Benny is a rat through and through. You can use speech and other relevant checks or perks to get him alone easily enough, but you can never fully trust him as he will betray you. If you are ever given an option to have him left alone or out of your sight for an extended period of time, he will run off to the Legion Fort and attempt to have you killed. Why the fort? We'll get to that soon enough, but the point I'm trying to make is that your best opportunity to deal with Benny and secure the trip for yourself is right here and right now. Even saving Benny from the Legion and freeing him has him disappear and leave forever, which you may think is him simply leaving you alone, but there is actually cut content within development where Benny would eventually show up again within the Mojave and attempt to kill you anyway. He's a rat. There's no reasoning with him, and he betrays anyone at his side. There's nothing you can do with him that's useful other than putting him out of your misery, and that's what we're going to do here. Generally, within my playthroughs, I like to confront Benny head-on and take him by surprise. Then, when he tries to weasel his way out via giving you the presidential suite within the casino, you can convince him to come up with you instead so he can't simply abscond from the scene. Once up there, the best course of action is to get as much information out of Benny before killing him. You can ask him about his opinions on the tribes around and within New Vegas, as well as his time with Mr. House. All things considered, Benny doesn't seem to hold any resentment towards the
Streamer
man.
drink water,
Overall,
Lynn.
he
I don't know
enjoyed
what water
working
is,
with House
sorry.
and found he learned a lot in the process, even complimenting the man when discussing him. Benny can explain a bit about the chip to you, explaining how it's a data storage device with the actual data being what is of value, what is platinum. Thought to be lost in the ruins of the wasteland, House paid tens of thousands of caps to have it searched for and ultimately returned to him, leading to the question, what is so important about that data? Benny points out that it has to do with the Securitrons, but he acts as though he isn't sure what. Nor does he know where the chip is supposed to be used, as it doesn't fit into any normal terminal. At the very least, the information about where the chip is supposed to be used is a lie. The chip is inserted into a computer within a bunker found in Kaiser's fort. Benny most likely knows this, as he makes for the fort if he ever gets to escape from you. The man lies through his teeth any chance he gets in order to save his own ass, and ultimately knows more about the chip and its usage than anyone else other than House himself. Once all is said and done, it's time to kill Benny. Again, if you don't do it here, you'll either have to do it down the road anyway, or you can let him go at the very end of the road in which he'll disappear forever. But this guy shot you in the head, twice even. I think it's time we return the favor. With Benny gone, you can pick up his sweet key, his unique pistol called Maria, and his unique suit if you wish. Finally, you can also grab the catalyst that started this entire journey, the Platinum Chip. No one will turn hostile over you killing Benny, and you can make your way back to House if you so choose. But there's one more spot to investigate
I'm always on
before
fire.
we consider doing that, Benny's suite. Heading up the nearby elevator on the ground floor will take you to Benny's suite where he lives within the Tops Casino. For the most part, the room looks fairly normal, but within the back of the living space, you can find a hollowed out back room set up by Benny when they were reconstructing
Yeah, I said I would.
the building. In it is
Still
a
haven't gotten
unique
one, so, you know.
Securitron known simply as Yes Man. Yes Man is a creation of Benny's, a reprogrammed Securitron that is forced to abide by the will of anybody who asks something of him, and with Yes Man, Benny was able to intercept some of Mr. House's data transmissions to find out that the Platinum Chip's main use seems to be for upgrading House's defense systems in some capacity. Yes Man can even confirm that there are 2 locations in which the chip can be used, within the Lucky 38 itself and within the underground bunker at Fortification Hill, which is currently under the occupation of the Legion. Benny's plan was to kill Mr. House and copy Yes Man into the Lucky 38 system, thus taking over New Vegas via the Securitrons. Since you are now the only one who knows about Yes Man, and Yes Man plus the Platinum Chip are the tools you need to both take control of and upgrade New Vegas, you now have the opportunity to take over Mr. House's own plan for yourself. What this means
I've gone
is that
like
you,
2 hours
the
without getting a
player,
drop
are
before,
the wild
so.
card of New Vegas, in a game that has been constantly suggesting you pick a side between the NCR, the Legion, or even Mr. House. There is actually one more choice to you that is not directly presented and can easily be missed on a first playthrough. Why not bypass all of the factions and do what you think is best for the Mojave, making Vegas truly independent, or simply take it over the factions to your will? Considering how I
okay
portrayed
damage,
and analyzed House earlier,
but 0 accuracy is pretty unfortunate.
Society, it'd be a little disingenuous
this is a good one though.
to simply take the strip over for yourself.
It's not like a good one. I'm not done,
but one he kind of expects from you. However, there is an alternative. Yes Man suggests that you look into each tribe and decide for yourself if they should be wiped out by New Vegas or left alone. Now, making that choice already says a lot. The fact that one would think they have the choice at all may seem rather authoritarian in itself. You have the power to be the arbiter of the Nevada, but should you be? Instead, let's take a different approach, one that isn't as obvious to Yes Man, but may become more obvious to yourself. True independence for all. You are not the leader of the Mojave, but you do have the ability now to make it truly independent, so it's not a question of should we let them be or should we kill them. Instead, you have the opportunity to do what you've potentially been doing throughout this adventure, performing good deeds, helping people, and seeing their factions and tribes see their own true potential. We dealt with issues for the Brotherhood and helped them thrive. We helped out the NCR so we could see them perform their own good deeds when they actually feel like not abusing their power. And we've even made peace with the various super mutant groups around the wasteland. You've helped the Kings and Freeside become a safer place overall, and there's still more good we can do. And then when all is said and done, when all of these locations and people are at their absolute best, you can be the threads that tie their relationships together, creating bonds between factions, ceasing hostilities to a point where every faction not only works together, but is fully independent if they so choose to be. It sounds a little too good to be true, and that's because it is. No matter how much you try to do good, the fact is that you are an interfering force within each faction and actively looking to mold them through your desire. Even with this ideology within your head, the fact remains that you hold so much power now, and it's that power that is even allowing you to perform these deeds in the first place. Even if you do good, having everyone work together and be truly independent, you got here through violence and force when no one ever asked you to. You made this decision yourself for the betterment of the people around you, and in a way that sounds no different than Mr. House himself, but we're going to do it anyway. Yes Man believes that by the time you have met with every faction and made your decisions on them, it'll be around the time the Legion attempts to attack the Hoover Dam to finally try and take control over the Nevada. Within that time, we need to visit every faction, including those we've already dealt with, to see if we can get them to a point where they will help us defend the dam not only from the Legion, but then from the NCR for a truly independent Vegas. Even when we're done talking to each tribe, before the end of the game, it'll be time to go through each DLC storyline. On the topic of DLC, it can all realistically be completed whenever you want, and for some people, earlier may be better due to the unique items you get to carry over with you back in the desert. In my personal opinion, I like to deal with each faction around the Mojave first, the Great Khans, the Brotherhood, even the Enclave via Arcade's companion quest. Then the three families, in effect the Chairman, the Omertas, and the White Glove Society. Don't forget about the Boomers either. Once all of this is complete and the tribes of the Mojave seem better off and willing to work for you, that's generally when I start all of the DLC back to back. Then once completed, it's all about dealing with the NCR and Legion until we ultimately lead into the finale of New Vegas, the Battle of Hoover Dam. But before that, we need to deal with Mr. House. Upon leaving the Tops, you'll be stopped by Volpez and Kulta, who we met before in Nipton. However, he's now dressed as a generic gambler to not give away his identity. We've committed countless crimes against the Legion in their eyes at this point, but this acts as a clean start. Not only has our negative reputation been set back to neutral, we also have an invitation to visit Caesar and meet with him, which we will do later. In order for us to work towards an independent Vegas, we need 3 things. The first of which is the Platinum Chip, which we already have. From there, we need to take over the Lucky 38, as well as activating a console within Fortification Hill to secure the true potential of the Securitrons. What do I mean by full potential? We'll be getting a demonstration shortly, but it involves us making a final visit to Mr. House, where we'll confront him once and for all. We've discussed enough about Mr. House, his ideology, and his future for New Vegas that simply falls into the same failures of the past. In order for New Vegas to be truly independent, no major faction can be in charge of the Mojave, meaning the NCR, the Legion, nor Mr. House, and out of all of those, the only ones you could even potentially make peace with is the NCR. Mr. House needs to be removed from the picture, and that's exactly what we'll be doing here. On initial playthroughs, the concept of killing Mr. House may not come up at all depending on who you side with. Both the NCR and the Legion will want him dead, but if you side with House, this is never necessary. Beside House's communication terminal is a small terminal that requires a science check to bypass unless you have a VIP keycard or the Platinum Chip itself. One of these keycards can actually be found within Camp Golf on Hanlon's desk, whether he has killed himself or not. Once you interact with the terminal and open a secret area within the penthouse, all Securitrons in the area will turn hostile. On its own, with you alone as your companions cannot follow you,
okay, I'm back.
Securitrons is a bit of a task. Overall, Securitrons are some of the stronger enemies within New Vegas, and they're only going to get stronger in a moment. However, you can
I return with water and
elevator that takes
also
you deep into the control room of
vodka,
38, where the Securitrons won't follow.
Just to balance
Here
out the
is
water.
Where we find Mr. House. As it turns out, we have been interacting with the true flesh and blood man from over 200 years ago, who has managed to keep himself alive through his investments and advancements in technology, but at some sort of cost. Mr. House is locked inside this chamber and unable to leave. Even exiting the chamber for a moment would contaminate him anyway, leading to an eventual death. Once you activate the nearby terminal and release House from the chamber,
I'm not drinking fucking straight vodka.
House is an individual who has put centuries worth of work into his plan for an independent Vegas. He has sacrificed money, time, and essentially his own humanity to make it happen, truly believing he has been doing good onto the people of the Mojave, only for you to simply wipe the slate clean. But it's not that simple. While it's true House has set up a base to perform good, to say that he has been performing good is disingenuous at best. We've already looked into why this was, with the pain and suffering of people who aren't lucky enough to make it into the Strip, as well as people within the Strip anyway. House doesn't perform good. He performs selfish acts in order to see his visions realized. A vision I don't particularly
I was thinking about getting a drink anyway, so
questions throughout
I was getting a good
Vegas
opportunity.
in the first place. With House out of his chamber, it's already too late for him.
Oh yeah, also
You
the
can
music
kill
stopped.
him or disconnect him from the network, leaving him alive for a time, but essentially helpless in his tube. It's up to you, and I generally tend to put him out of his misery sooner rather than later. As soon as you've taken out House, a quest will activate called The House Has Gone Bust, and it will immediately fail following that. It can randomly complete within some playthroughs, but as far as I'm aware, it is unknown what actually causes this. But House is gone, and it's time to move forward with your own plans for Vegas. As you exit the control room, you'll find the Securitrons are no longer hostile. Additionally, if you opted to kill House, you receive a pre-written and unfinished obituary sent directly to your Pip-Boy. House really did try to prepare for everything, it seems. All that's left to do in the immediate area is to grab Yes Man and bring him to the Lucky 38 penthouse, where he will be uploaded into the mainframe in order to take over the Lucky 38 systems and analyze the Platinum Chip to figure out what it's actually supposed to do. Yes Man takes a moment to get acquainted with everything once uploaded and sends you further down into the depths of the 38 to see a demonstration in regards to the Platinum Chip's potential. Think of the chip as a special USB drive holding various drivers for various aspects of the Securitron. For devices to work on a computer and communicate with the OS, drivers must be installed that will facilitate this communication. Your keyboard and mouse will work if they don't have the appropriate drivers installed, for example. The same can be said for the Securitrons. Currently, they work on their Mark I OS and have several features installed that cannot be used because the current OS does not have the drivers to do so. That's where the Platinum Chip comes in. It includes a Mark II version of the software that will upgrade the Securitrons from walking Gatling guns and lasers to automatic grenade launchers, a missile launching system, and the ability to self-repair, upping their efficiency by over 200% per unit. There's more to it than this though. On top of upgrading all of the units on the strip itself, there's one spot we need to stop by within Fortification Hill, aka the Legion Fort. But we're not going to make our way over there just yet. Instead, we're going to continue on our quest to better all of the surrounding tribes and factions so they're in a place where they can support us during the Battle of Hoover Dam and for whatever comes forward. At this point in the game, you may be asking yourself if this is the right course of action, and maybe to you it isn't. There's some valid concerns to bring up at this point, but the biggest has to be Yes Man himself. While Yes Man isn't necessarily running things, he's a flaw within the system that you abuse to get past House's mainframe. What is stopping someone from doing this themselves? If you're someone that has played New Vegas before, you may also make note of a certain
I gotta say, whoever invented alcohol nailed it.
Not to spoil too much of the ending until we get there, but Yes Man does have a rather ominous line where he mentions how he will be going offline and installing a new form of code that he found within Mr. House's possession. This new line of code will make him more assertive, which sounds like a typical AI plotline of Yes Man foreshadowing he will eventually take over given the opportunity, but this is actually not the case. Joshua Sawyer, the lead developer and project lead on Fallout New Vegas, mentions in a forum post that the idea of
I don't think he made like, you know, a fuck ton of wine. Also, I don't like wine.
Him who isn't the courier, essentially making the courier the only person that Yes Man will steward for. Still, this doesn't change the fact that Yes Man holds a large amount of power for us, and it's something he could potentially take away. That's something you have to consider with all of the endings of New Vegas. No matter how much they try to tie up loose ends,
good job.
The future is not something you can look forever into. We never know what kind of issues may arise. While an independent Vegas may seem like a dangerous course of action, it may be the best, and those risks may be worth it. It's up to you as the player to decide if that's the case. Maybe Yes Man is a flaw in the system forever, a constant danger that could be used towards our downfall. But maybe he won't be. We don't know because the game doesn't go that far. All we can do is deal with the present situations and hope for a better future while securing all we can. With House out of the picture and Yes Man uploaded, you'll get a notification quest for both the NCR
now,
and
if
the
Jesus
Legion
made
that
like beer,
says that further work with Yes Man will cause the NCR
different
Legion
story,
to
you know what I
refuse
mean?
working with you. It's a way of informing the player that they are close to locking in their trajectory for the ending, so we'll spend our time elsewhere helping various factions from here on until the DLC and ultimately the end of New Vegas as a whole. For the most part, we've helped out everyone outside of Vegas.
Enjoy your giving me free watch time.
Like Boomers allows us to have them confirm their allegiance, though not everyone is confirmed as of yet. For one, we still have the Great Khans to deal with. After the massacre at Bitter Springs, the Khans migrated to Red Rock Canyon, where they spent the majority of their time creating drugs and shipping them across the desert. It's hard to say what is the exact best course of action with the Khans. Currently, their leader, Papa Khan, is being won over by the Legion, who have promised the Khans a lot, including power, influence, and the ability to spread out within the Mojave. Most of this is lies. The truth is that the Legion is notorious for taking in tribes only to destroy them from the inside, enslaving the women and killing the men. The Legion only cares about cleaning the Mojave out for itself, not the betterment of other factions, and it becomes your job to show this to Papa Khan if you so choose. There's 3 groups of tribes members you need to convince in order to get Papa Khan to see the Legion for what they really are, but this doesn't mean they'll suddenly join up with the NCR, and it's obvious why. For the most part, while we will be creating an independent Vegas, we still need to help the NCR win the Battle of Hoover Dam so we can stamp out the conflict for good, before pushing out the NCR's authority on the region. There's a faction later on where you come to an issue with this, helping Arcade's friends within the Enclave. One member will outright refuse to help the NCR in any capacity, and while you can convince the individual to a change of heart, you can't do something like that to people who have effectively had their women and children massacred by a military operation gone awry. The Khans will never work with the NCR as long as Papa Khan is in charge, so we need to find another way to deal with them. One of the ambassadors we need to convince is the son of Papa Khan, Regis, who actually comes to us with the task. Regis understands that the Legion is awful, but isn't completely sure sure they are lying to the cons and needs a bit more proof before he's fully swayed. You can offer proof by pickpocketing the diary of the Legion ambassador within the camp and giving it to Papa Khan, who will kill the man in retaliation. With that out of the way, you still need to convince the duo Jack and Diane, where convincing one will count for both of them due to their close relationship. Diane is a little more involved in terms of convincing, as she needs you to find proof of Legion misdeeds against her drug runners. But you can simply convince Jack with a speech check in order to do the deed. That being said, we can still do some good here. To earn some con fame, and with a high enough science skill, we can teach Jack how to make various chems for sale, but at the same time also convince him to start making medicine as well, while teaching him how to make things like super stim packs. Diane has a few drug running jobs for us. The first is a delivery to an individual in the Crimson Caravan. Following that, we have to save one of her runners who was crucified back in Cottonwood Cove, which we've dealt with previously. Finally, she wants you to make a delivery to Motor Runner back at the Fiend hideout in Vault 3. If you've been following the adventure up to this point, this is the last thing we actually need to do in Vault 3 before being able to kill Motor Runner. The minute we deliver the chems to him, we can off him and take out the remaining fiends within the vault without failing the questline. There's one final ambassador to meet named Melissa, and she's located in a camp on the top of Quarry Junction where we killed all of the Deathclaws previously. I don't know if I talked about that, but I did.
Yeah, no, he looks retarded.
There. She's potentially the easiest out of anyone to convince, as she wants to be a high-ranking soldier within the Legion, a faction that doesn't allow women to be anything other than slaves. You don't even need a speech check to prove this to her. You just tell her outright and she takes it at face value. It would have been better to at least require some sort of proof or a skill check like everyone else, but for some reason it wasn't the case here, leaving this interaction slightly underwhelming. With all of the ambassadors convinced and the Legion ambassador dead, you can return to Papa Khan, who mentions that he has been hearing a lot of your exploits and agrees that the Legion is not the right call after all. The issue for Papa Khan is that he wants to leave a legacy for his tribe. He wants them to no longer be in a place of weakness, but power that will allow them to thrive without scrounging. And while this is commendable, the fact remains that they have been doing this so far through attacking supply outposts and drug running. What got them to this point, however, was being pushed out by Mr. House and the three families, as well as a retaliation by the NCR. The cons are pushed into a corner in the Mojave. They're alone with no help from the Legion, a refusal to join the NCR, and House is now gone. What's their best course of action? You can convince them to essentially suicide at the dam in battle, or you can suggest Papa Khan be more introspective and consider growing his tribe away from the Mojave. Going this route convinces the cons to leave Red Rock Canyon during the Battle of Hoover Dam, where they will eventually reconnect with the followers of the Apocalypse and finally thrive. There are a few other options. If you sided with the NCR, for example, you could get Regis to replace his father as leader. Regis is more open to the idea of allying with the NCR, so this makes said alliance possible. But the kicker here is that the NCR attempt to remove the cons anyway by relocating them to such a desolate reservation far away from their trade routes, essentially dooming them. The only actual happy ending for the cons where they are free and thriving is through independence. No other faction is willing to actually leave them be, and this is just another example of the themes involving larger factions of power doing everything they can to expand and force their will onto others. With the cons dealt with, there's one more faction we haven't met yet that also has a long, violent history with the NCR, and that's the Enclave. At this point in the story progression, having Arcade accompany you will cause him to speak out about everything that is going on and how he feels compelled to help. Through that, he knows of remnants of the Enclave that he grew up with. Previously, I talked about the Enclave as a whole and Arcade's involvement within, but Arcade never did much for the Enclave specifically because he was born in a time when they had already been defeated. He recognizes the terrible acts they had done to the people of the Wasteland, but he also knows good people after the fact that help him grow up as a sort of replacement for both his father, that he never met, as well as his mother who died later on. The remnants are people we've met before, mostly. They're all NPCs within the Waste in their old age who have settled down within some capacity. One example is Dr. Henry, who we met back at Jacobstown. You'd never assume the man to be ex-Enclave, and that's why it's such a surprise to see these individuals you may have run into once or twice turn out to have access to a secret bunker full of Enclave equipment, including a functional vertibird. Arcade gives us the location of all the remaining remnant members, as we need them all to show up to the bunker in order to open it using their passphrase, of which each of the members has a single word known to them to form a coherent sentence when brought together.
I've never done this because I end up just killing everyone,
also Daisy Whitman,
or just not going that deep into it. Like, I know I've never done anything with the followers of the Apocalypse. I just
cave within the desert
don't care.
Orion Marino, who lives, I'm just going to call him Marino, who lives near the NCR sharecropper farms. Marino is particularly hostile over the NCR as they are slowly expanding and soon coming for his own property near the farms. He also holds resentment for how they pushed the remnants out of their various bases of operation after the Enclave collapsed. Each time you get one of the remnants to agree to meet at the bunker, you also get a monologue from Arcade about how the individual affected him while growing up. Arcade has fond memories of these people, but sometimes questions their motivations and actions, which you can comment on here and there. Once all remnants have been talked to, you can head to the bunker near Jacobstown and enter the password "Dear old friends, remember Navarro," letting you meet with the remnants while they are all together in here. But this will cause Cannibal Johnson and Arcade to leave with no hope of convincing them otherwise.
I really love killing people. You know what I mean?
NCR for this battle alone causes Marino to leave temporarily to don his Enclave armor and turn temporarily hostile. However, a speech check can convince him to help out by mentioning how he will get to show NCR firsthand how much better he is in comparison to them. That's literally how you describe it to him. After all is said and done, the remnants will agree to help you, and Arcade will ask what he should do at this point. You can convince him to either return to the followers or help the remnants in battle.
Watch my channel get banned like 2 days after getting monetized.
Having him stick with the remnants is possibly the best result overall, as it forces him to grab his father's unique Enclave Tesla armor, which is the best medium armor
was
in
Troy
the game,
guy
and
that
can
we
be
just
given to the player
partnered
with the right dialogue
calls his
options.
viewers
Either way,
retarded
Arcade is no longer a possible
and says he
companion
likes
for us,
killing
but
people.
Regardless of your choice, he will show up in the Battle of Hoover Dam. So where do we go from here? It's almost time to discuss the DLC.
I don't know.
Before that, we'll deal with the 3 major families in New Vegas. Luckily, by dealing with Benny, we already have dealt with the chairman, but we still have the Omertas and the White Glove Society to look at. First on our list of families to deal with are the Omertas within the Gomorrah Casino. They're your typical description of a mob family, and they use their casino to run a prostitution ring outside of their courtyard. While not particularly relevant to their main quest line, there is a side quest where you can help the prostitutes escape from the Omertas. We're here for information to start, and to make sure we hit the casino floor and get kicked out, as we've been doing so at every other casino along the way. You get an achievement for doing so, and it's good cap, so if your luck's high, give it a shot yourself. The receptionist at the entrance can be convinced into telling us about any suspicious goings-on, and she directs us to Caccino, who is the most likely to spill the beans on anything. Caccino immediately hears we've been talking about him and seeks us out, threatening us into keeping silent. The best way to get Caccino talking is to steal his journal, which you can pickpocket off of him. You can show him that you have the journal in your possession, which immediately causes him to turn nervous, leading to a barter where you can get a few hundred caps as well as learning about the dealings going on. Caccino agrees and tells you that the 2 owners of the Gomorrah, Nero and Big Sal, seem to be planning something in regards to Mr. House and the Lucky 38. The Omertas have 2 people of note working for them currently, a man named Clandon and another man named Troy. Caccino points out that Clandon appears especially clean, having never been seen partaking in gambling or with the sex workers, leading him to assume there's something more to the guy that leaves Caccino nervous. Troik, on the other hand, is all about gun smuggling and has been working for the Omertas against his will to get them a large supply of weaponry. We can find a blackmail note within the safe.
This lemonade that I have
explaining how Troik was forced to work with
is literally, it's basically just lemon juice with like water and a little sugar. It's not sweet at all. It basically just tastes like lemon juice. I'm a huge fan of it.
As evidence to prove it to him and have him help you destroy the weapons. Clandon, on the other hand, turns out to be an expert in explosives, but that's not what's most interesting about him. Doing some digging, you can find the area around Clandon's suite to be covered in blood. Within a secret safe behind a wardrobe is a set of snuff tapes made by Clandon, who has been periodically killing people and recording the process. Confronting Clandon with this will turn him hostile.
I don't like sweet lemonade.
Overall, it should be obvious what the plan is.
I kind of do, but like not really. I much prefer this stuff.
Guns to take out Mr. House and help the Legion take over New Vegas. Although you only find out about the Legion later on. By getting rid of the weapons in Clandon, you have hindered them but not put them out of commission.
When I was younger, I used to literally like
Big Sal need to be taken out.
fucking squeeze a bottle of lemon juice into a glass and fucking drink it.
Bring you in for an interrogation where you can take them out. If you have the speech check for it, you can convince Caccino to do the shooting, but this won't be necessary. When we enter the interrogation, Big Sal explains how he's going to kill us, but before that, we can have him explain the plan to us with the relevant skill check. Afterward, we can lie and comment that Nero actually had us commit these acts in order to betray Big Sal, which leads to the two shooting at one another and eventually at you and Caccino once one of them dies. After the shootout,
we'd literally just buy like
will be considered
bottles of lemon juice,
future of the strip. The final of the
and I just drink them.
Also happens to be
like, you know, pour them into glasses, drink them.
Overall, the White Glove Society runs the casino known as the Ultra Lux. Lux is a way of saying luxury to describe something expensive or glamorous, and that's the entire point of the Ultra Lux and its members. All of the individuals within are dressed in formal attire, many wearing masks to hide their faces and add an air of mystery to the society in order to make it more intriguing to those that show up. They purposefully keep their society closed off from regular members. No one can officially join the White Gloves, and this exclusivity has naturally led to envy from the members of the New Vegas Strip. This is all the plan of Marjorie, a high-ranking member of the society who looked to make their casino as successful as possible. She has even set up a system where individuals can become honorary members with some perks in order to make individuals on the Strip want to be part of the society even more. When you approach the Ultralux, there is a man outside by the name of Walter Phoebus. Talking to Walter informs you that Heck Gunderson, a rancher who makes purchases of land cheaply and by force, is staying at the casino, and Walter is looking to get revenge against him. Heck has a lot of money and a lot of manpower. It's become very easy for him to exert his will in order to build his empire, which sounds like pretty much every other faction in the game thus far, especially the MCR and Legion. Heck is just a smaller, more contained version of a greater problem in terms of factions and their direct opposition towards independence. Walter wants revenge, and you can help him in getting it if you want, but Walter's wife just wants to let this all go and travel back home. We'll be dealing with Heck for a little while, and this is one of the cleanest ways to quickly finish Walter's questline via a skill check, convincing him to go back to his ranch and not stooping to Heck's level. Whether you think stooping to his level is justified or not, there's a good reason to not kill him outside of Walter's revenge. As we'll see shortly, we unfortunately need Heck, and there's ways we can guarantee his compliance for the future. Inside the Ultralux, we can meet the man himself. Heck is a man of privilege and power. In a casino where all weapons must be taken on entry, Heck is sitting at the bar with several armed guards. He isn't someone who needs to play by the rules of the Strip necessarily, and that's because he is the main
See, the thing is, I buy cheap vodka
to do business at the Ultralux,
because it's
but
cheap.
Unfortunately, he is dealing with more pressing matters, specifically the disappearance of his son, Ted Gunderson. The Ultralux questline is one of my favorites due to its mysterious nature and the investigation that unfolds, teaching you more about the White Glove Society's past as well as the casino's inner workings. Heck asks you to look into his son's disappearance.
Yeah, I doubt it's as cheap as the shit I'm buying.
Casino. If his son is dead, he wants to know who is.
But I'll look into
so
it.
Deal with them himself. To start things off, we can talk to Marjorie, who runs the Gourmand, a high-class restaurant within the Ultralux. Asking her about the disappearance irritates her, as Marjorie explains she already answered everything about the case of a missing woman to another detective. Unfortunately for Marjorie, this isn't about a missing woman, it's about a missing man, leading her to realize that several people must have gone missing, which would be bad for business. She informs you that the detective is still here, staying in one of the rooms. She directs you to the maitre d', Mortimer, who has information on said room. Before that though, you can prod Marjorie about the past of the White Gloves and how they used to be active cannibals in the region, until turning over a new leaf to better acclimate to modern society alongside House. And it may sound like I'm glossing over that, but yes, the White Gloves were at one time cannibalistic, and this fact will play directly into finding the missing individual. While talking to Mortimer about the case, he will give you the room number while also asking if you have any new information for the detective. This is Mortimer's attempt at
the shit I buy is in plastic bottles
against him, as he is one of the key players in the disappearances. Heading up to the detective's room leads you to a scene of a murder. If you're running the Wild Wasteland trait, the dead detective is based off of the main agent from CSI Miami, David Caruso. Here you're attacked by a White Glove Society member, but killing him will not trigger the rest of the society to become hostile. On the body of the detective is a matchbook which points to a meeting in the spa's steam room around 4 p.m. If you head there around the indicated time, you'll met by Chauncey, a member of the White Gloves who has found himself diving headfirst into the goings-on within the casino. Chauncey informs you that Mortimer and multiple members of the White Glove Society have been secretly discussing going back
I'm
to
by
the
Burnett's
ways.
vodka.
Chauncey unfortunately overheard this and thus had to take part or be killed by the group for hearing too much. Chauncey was meant to meet with the deceased detective, but you're the next best thing and he agrees to work with you. Chauncey informs you that the next meal to be served to the Society and the Gourmand will be human flesh. To consume human flesh at this point is punishable by the Society via death, and Mortimer knows this. Thus, his plan is to feed human flesh to the unknowing members to create a situation where everyone is technically guilty, and try to convert them back to cannibalism. Ted, the planned meal for the banquet, is held close to the head chef, Felipe, within the members-only section of the Gourmand. After telling you all this, an assassin appears to kill the both of you. Chauncey is guaranteed to die, while you have to fight your way out of the spa. You can sneak into the members-only section of the Ultralux if you wish, but you can also be sponsored by Marjorie as an honorary member if your fame is high enough within the strip. Either way, you head into the back rooms of the Ultralux in search of the chef Felipe. Felipe is a lot. He's in charge of cooking all of the gourmet meals for the Gourmand, and when you sneak in to meet him, you are met with verbal hostility and vulgarity. There are several ways you can get him out of the kitchen, but one of the best is by comedically, psychologically analyzing his hostility until he realizes that he has mommy and daddy issues, as he puts it. Once Felipe comes to his senses, he'll leave the kitchen and put you in charge. At this point, you can head to the back freezer and find Ted Gunderson locked inside. After saving him, you have a few options. First and foremost, it's in your best interest to not tell Ted who kidnapped him, as he isn't aware of how he ended up in the freezer after being knocked unconscious. Next, you can either return Ted right away, or you can pull one over on Mortimer. To do this, you need to make a meal that is similar in texture to human flesh. A survival skill of 75 or an intelligence check of 6 will allow you to use the various ingredients around the kitchen to make it happen. Once complete, you can use the intercom system to call the server down and then hide while he takes the meal. From there, it's just about sneaking up to the Gourmand with Ted, where Mortimer will be giving a speech about the tribe's past, how they've lost their way, and how he believes they need to go back to human flesh as it is to Mortimer one of the
you live in
ultimate
Brazil.
delicacies. Once the speech is complete
That being
and
said,
everyone
I'm
believes
sure
they
that
have
exists
eaten
here too.
human flesh, you can appear from the shadows to confront Mortimer, showing that Ted is alive and
I
explaining
haven't
that the meal is
personally
not
seen it.
actually human. This infuriates Mortimer, who runs off vowing to make an even better society of his own. Once all is said and done, you can return Ted to Heck Gunderson. When Heck asks who did this, you can lie to him and say that you don't know, or explain how it was Mortimer. If you explain that the White Glove Society was at all involved, Heck will vow to never work for them again. But a skill check can convince him otherwise, meaning he will continue to supply the strip with meat. This is one of the reasons it's more beneficial to not kill Heck at this point. He is the main supplier of food for the strip, and losing him could be catastrophic to the supply for everyone in the area. That doesn't mean what Heck does is right. He's still a bully who pushes around those he deems weaker so he can take over their ranch. There's a problem with Heck being involved with an independent Vegas, similar to how there is a problem with the NCR. But within the scope of the game, we do not have the ability to resolve the situation as best as we could. Rather, it's better to have Heck working for us now with some possibility.
Yeah, I'm aware of other
dealing
cheap
with him
alcohol
outside
that
of
I
the game's
actually
storyline in the
like
future.
drinking.
Before moving on, you
But,
can side with Mortimer early into the questline. You can convince him you are also cannibalistic.
I'd rather
with a
just buy
speech
this.
check, and I assume the cannibal perk, and then he will inform you about all of his misdeeds, how they kidnapped the woman I mentioned earlier, attempted to kidnap another individual, and kidnapped Ted Gunderson. You can agree to help in retrieving the escaped victim, or you can even choose to turn in one of your own companions, which will obviously
like
have
wine
them
either.
permanently lost. I love this questline for several reasons. I love the noir detective aspect of it the most, but I also appreciate how many directions it can go in. This is one of New Vegas's strong suits within side quests, but no better does it shine than in the events of the White Glove Society. Do you look into the murders, or do you side with Mortimer? Do you expose Mortimer after saving Ted, or do you simply return Ted to his father? Do you tell Heck what happened, or leave it all a mystery? There's a lot to choose from here, and it helps shape the quest into being a unique experience for everyone who plays it. Now, by this point in the game, we've helped out every faction there is to help out, aside from the NCR and the Legion, who we will deal with later. Before that, however, it's time to deal with the New Vegas DLC, which is some of the best content to come out of this entry in my opinion. The New Vegas DLC is special for multiple reasons. For one, events within it are foreshadowed throughout the base game. Before the DLC had even been released, talk of Father Elijah and of the other courier, for example, lead you to hearing about said individuals before meeting them face to face in their dedicated storylines. Even within the downloadable content itself, the characters will often discuss areas they've been to that are specifically featured later on. Dead Money is especially good at this, and that's where we'll be starting our DLC journey, as I plan on covering these in chronological order based on their release date. You receive several radio signals at the start of the game, assuming you have the relevant DLC installed. For the most part, you can begin any of the DLC whenever you want and in any order, but they will generally warn you that you should be at least a certain level before engaging in it. Dead Money expects you to be level 20, but even that is fairly low due to the change in game design and mechanics that you'll experience within. The radio signal tells you the tale of the Sierra Madre, a grand pre-war casino resort that promises the individual listening the opportunity to escape their troubles and begin again. The signal leads you to an abandoned Brotherhood of Steel bunker. This bunker was owned by Father Elijah, and you can make a short detour to find his living quarters with a locked terminal and a footlocker which can't be unlocked until the end of the DLC. Dead Money relies heavily on environmental storytelling. Just in the bunker alone, we learn a man of high intellect was staying here, and just as we enter, we are met with the decapitated corpse of an individual in a jumpsuit, which is used to foreshadow our own predicament shortly. While exploring, you'll see a radio in the distance of the bunker, and approaching it triggers a gas trap that knocks you out, thus starting the storyline.
You've heard of the Sierra Madre Casino. We all have. The legend, the curses, foolishness about it lying in the middle of the city of the dead, buried beneath a blood-red cloud, a bright, shining monument luring treasure hunters to their doom. The world's most famous stars and entertainers were invited to its grand opening. An invitation was a sign of exclusiveness. The opening was supposed to symbolize a road to a brighter future. Not just for the world, but for all who came to its doors. Chance for anyone to begin again. Except the Sierra Madre never opened. The war froze it in time, like a big flashbulb going off. The grand opening, one big ending of humanity. It's still out there, in the wastes, preserved, just waiting for someone to crack it open. But getting to it, that's not the hard part. It's letting go.
When you awaken, you are within the Sierra Madre Villa, essentially a resort town for individuals to live, rest, and relax. That unfortunately didn't get to see extended use due to the bombs falling during the war. The entire area was built and designed by Frederick Sinclair, a wealthy businessman with a large ego. Frederick wanted the resort to be perfect, to the point that he had some of the best and most revolutionary technology installed. Vending machines that appear limitless with supplies, a state-of-the-art security system using holograms, and an air conditioning / climate control system that has backfired to the point that it has consumed the resort in a red toxic fog. You awaken to a hologram projection of Father Elijah. We've heard about him a lot from Veronica and the Brotherhood over this retrospective, but as a refresher, Elijah is often obsessed with high-tech weaponry, to the point that he forced a battle between the Brotherhood and the NCR while he tried to defend Helios 1, attempting to find Archimedes, which we've already found by this point in time. Elijah disappeared during the battle and hasn't been seen since. That's due to him finding out about the Sierra Madre. Now Elijah uses the signal himself to lure in further prospectors. He then traps them, attaches an explosive collar to them for compliance, and uses them to find a way into the casino and further into the vault where the treasure of the Sierra Madre lays dormant. As an individual with a Pip-Boy boy, Elijah is able to communicate with you throughout the
Imagine
villa
if in
in a
like
way
the
he
first
couldn't
ever
do with the other
McDonald's they had a
victims.
freestyle
I won't be going
machine.
into the entire backstory of the
That'd be pretty
Sierra
fucking
Madre or
crazy.
Dead Money, but the cloud is a huge mechanical feature within the game itself. Players generally have to navigate around the areas that are drenched in the red mist or be subject to HP loss over time. The cloud also led to the mutation of several construction workers into what are now known as ghost people. These individuals are incredibly difficult to kill, sporting specialized hazmat suits that were designed and created within the Big Empty, an area we will explore within the third DLC. Killing a ghost isn't enough, you have to actively dismember them as well to keep them dead. Otherwise, they revive over time. I'm actually curious how well this DLC lined up with Dead Space's release, and I should probably
Yeah,
look
McDonald's
that
is
up
just like the
later.
first
On
one.
top of this, they are incredibly resilient damage sponges, meaning characters
I've
with
never
low
really liked
combat
McDonald's.
stats may have an exceptionally difficult time against them. This leads to the main mechanical aspects of Dead Money, stealth, and confinement. You are no
Here it
longer in
sucks.
the
I don't
open
know where
world
it
of
is.
Mojave, but
Or,
instead
yeah,
trapped
where it
within
is.
the
I don't know
Sierra
how it
Madre
is where you
Resort
are, but
against individuals who may be exceptionally stronger than you. For this reason, Dead Money focuses
Actually,
much
you
more
know what?
on a stealth-based approach to
Is that true?
combat. You start with
I
no
like
items
their
to aim
breakfast.
aside from a hollow rifle given to you by Father Elijah. You have to scrounge and scavenge for supplies and try to save as much ammo as possible until you're better off. It's an attempt at survival horror while also mixing in elements of a grand casino heist. You may see why then that this DLC did not sit right with people when first released. Dead Money is a large departure from the typical Fallout gameplay experience. It's creepy, difficult, and focuses much more
But their
on
burgers
inventory
are very
management
good.
than you may be used to coming from the Mojave. It wasn't what people were expecting from a DLC, especially after Fallout 3 had several expansion releases that were all fairly similar to the typical Fallout 3 gameplay experience. But through doing something so off the beaten path, Dead Money ends up aging as one of the most unique examples of New Vegas's
Was that not
storytelling. In fact, out of all
how it
four
worked
DLC, Dead
before?
Money is one of my favorites for the storyline alone, as well as the fresh experience after traversing the Mojave for so long. The collar Elijah has attached to you isn't just for you. There are several other scavengers around the Sierra Madre that have died attempting this heist, and you are just one of the many nameless faces Elijah has taken control of. Currently, there are 3 other active individuals around the villa, including a mute by the name of Christine, a super mutant by the name of Dog, and a ghoul by the name of Dean Domino. Each of your callers have been tied to
For,
one
like,
another.
everything?
If one of you dies, you all die, and Elijah has
Or
done
do you-
this as an
or,
incentive
like,
to have you work together. Dead Money's
just
themes
McDonald's,
focus
sorry.
on the concept of greed, change, and letting go. The people that have arrived
Oh,
at the
that's
Sierra
not-
Madre have done so out of curiosity and greed, and this has led to them often becoming hostile with other individuals
probably
there
just
for the
fucking-
same
I didn't
thing.
want that.
This is
I guess
then
you're probably just
Elijah's
talking about
way to
McDonald's.
make sure his team of misfits work together without ripping each other
That's kinda funny.
apart. The majority of the tasks within the DLC focus on your companions, and for that reason, there's a lot of dialogue surrounding them in order for you to not only get to know them, but also build a rapport with them as well. It's open-ended
All
on who you
festives, I
help
see.
first, but I often start with Christine for a variety of reasons. Namely, you can grab the assassin suit from the locations she is trapped in. Christine is locked within the villa's local infirmary. Along the way, you'll most likely run into a Vendortron that can dispense items for use via Sierra Madre chips. These chips can be found scattered around the area.
Yeah,
or in
Burger King, we
containers
don't,
and are a means
like,
of
do
helping you
that,
gain
but,
supplies since everything in your inventory has been stripped from you.
you
The
know,
one
bring it up
weapon
to your
you have
car
at
if
the
we, like,
time is
park
a
you.
unique item known as a hollow rifle. It's a long-range energy weapon that can deal energy damage over
No,
time
not for
when it
fast
hits
food.
an enemy, but it's not very good at this.
Although there are
The
some
Vendortrons have several firmware upgrades scattered around the
places
villa.
where,
By
like,
finding these, they open up more inventory for you to purchase with your
well,
chip.
it's not very
Some of these
common, but
items
there's
even
one
include
place near me that
upgrades
I
for
like
your
that's like
hollow
this.
rifle. This helps promote exploring
It's
the
like
villa
a pretty
away from
decent
the
burger
various
place,
quest
but you just
markers.
go
You
up and
can
order
find
at the
recipes
counter, and then
and
they like
secret
give you a
stashes
number, and
set
you
up
just go
by
sit down, and then
Dean
it,
Domino
and they
in
bring
order
it to
gain
you.
more supplies, and these are often tied to
It's not really
challenges,
fast
meaning
food,
finding them
but
can
it's
also
pretty
lead to
quick though.
EXP
But
bonuses. When
yeah,
you
I like
reach the
that.
infirmary, you are met with your first hologram experience. The Sierra Madre is littered with these holographic security systems, holograms that can attack you but are invincible to retaliation. This forces you to take non-combative approaches to working your way around them. Stealth is an option, but generally you can find terminals that will allow you to change the hologram's patrol routes. Even better, you can usually find the emitter creating the holograms and deactivate it with a skill check to make the security disappear entirely. There's several options to dealing with them, and all
most places it kind of depends on
within the infirmary
where
is
you
the
are.
assassin suit, one of the better light
I don't know if they do that or not here.
Its stealth bonus. In fact, we'll be wearing it throughout the rest of the playthrough until Old World Blues, where we get kind of an upgraded version of it, though we go back to the assassin suit later on. Further in is a set of auto docks, one of which has Christine trapped within. Upon saving her, you are met with a bald, scarred woman who also happens to be mute. You can communicate with Christine, but it's a unique form of dialogue as she can't speak. You have to read her motions and what she is attempting to convey to you, and use options like perception checks to better understand her and infer what she means when conversing. There's a lot to Christine. She explains to you that she is hunting Elijah as
that's what I figured.
That she was separated
that's what it
from
sounded
her
like.
Romantic interest. This turns out to be Veronica, who had actually mentioned Christine to us when discussing her past within the Brotherhood. This means Christine as well is a member of the Brotherhood. The scar on her neck is
it sounds like
fresh, as
your
the Autodoc
McDonald's
has
just
removed her
sucks.
vocal cords, but the scars around her head are less fresh and caused by a system within the Big Empty that you will actually be subjected to. Do you see what I mean so far? Almost everything that has or will happen to you or your companions is tied in some way to the events and locations within future DLC. While the grand narrative of each entry is contained and doesn't require you to play the others, you get a much richer narrative experience by playing everything together, and it's rewarding to be able to catch these little pieces of dialogue on subsequent playthroughs. Christine and all of the other companions are unique to this DLC, and for that reason you develop your relationship with them very quickly. What this means is that you need to stay on good terms with them, and it isn't difficult to get on their bad side. Christine, for example, can be threatened and persuaded to do things outside of her comfort zone, and this leaves her with a bad perception of the character. Alternatively, you can get to know Christine, understand her, and ask rather than tell. Through this, you and Christine will become closer, and in the final encounter with Elijah, she and the other companions can help you in various ways. That is, if you get into said encounter. Dead money can end in a lot of ways, and combat isn't all of the options. By taking Christine as a companion, she gives you the signal interference perk. The radios around the villa can set your caller off over time, and there's a beeping sound to let you know how close this is to happening. The player can turn off some of the radios and blow up others, but several are shielded, which means you have to work your way around them quickly. Christine's perk helps with this by giving you an extended delay before the beeping process begins. The next companion to grab
Why don't you just go back and be like, hey, my order is wrong. Make it correctly this time.
Crouched up and whimpering within his cage, one that you cannot open. Dog is a special character in that he has a split personality. Dog is obedient and listens to Elijah, treating him like his master. He's essentially a ravenous animal. In fact, Dog is the one that drags all the trapped scavengers to the villa for Elijah. On the other side of things is God, or the Voice, who is more well-spoken and with better reasoning skills, although just as vicious if you get on his bad side. When you meet the mutant, Dog is under control, but by finding a holotape file with God's voice, you can play it to bring him out of the mental cage and back in control. God and Dog are two halves of the same coin, but they don't necessarily see eye to eye. Dog wants to obey Elijah, and God wants to free Dog from said enslavement. God cares for Dog since Dog cannot care for himself, and for that reason, God is very protective of him. If you wish to use and converse with Dog over God, you need to play a holo message from Elijah. The player can choose who they interact with and have several opportunities to force the super mutant to be obedient by bringing Dog out of his cage. However, the player can build a better rapport with the two by allowing God to stay awake and constantly reminding him that he isn't forced to do anything. Once you either convince God that you aren't working for Elijah or force Dog back out to listen to your commands, you can then send them back to the fountain in the villa square and head off for the final companion, Dean Domino. Dean is probably one of the easiest companions to get on the bad side of. He was friends with Frederick Sinclair and introduced Sinclair to a singer named Vera, leading to the two falling in love. Dean had some plans, however, and Vera was simply a tool for him getting into the Sierra Madre's vault. Unfortunately, the war and bombs falling have left the man outside of the casino and ghoulified, while also ending up collared thanks to Elijah and Dog. You have to be very careful when talking to Dean if you don't want to get on his bad side and have have him eventually turn hostile later on. The way to do this is to not pass any checks that seem to hurt Dean's ego, things like barter checks, and make sure you never say anything negative towards him. It's pretty easy to do when you know ahead of time, but there's potentially never been a time in the game when using a skill check has led to a negative outcome for the player. I'll talk more about my thoughts on the mechanic near the end of the DLC, but for now let's detail how
haven't done that in a while, actually.
When you first meet Dean, he has you sit down beside him before informing you that he has an explosive charge under the seat. This is where most people seal their fate. Saying anything negative towards Dean or passing a barter check locks you into him eventually turning hostile. Instead, making choices that show you are listening to Dean, treating him as a superior or a partner allow him to stay friendly. You want Dean to believe he is making the choices and figuring everything out, and you're simply there to help out. Once you've finished discussing the situation with him, Dean will also move to the fountain area and phase 2 of the heist can begin. What is phase 2 exactly? Once you have all companions at the fountain, Elijah will explain that you must escort each of them to specific locations in order to set up the gala event for the Sierra Madre. It's a pre-war setup that will set off fireworks and lights, allowing you to sneak into the front gate of the casino while the power goes out temporarily due to it all being diverted to the gala event. We'll start with Dog for this one, who we need to escort to the switching station. Dog's companion perk is based on which personality is active at the time. Dog gives Ravenous Hunger, which allows Dog to consume unconscious ghost people. God gives the In My Footsteps perk, which prevents traps from being triggered and raises your stealth. It's potentially the more useless perk of the two if you have Light Step from leveling up, as they do the same thing. You need to either command Dog or convince God to follow you to the switching substation. You can convince either of them to work the switches during the gala event by grabbing meat from dead ghost people so Dog can feed in the meantime. Alternatively, you can force them to do your bidding by locking them inside the area by closing a nearby gate. I personally prefer convincing God to cooperate and getting the meat for him and Dog. It requires you to kill 2 ghost people, but it's not a particularly challenging task, all things considered. With the switching substation out of the way, we can move on to Dean. His objective is to complete a nearby damaged circuit that will allow power to be sent to the gala event. He has reservations, of course, but you can force him into it, thus making him hostile later. Alternatively, you can agree to set up a couple holograms around the area that will protect Dean from ghost people once the show starts. Since we want to keep Dean alive, you can go out and find 2 terminals, each of which will switch on some holograms. Once done, you can have Dean stay at the circuit until the event takes place. I should point out that Dean has a good perk as well, known as Unclean Living. It grants a 5-second window within the toxic cloud before you start taking damage, and the damage is also reduced by 25%. Christine must be escorted to the Puesta del Sol switching station. Getting there is easy enough, but gaining access is a little more involved, as the fuse box must be activated, requiring a repair skill of 60 or multiple fuses that can be found around the area. Once inside, you need to make your way through several areas littered with speakers, meaning there's a good chance your head will pop off your shoulders if you aren't careful. Once at the station terminal, there's an elevator that Christine has to take down further into the station so that she can get the job done. However, it can be inferred through dialogue with Christine that she is experiencing PTSD over being locked within the auto dock for so long and doesn't want to enter the confinement of an elevator if she doesn't have to. You can lie or force Christine into the elevator, leading to negative outcomes, or you can use a nearby terminal to reroute access to the current level, acting as the good karma option and winning over Christine. Again, it should be pointed out that these quests allow you to form bonds with each companion or burn bridges if you choose to. By being empathetic and compassionate, you allow yourself to understand the companions through processes and engage with them in a way where there is a mutual respect for one another, and this can benefit you near the end. With everyone in their designated locations, you need to make your way to a bell tower surrounded by ghost people. You can sneak or fight your way through, but dealing with the many ghosts by yourself is exceptionally grating no matter what your stats look like. They take barely any damage if you aren't landing criticals and force you to dismember them. Repeating the process over and over really makes the game feel like it's dragging on. That was my first impression of Dead Money, that it was just a long, grueling slog to the casino without much else going for it. In reality, the way the game explored your companions and Elijah's mindset is one of the best and most engaging
Stop looking at
parts.
the screen.
Plus, you weren't expected to fight every ghost, but instead find ways to maneuver around them, thus speeding up the process considerably. Once you reach the bell tower, Elijah will inform you to flip the switch, which starts the gala event. The loud noises unfortunately bring out a large wave of ghost people all across the villa, and at this point it's simply better to run past them all than engaging directly. It's a rather adrenaline pumping moment. You're by yourself against a mob of enemies enemies that are some of the worst to engage with overall, and you're running for your life to make it to the casino. Once you make it to the main gate, you can head inside, but you're met with the sight of your 3 companions unconscious in front of you. Much like the scene within the bunker, you get knocked out here by the casino.
Is that another drop? It's probably a class mod.
In the lobby with everyone gone.
Oh wait, no,
Elijah
that's another
is
drop.
Within the casino, but you won't actually see him until the end of the DLC. It wasn't enough to simply enter here. In fact, Elijah entered long ago, only to end
look at the title I updated.
He would need the help of individuals like yourself to progress further. Dog and God actually allude to this by pointing out there was another gala event previously before your arrival. With you now inside, Elijah has no use for the other companions and essentially orders you to kill them all after getting the power restored to the casino. When you do power on the casino, you can actually gamble here to gain an XS and Sierra Madre chips for the Vendertron. For the third and final time, you need to locate your 3 companions and deal with them in any capacity you see fit. This could mean killing them or helping them out. It's up to you, and the easiest to start with is Dog, who is locked in a nearby kitchen and can be heard arguing with God, as they both seem to be fighting for control over their own mind. Within this area is a key which lets you enter the maintenance wing of the casino as a back entrance to the kitchen. The kitchen itself has multiple valves causing gas leaks, and allowing Dog to see you at any moment will cause him to ignite them and blow you both to smithereens. So you have to stealthily turn them all off before confronting him. You can also bypass the valves by quickly initiating conversation with Dog, but they'll need to be turned off anyway to progress. Once you do confront him, you can help the 2 personalities settle their argument. Whichever personality has gained the most favor with you can be convinced to subdue and kill the other personality. Alternatively, with a speech check of at least 85, you can convince the 2 personalities to merge back together into one new personality that will unfortunately lose all memories of you and the Sierra Madre. You can also just kill him, but where's the fun in that? Dog and God represent separate issues.
That's fine,
Dog,
Gun.
for example, has a master complex and gets comfort in being ordered around, essentially enslaving himself. He's also driven by hunger. On the opposite end, God yearns for complete control and independence, often being protectful of Dog while also resenting him for how he will obey Elijah without question. The theme of Dead Money is letting go. In order for you to save everyone, they need to be convinced to give up something that is inhibiting them mentally. For Dog and God, by convincing them to merge together, you are essentially helping both personalities come to terms with their differences and meet in some sort of middle ground. God gives up his control of Dog, and Dog gives up Elijah, and they both give up their memories of what happened here to begin again, as the slogan of the Sierra Madre goes. After dealing with Dog, you can grab a maintenance pass that will allow you further through some locked doors within the casino. Personally, I like to save Christine for last, as I find her to be the most impactful companion overall in relation to Elijah and the end of the storyline. That means Dean is next, and we can find him in a nearby theater after grabbing some nearby partitures. Don't ask me what those are. They're music sheets. I had to look up exactly what this means, and I'm pretty sure they just mean music sheets. After grabbing the sheets, Dean will appear on a balcony above the stage. By this point, how he reacts to you will be dependent on how you treated him throughout the DLC. Since we were nice to him on this playthrough, Dean is happy to see us, referring to us as partners and warning us that the theater has a security set up to check for intruders, meaning a large number of holograms are about to generate. Luckily, there's a doorway that leads backstage to the various talent dressing rooms to the left. Not your left, though. Dean's left, and you can actually press him on this to get clarification. The only way to shut off the security is to play a sample hologram show that is used for rehearsals, but to do that you need to travel backstage and find various keys that allow you to get into the projector booth to start it up. Once the rehearsal starts, the security holograms will disappear and you can reach Dean safely. If he turns against you, you're forced to kill him, but if not, he will give you one last helping hand by telling you about a private elevator in Vera's suite that leads to the casino vault. If you don't remember, Vera is a Hollywood actor/singer who had a past relationship with Dean Domino. Dean, friends with Frederick Sinclair, but growing resentful of him, introduced Vera to Frederick in order to use her as a means of obtaining Sinclair's fortune. Sinclair loved Vera and became obsessed with her. The entire casino and villa was built for her and with her in mind. A castle for the apple of Sinclair's eye, and because of this, Vera is one of the few people who had access to the vault, a location Dean desperately wanted to make it to. But having saved Dean here and now, and staying on good terms with him, this is his letting go moment. Dean was once obsessed with getting one over on Sinclair, to the point that he actively blackmailed Vera to do it, and stayed within the Sierra Madre villa for the entirety of his ghoulified existence. He spent all of his time researching the security system of the Sierra Madre, and planning out a heist of his own similar to what Elijah is doing now. The elevator to the vault is voice activated, and Dean dragged an unconscious Christine to the auto dock back in the infirmary during her capture, looking to surgically alter her vocal cords to give her the same voice of Vera, although it was never guaranteed to not kill her in the process. Now with you here, Dean is more inclined to help you gain access in order to deal with Elijah. By acting as his partner and showing him compassion, Dean feels as though he owes you his life, and the only thing he can give you to repay that debt is the keys to the vault itself, in effect Christine. So let's go find her. Christine is found within the suites of the casino, an area that acts like a bit of a maze as many of the hallways have been closed off. If that wasn't bad enough, it seems the casino can actively record the individuals present within and have left multiple holographic ghosts of Vera Keyes running a repeated audio track. Vera ended up locked in her suite as the bombs fell. She was supposed to head down into the vault via the elevator in said suite, but Sinclair never got the opportunity to inform her of this option. This is due to Sinclair's plan to use the vault as a trap that would lock anyone who accessed it in with no chance of escape. Before the trap could be triggered, Vera confessed her betrayal to Sinclair, who knew about the betrayal the entire time. He still felt betrayed, but no longer wished to harm Vera. Sinclair went down to the vault around the time the bombs fell. He removed an entry he left on the terminal for Vera and replaced it with an apology, warning her not to use the terminal to access his financial accounts, as this would trigger the trap he originally set for her and Dean. Unfortunately, due to a leak in a pipe, Sinclair died to the toxic cloud that now surrounds the Sierra Madre, and never got to explain to Vera that she was the key to the elevator, nor that she could have kept herself safe within the vault. Instead, Vera ended up trapped in her room, begging to be let out as security activated and the holograms killed all of the guests within. With no way out, Vera chose to let go by overdosing on Med-X, as can be seen in her suite as we run into Christine. Christine talks to you over the intercom as you make your way to her, but not with her voice. A nearby autodoc was able to fully heal her vocal cords, but with the voice of Vera as Dean had intended. Christine can explain her past to you, how she was part of the Brotherhood of Steel, how Elijah was the main factor in her leaving Veronica, and how the atrocities and crimes Elijah perpetrated led her to chasing him down to put a stop to his madness. This is what Christine is holding on to, her desire to kill Elijah, both for revenge and for justice. It's only through you, the player, as the courier, that you can convince her to stop with this, to allow you to deal with Elijah so she can move on with her life. During these encounters with your companions, you are collecting fragments of Vera's music sequence, which you then need to thread together at the receptionist terminal in order to generate the proper passphrase, which you can ask Christine to speak into a nearby microphone to unlock the elevator. She can be convinced to agree as long as you guarantee you'll deal with Elijah, which we will. Heading into the vault area will lock you in, leaving your companions in a state based on your interactions with them. Similarly, if you have been following Elijah to a T and have generally been pleasant towards him, you can potentially side with him for an alternate ending involving the deaths of all of your companions. As the elevator opens up, you are met with the sight of the vault, but it isn't readily available as there is a force field preventing you from traversing forward. Instead, you need to make your way through the complex, taking a longer detour and dealing with hologram security and speakers along the way. It's a daunting task, but very satisfying when you sneak past security and attempt to either reposition them via terminals or find their hologram emitters. As you come to the vault, you can open the doors via a nearby terminal and head inside, temporarily locking you within. Here you can find several things, including numerous supplies left for Vera and a pile of gold bars, all of which are worth an exorbitant amount of caps, but are equally as heavy, meaning you can only carry a few before becoming over-encumbered. The terminal within has the aforementioned apology to Vera. By accessing Sinclair's personal accounts, you lock yourself in, leading to a game over. A nice touch that makes sure you've been paying attention to the dialogue and storyline as you progress through the DLC. Instead of accessing the accounts, you can exit the terminal to meet with Elijah for one final dialogue tree before the ending, where you can use one of several skill checks to convince him to come down to meet you face to face. This leads to a confrontation with Elijah, one where depending on how you treated the companions, they will attempt to help you in said encounter. Christine, for example, can shut off the security turrets for you. Dead Money is about letting go, and how failing to do so can lead to negative consequences, some incredibly dire. The obsessions we have for trivial things within our lives, or even not so trivial things, can often lead us down a path with tunnel vision, to the point that we are actively hurting ourselves or others in the process. Christine had to let go of Elijah, Dog and God had to let go of their differences of hunger and control, and Dean had to let go of the Sierra Madre itself, and by doing so, you have actively helped them become better, healthier people. This is in contrast to Elijah, who simply cannot let go of what the Sierra Madre has to offer, costing him his life either through confrontation with the courier or by locking himself inside the vault only to never escape. The latter is possible if he never sees you, and both endings lead to you rushing out of the complex before your bomb collar goes off. Elijah doesn't want the Sierra Madre for fortune, but for what it can provide via technology. The hologram system can be weaponized, and the casino is already a fortress. As he is always focused on, Elijah looks for a means to control via weaponized tech and is willing to commit any manner of atrocities along the way to see it happen. This just happens to be as close as he has ever gotten, although he was fairly close back at Helios 1. Dead Money wants to provide you insight on the concepts of greed and obsession and how one can overcome them. It explores how we make life harder for ourselves by not letting things go, and how learning to do so can truly let us, as Vera put it, begin again. It's one of my favorite explorations into these topics and one of my favorite DLCs within the Fallout series as a whole. As for the courier, or the player, you have to let go of all the fortune in front of you, coming face to face with interactable items that are worth a fortune back in the Mojave, and accepting that you can only manage back with 2 or 3. It's about letting go, and if you want to continue on your journey, you need to come to terms with that. After making your way out of the Sierra Madre with all of your earnings while completely missing the point of the DLC, you're treated to an epilogue of all the characters you interact with throughout the storyline. Each of their endings can be altered slightly based on how you treated them and ultimately dealt with them within the casino itself. For us, Christine went on to patrol the villa to the point that the ghost people recognized her as a hologram. For Dean, as a guest of the casino, he had many doors open for him and the ability to explore. Dog and God merged together due to their intense needs for one another and ultimately became a new being entirely. As for Elijah, you either side with him, kill him, or poetically trap him within the vaults of his desires. During some late game dialogue with your companions and within epilogues, you will often hear talk about another courier and also talk about your battle with said courier within the Divide, foreshadowing the events of you and Ulysses within the Lonesome Road DLC. Keep in mind that by this point, the second DLC hadn't even been released yet. The narrative of not only New Vegas, but its expansion content has a clear effort into plotting it out ahead of time and allowing it to be interconnected for a more satisfying experience. When you return to the Brotherhood bunker, you can grab Elijah's robes from the previously locked chest. There's a Vendortron in the bunker for you to use with your chips, and a drop box that will dispense chips for you periodically. On the previously locked terminals is a note for Veronica, who Elijah was closely tied to. You don't get to know what was on the tape, but bringing it to Veronica, you can convince her to either listen to it or choose not to, leading to 2 separate perks for her. If she listens to it, she'll gain Elijah's last words, which offers a 150% boost to attack speed, and a 25% chance to knock enemies down. If she doesn't listen to it, she'll gain Elijah's ramblings, which raises critical hit damage by 150% as well. It's hard to follow up Dead Money, a cruelly misunderstood addition to New Vegas that seems to have garnered a greater appreciation over time. Not only did it tell its story well, but it also managed to tie it closely to the main storyline. Elijah is a bit of an enigma and legend to you in the Brotherhood, and to finally come face to face with the man and see what he has become
is that a drop or is it
incredibly
a class
rewarding,
mod? I think
especially
it's a
on
class mod.
subsequent playthroughs. There's always
Nope, it's a
more to
pistol.
learn. Like I said, it's hard to follow up Dead Money. You wouldn't blame the next entry for being slightly less enjoyable than the unique experience of the Sierra Madre, but no harder was a ball dropped than in the next entry of New Vegas. Honest hearts. I don't want to go into this DLC completely negative. Honest Hearts has its share of interesting characters, one of which is also closely tied to the backstory of New Vegas and the Legion. The DLC also went back to a more open, explorable environment instead of the more restrictive setting of Dead Money. But what's most unfortunate about Honest Hearts is how lackluster its story is in comparison to its predecessor. This is particularly egregious as there is a side story via Hidden Terminals that tells a much more interesting tale involving a survivalist known as Randall Clark, and how he dealt with the aftermath of the Great War. We'll get to Randall later, but for now we have to make our way to the Northern Passage, where you run into Jed Masterson of the Happy Trails Caravan Company. Jed's company is on a run of bad luck, and he's put out a radio signal advertisement looking for helping hands on an expedition into the Zion Canyon, so they can connect with the new Canaanites, aka a civilization of Mormons based out of Salt Lake City. Zion Canyon is said to be the only current safe route leading from the Mojave to the city, and Jed is looking for an individual with a Pip-Boy to help map the route to make getting back easier. You can agree to help with the expedition in order to start the DLC. Along with Jed, you'll be met with Stella and Ricky, who can give you some insight into New Reno, the gang/tribes there, and the history of the caravan. Ricky specifically is a psycho addict, and you can use a medicine check to point this out, convincing him to leave the caravan before departure. On the topic of discussion with the caravan members, Jed will point out that he recognizes you as Alice McLafferty's rising star due to the work you put in with the Crimson Caravan Company, and double checks that you are still up for the job. Since the only means of progressing is agreeing to go regardless, you can tell Jed you're ready to set off, but he won't let you go so easily. Similar to Dead Money, Honest Hearts wants to limit you mechanically to make the expansion feel like a more refreshing experience. Where Dead Money simply took all of your equipment away, Honest Hearts tries to reason about a scenario where you only have a limited option in terms of what you can bring with you. Since the expedition is long and arduous, Jed will only let you take 75 pounds worth of equipment alongside you, but there's several ways to up this value to 100 pounds via perks like Strong Back or Pack Rat, as well as a survival skill of 50. You can even keep quiet about Ricky's drug addiction in order to have him carry some of your gear for you. Once you've placed your gear in a nearby trunk, you can talk to Jed a final time to head off into the Zion Canyon and the start of Honest Hearts, where you are met with the introductory sequence discussing New Canaan, a town where the Mormons known as the New Canaanites lived before it was eventually sacked by Kaiser's Legion, who had a certain courier train the White Legs tribe to be more combat proficient before sacking the town and slaughtering as many people as they could. While not fully brought up within the introductory sequence itself, this aspect of the storyline is further foreshadowing to your eventual encounter with said courier known as Ulysses within Lonesome Road.
The paths we're following are slow going, so you might as well keep your ears open and listen to what old Jed has to say. A few decades back, folks in the NCR started to hear about a community in northern Utah called New Canaan. Didn't know much about them, except that they were religious folks, sent out missionaries to talk to the tribes. We've seen our share of cults, but the New Canaanites, they were honest traders. Good fighters, too. Raiders wouldn't tangle with them. But then, the Legion appeared in Arizona. I reckon you know all about them. Turns out Caesar's first war chief, the Malpais Legate, was a New Canaanite, Joshua Graham. Legend goes that Graham was the meanest, toughest son of a bitch in the whole damn Legion. The New Canaanites wouldn't talk about him. They were ashamed. Guess I can't blame them. Well, at Hoover Dam, the Malpais Legate finally met his match. Hanlon and Oliver kicked his New Canaanite butt right back over the river. Caesar had to make an example for the others, to show them that even at the highest level, failure wouldn't be tolerated. He had Graham covered in pitch, lit on fire, and thrown into the Grand Canyon. People say he didn't even scream on the way down. Not long after, some of the slaves and tribals started to talk. Said Graham wasn't dead. Shouldn't have been any surprise. All this talk bothered Caesar, so he forbade anyone from speaking his name. Wanted to erase Joshua Graham from history. He got his wish. Joshua Graham disappeared, and in his place came legends of the Burned Man, walking the wastes. Probably just a tribal ghost story. But New Canaan's been silent for a long time. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe the Malpace Legate is dead. Or maybe Joshua Graham did crawl out of that canyon and finally found his way back home.
Another large aspect of the introductory sequence discusses Joshua Graham, one of the first members of Caesar's Legion who was held responsible for the Legion's first failure in securing the Hoover Dam. As punishment, Joshua was set on fire and pushed off of the Grand Canyon, yet he somehow managed to survive this, becoming a legendary figure known as the Burned Man, as well as one of the main characters within this expansion storyline. There's a larger history to Joshua and Caesar. Joshua was there when Caesar rose to power, and we'll see some exploration of that through dialogue in the DLC, as well as Caesar's perspective on the subject after we've covered all the additional content. However, it should be pointed out that I have already recorded and killed Caesar by this point in the game, as it leads to unique dialogue with Joshua. After the introductory sequence, your caravan reaches the canyon only to be met with an attack of a hostile tribe known as the Whitelegs. This is the first of many problems both theoretically and technically with Honest Hearts. Unlike Dead Money, Honest Hearts wanted to offer a more expansive, explorable location for the player characters similar to that of the Mojave, but this ends up falling flat for several reasons that we'll discuss shortly. Mechanically, the DLC feels almost on rails, which is odd due to its open nature. As the Whitelegs attack you, for example, there is simply no way to stop your caravan members from being wiped out, no matter how quick on the draw or how true your aim. You will always be the last one standing, and there's no way around this. After the initial attack, the player is saved by a member of the Dead Horses tribe known as Follows Chalk, who agrees to lead you to safety by taking you to his tribe's settlement, where you can speak with Joshua Graham, aka the Burned Man, who has been taking care of and leading them. Also off script, but I realize I didn't mention it while writing, if you make it to Angel Cave, you will activate the Wild Wasteland trait, and this man will show up here, whose name is Two Bears High-Fiving. And if you remember all the way back at the character creation process, I said to remember what you saw in the Rorschach test, and it's Two Bears High-Fiving, and they knew it, and they saw it, and they referenced it later. I love that. This is probably the best time to talk about how weak and arguably problematic the themes of Honest Hearts are in comparison to any other aspect of New Vegas as a whole. Honest Hearts follows a trope known as White Man's Burden, or Innocent Natives. It offers two white male characters, Daniel, who leads the Sorrows, and Joshua, who leads the Dead Horses, both of whom are New Canaanites, and taking their time to teach aspects of their religion to the tribespeople who are depicted as of lesser capacity to the two men. The concept is tied to the fact that these indigenous tribes have been living in the canyons away from modern civilization for many years now. Joshua and Daniel are looking to teach them about this culture as well as their own religion in order to help them in their own way. Joshua wants to train the tribes into a miniature army so that they can protect themselves, and we will see later how Daniel simply infantilizes them due to their inexperience within his personal world. It's almost hilariously insulting how they play up Follows Chalk as completely oblivious to the concept of modern culture, using his observations of man-made structures and technology for jokes rather than potentially as a criticism from an outsider's perspective. There's no one within the narrative or storytelling taking these tribes seriously. Instead, they are treated as inaccurate caricatures of real indigenous people in order to help immerse you. Joshua and Daniel as their saviors, since the game believes they clearly can't take care of themselves. And the mechanics of Honest Hearts lend to this. As we will see later, there's no choice given to the two tribes. Instead, you simply get to follow through with the plans of one white man or the other. Never do you get to ask the tribespeople what their desires or goals are, how they would dictate themselves outside of two of your companions, where you can convince one of them to go into the world and see the sights. When you make it to the Dead Horses camp, you can head into a nearby cave to be met with Joshua. Similar to how your first meeting with Elijah was rather impactful, his holographic face greeting you with the Grand Casino in the distance, Joshua is similar. When he meets you and talks to you, he's at a higher elevation, a mountain of guns on his desk which he's inspecting and cleaning while talking to you. He is truly the Burned Man of legend, bandaged up and needing to change them every day. Somehow Joshua did survive Caesar, and that in turn changed him from who he used to be, becoming a more humble man, but still acting as a foil to Daniel in terms of their religion. Joshua believes he is doing God's work through violence, while Daniel wants to leave things as peacefully as possible. The DLC is relatively short. It gets padded out through the explorable locations, but even then there isn't much to do overall within Zion. Joshua will inform you that the two tribes, the Dead Horses and the Sorrows, are dealing with the Whitelegs, a vicious set of people, some of whom have been trained by the Legion and are looking to expand and take over the canyon. Joshua is training the Dead Horses while Daniel teaches the Sorrows more about religion and faith, but the two men are allied and work together overall. Where the two men don't see eye to eye is how to deal with the Whitelegs. Daniel simply wants to leave the valley with the Sorrows, while Joshua wants to wipe the Whitelegs out completely, and that's essentially the big decision within this expansion. Are you going to murder an entire tribe of people, or are you going to try a more peaceful approach? It's pretty basic, and again, not handled well at all, since the Whitelegs are treated as comically violent villains, and the ability to reason with them takes one level 75 speech check at the end of the storyline. Joshua needs us to gather supplies for the Sorrows, things like a compass, medical supplies, and food for the journey they plan to make to the Grand Staircase, an area east of the canyon where they plan to resettle. During the collection of said supplies, you temporarily have Follows Chalk as a companion. As I mentioned, most of his lack of experience via modern civilization and culture is played as a joke for the player, rather than a criticism of said civilization. Follows Chalk will ask about why the NCR and Legion fight over the dam, but this doesn't go much further than him being astonished by the description of how large the dam truly is. One of the main interactions with this companion is a quest where he expresses an interest in seeing the world for himself and gaining his own understanding of other cultures. You can talk to Joshua about this, who mentions it's really up to Follows Chalk, and you can then give your own opinion on the subject, which will affect his ending during the epilogue. Once all of the supplies are collected, you head to the Sorrows camp where you can meet with Daniel. Daniel holds a lot of trauma over witnessing several atrocities throughout his life, including the sacking of his community's village and seeing several tribes be completely wiped out. For that reason, he has dedicated his life to helping said tribes, and this has culminated in attempting to get the Sorrows safely out of the canyon without turning them into a militarized force. This is pretty much the entirety of Honest Hearts Explained. You get the supplies for Joshua and Daniel, then Daniel tasks you with clearing the valley out of several threats, such as Yaoguai, mutated bears that have appeared in the series previously. While accomplishing these tasks, you are given a second companion known as Waking Cloud. She is a member of the Sorrows tribe and sports a Yaoguai hand as a melee weapon. You can gain one of these yourself by completing a side quest that has you drink some sort of concoction that drugs you and forces you to fight a flaming Yaoguai guardian spirit. Most of the elderly and children have been sent away from the Sorrows camp to go find safety in the meantime until the Whitelegs have been dealt with. This includes Waking Cloud's family of 3 children and her husband. Unfortunately, she is worried about her family, and you can find out from Daniel that while her children are safe, her husband died during an attack. You can choose to divulge this information to Waking Cloud or not, and it will also affect her epilogue at the end of the expansion. Once you have the supplies and have also completed all of the chores for Daniel, you are left with a choice. Do you side with Daniel and help the Sorrows escape, or do you side with Joshua to kill the Whitelegs? The best part is that while these do lead to 2 different scenarios, you still end up within direct conflict of the Whitelegs tribe regardless. So before we actually discuss the endings and your final decision, let's take a moment to discuss the best part about Honest Hearts, Randall Clark. Randall served in the United States military but was more interested in the survivalist lifestyle and often found himself in the canyons outside of Salt Lake City. His wife and child unfortunately passed away as Randall was making his way back home due to the Great War beginning and multiple nuclear bombs falling on the city and decimating it. Randall made his way back to the canyon and took shelter in a cave alongside various supplies that allowed him to live inside for several years until the radiation fallout dissipated. Around this time, a group of Mexicans moved into the valley and began setting up a civilization there. Surprisingly, the survivors of Vault 22, which we personally visited to look into the spore issues and save Keeley, made their way to the same valley and ran into the Mexican tribe. The tribe was no match for the Vault dwellers and had their men killed and the rest locked up to be used as food for the dwellers turned cannibals. This series of events infuriated Randall, and he took vengeance from high up on the cliffs by slowly killing the majority of the dwellers over multiple days until they finally decided to give up on the location and leave. One of the dwellers ended up getting her foot stuck in a bear trap, and Randall saved her. Throughout the next few years, they formed a relationship, and eventually the dweller, Sylvie, was pregnant. Unfortunately, due to complications, both Sylvie and the child died during birth. After burying them, Randall planned to kill himself but couldn't go through with it. Years later, in his 70s, Randall witnessed a group of children show up to the Mexican tribe's campsite and settle in. He planned to take care of them from a distance by placing supplies, reading materials, and notes around the camp. He claimed that Zion was a reward for the sorrows they had suffered, and the group began to think of Randall as a godlike figure known as the Father in the Caves. These children would go down to name their tribe the Sorrows after the note left by Randall and worshipped him as a deity. Randall would die of lung cancer around this point. You can actually find his body left under the stars of Zion Canyon, and you can learn of his story by visiting several caves where he had set up to live for different periods of his life. Within each of these caves is a terminal that tells his story in the form of an autobiography and several supply caches that offer an abundance of ammunition and healing items. You can also find his Desert Ranger armor, which is a customized unique version of the NCR armor that does not force the faction mechanic on you. The story of Randall is the most interesting aspect of Honest Hearts overall. What it fails in storytelling through the main questline, it makes up for via a sad tale of a man left alone after the war, who fended for himself all the way until his death, but still managed to help those around him whenever possible. The Father in the Caves was a real person who did good for the Sorrows, and he has been passed down as a legend because of it, to the point that the Sorrows equate the teachings of Mormonism to talking about the Father. After exploring the canyon and learning about Randall, it's a good time to talk to David and Joshua for various backstory details. Joshua specifically has a lot to say about his methodology as a Mormon and how he justifies the level of violence he is willing to enact through godly worship. You also get a lot of backstory between Joshua and the Legion. Joshua was one of the first members of Kaisar's Legion and knew Kaisar before he was named as such. Joshua acted as an interpreter for a tribe known as the Blackfoot, helping out the followers of the Apocalypse, two men by the name of Edward Sallow and Bill Calhoun. At some point in time, the three men were held hostage by the tribe, something Joshua attributes to a mistranslation on his part, at least he believes it to be. This was unfortunate for the tribe as they were at war with several others and losing quickly. Seeing this, Edward Sallow opted to train the tribe in the art of modern warfare and effectively took over the tribe in the process, taking the title of Kaisar and creating the Legion at the same time. If you've killed Kaisar by this point in the game, which doesn't defeat the Legion mind you, you can inform Joshua about this to his surprise. He couldn't believe that after all Kaisar had done to him, that Kaisar was still the first to die. And Joshua can comment on how you are doing God's work even if you don't believe so. Honest Hearts looks to humanize Joshua Graham despite the incredible atrocities he is responsible for. He's a Mormon missionary turned legionary legate and is falling back to his Mormon lifestyle while looking for forgiveness for his past actions. The game frames Joshua like he is a man redeemed, but this is an inaccurate and almost disturbing way to portray someone who has done what Joshua continues to do. Joshua may have changed slightly in personality and gone back to the ways of his godly belief system, but this doesn't change the amount of unnecessary violence he is willing to enact on people simply because it is justified in his eyes. And I'm not talking about simply killing people in combat. Daniel, the most peaceful of the group, is even willing to kill if absolutely necessary in the protection of the tribe. If you side with Joshua at the end of the DLC, you'll find him systematically executing all of the Whitelegs, with their leader, a warlord, cowering in fear. Joshua is portrayed as more knowledgeable and capable than these groups of tribespeople, and he uses this capability to enact violence that goes above and beyond what anyone else may consider necessary. Joshua may have been kicked out of the Legion, but he is still Legion in his actions, despite the good he tries to do. The bad he inflicts onto others is inexcusable, and he only justifies it through his religion instead of through Kaisar. That's why it's disturbing to see the writers make Joshua such a cool character. Not necessarily an interesting or deep one, but a cool one. Joshua is a legendary figure. He's enigmatic and covered in bandages. When you meet him, you see someone of power, someone that is designed to intimidate you through their experiences. And even the voice actor they choose is one of the best in the game's entirety. His gravelly, to-the-point nature of speaking makes Joshua inherently charming.
This way lies the path to hell. And Caesar needed me to translate. Translation became giving orders. Giving orders became leading in battle. Leading in battle became training, punishing, terrorizing. A series of small mistakes before a great fall. And I stayed in that darkness until after Hoover Dam. After I failed Caesar and he had me burned alive. thrown into the Grand Canyon. I survived because the fire inside burned brighter than the fire around me. I fell down into that dark chasm. The flame burned on and on.
He's supposed to be, and the game doesn't necessarily punish you or even comment on the fact that you can side with him outside of Daniel being slightly upset you chose to. You can convince Joshua to spare Salt Upon Wounds, the leader of the Whitelegs, but the damage has already been done by this point. Joshua has committed an essential genocide of a tribe. He is in no way better than the Legion. He is the same. This isn't a problem solely with Joshua either. We'll see later that the game is almost forced to humanize the Legion as they are a group you can side with. Caesar is not only well spoken, but he has a way of justifying his actions through philosophy that acts as a trap I feel many players may fall into. Caesar has no real excuse for what he has done that one should consider valid, but he can present it in a way that some individuals might find themselves agreeing with, simply because of its philosophical nature, no matter how bullshit that actually is. It should come as no surprise that I'd side with Daniel at this point in the game. Daniel's main goal is getting the Sorrows out safely, and you can help him accomplish that, although it still leads into a fight with the Whitelegs. On the road there's several final tasks you can complete to make the way for the Sorrows even safer, but the main issue here is that they are spread around the northern area of the map, and you can't fast travel during this specific quest, so getting around can be considered a bit grating. Once you make it to the tunnel where the Sorrows plan to escape, you'll run into Salt Upon Wounds and begin a dialogue with him. You can choose to fight or use a skill check to convince him into standing down, which I chose to do here. Even if you let them live, the Whitelegs will be considered failures in the eyes of the Legion and unable to join them. Further, Joshua has trained the dead horses to better protect their homeland, making the Whitelegs less of a threat overall. Once all is said and done, Daniel will give you a detonator to close off the tunnel, thus ending the relatively short DLC. Within the epilogue, you learn of the fates of the various tribes based on how you interacted with them and the decisions you made, whether the Whitelegs were wiped out, whether the Sorrows stayed to fight, etc. The Sorrows didn't enjoy leaving the valley, but managed to settle safely in the Grand Staircase. As for your companions, Waking Cloud resented Daniel for some time for keeping the death of her husband from him, but ultimately forgave him and married again afterward. Follows Chalk, if convinced to go visit modern civilization, will never be seen again after arguing with his family and trekking off on his own, but it's unclear what happened to him exactly. He could just be simply living his life out in the Mojave. You don't get an epilogue with Joshua if you side with Daniel, but this doesn't seem to be the same vice versa. If you did ally with Joshua, the level of his depravity is dictated by whether you convinced him to spare Salt Upon Wounds or not. If you didn't, he goes fully into his militancy and depravity, becoming an even fiercer legend as the Burned Man. If you convince him to show mercy, he still trains and fights, but not to the level of violence he had previously. As for Daniel, if you sided with Joshua, he never forgives himself for what he considers his failure, as the Sorrows begin to revere Joshua and turn to militancy. If you help Daniel, he safely gets the Sorrows to the Grand Staircase, but he always questions whether it was the right choice or not. In a way, it's bittersweet for him. Honest Hearts, again, is undoubtedly the worst of New Vegas's 4 expansions, not just in the mechanics and the short, shallow storytelling, but in how it tends to make use of indigenous culture and stereotypes for laughs. Joshua is the real catalyst for how infuriating the narrative is with how it glorifies his actions. While Daniel is considered the peaceful route, no one points out how truly villainous Joshua is, especially in him being fine turning tribes militant and affecting their culture so thoroughly. In a game that has such a strong ability at analyzing and criticizing the cultural norm we face in modern day, to see how they treated Joshua, essentially letting him get away scot-free with minor criticism, and how they played into problematic white savior tropes for laughs was fairly disheartening and disappointing. Honest Hearts is a complete failure in New Vegas in every way. We can see this from comparing it to the stronger and creative narrative of Dead Money, and we'll be seeing this further as we enter the best DLC of New Vegas, Old World Blues.
In the years before the Great War, Big Mountain had been the home to the brightest minds of the 21st century. Scientists of vision were drawn to the facility to tackle the greatest technological challenges of the era. They sought to create a new world, fueled by technology for the benefit of all mankind. Sonic emitters, space-age alloys, DNA hybridization, force field particle research, autodoc advances in cranial, cardiac, and trauma surgery. The hopes and dreams of a century became realities in the electronic forges of Big Mountain. The nucleus of this research was the Dome, a huge stone facility that held the labs of every science known to man. It was a think tank where no problem could not be solved, where no question could not be answered. The Great War brought a new energy to Big Mountain and its scientists. Although sheltered from the front lines, the scientists waged their own war, fighting their battles at the atomic level. Equations and calculations marched endlessly across chalkboards and computer terminals toward one solution: winning the war. For years, the minds and computers of Big Mountain were a blaze of trajectories, weapon schematics, and nuclear theories. The problems began to outpace the solutions, first geometrically, then exponentially. As the war escalated, so did the questions. On the night of October 23rd, 2077, the scientists received an answer that put all their questions to rest. In the aftermath, Big Mountain's silent experiments went to sleep, their creators slowly dying in the new world that had been left behind. And the great stone in the middle of the Big Empty lay untouched, filled with countless technological wonders. Wonders that, in the end, had been answers to the wrong question.
Old World Blues mechanically is one of, if not the best DLCs in New Vegas's lineup of expansion content. Thematically, its focus is on humanity's obsession with science, progress, and the atrocities that seem to generate around those concepts, as well as an over-reliance or obsession on how things used to be, how we sometimes yearn or obsess over a time long since past as we have trouble adjusting to the present or future. Change often brings with it discomfort, and said discomfort can either be embraced or shunned, leading to unhealthy obsessions with keeping things as they are or were. The setting of this expansion is the Big Mountain Research Facility. The name is derived from the fact that the complex was originally underground below a mountain before an experiment gone awry caused the upper portion of said mountain to be vaporized, leaving behind a large crater in which the facility is now visible. This led to a few different interpretations of how one refers to the area. Mountain often gets shortened in dialogue to the letters M and T, which leads to the name Big Empty generally being how individuals will refer to the location, and this is how I'll generally be referring to it as well. Big Empty was originally designed as a way for the best pre-war scientists to be set free to research and experiment however they pleased, regardless of the ethical questions that followed. This meant human and animal experimentation were rarely, if ever, off the table, and multiple atrocities, including a Chinese concentration camp, would be left over as the remnants of what used to be. To travel to the facility, you need to head to an abandoned drive-in near Nipton, where there's a crashed satellite that will project a picture of an eye onto the screen around midnight. Interacting with the device at this point will automatically transport you to the facility and begin the DLC. The courier, upon awakening, will find themselves on the balcony of the central location within the new game world, known as the Think Tank. The term Think Tank is used multiple times within the DLC. It describes the hub area that you will spend the majority of your downtime in. It describes a device used to keep multiple multiple doctors alive, and it also describes said doctor's faction. The location within the think tank that you begin is specifically called the Sink and acts as your own personal quarters that you can travel to freely even after the DLC is completed. In fact, all of Old World Blues remains fully explorable to the player character after the storyline has seen its end. Within the Sink are multiple objects and tools that you can interact with later on in your journey throughout the Big Empty, but none of which work at the moment due to missing various modules that allow them to function. Further exploring the Sink leads to a door which allows you to enter the think tank proper, an area that emits a mechanic known as a pacification field, making it impossible for you to draw your weaponry, which you still have after being transported here. In fact, while the previous DLCs tried to limit what equipment you could bring, both Old World Blues and Lonesome Road allow you to carry your entire arsenal if you see fit. Inside the think tank area are 5 think tank devices, objects that each house the brain of an Old World scientist. Directly in front of you at this time is Dr. Klein, who acts as the leader of the group, but there is also Dr. Dala, Dr. O, or Zero, as we will learn later, Dr. Boris, and Dr. 8. Each of these individual tanks has a rather erratic personality, one that is semi-detached from the humanity they have lost over the hundreds of years since the Great War. Once fully human, the think tank are now nothing more than brains in tanks attached to visual monitors, and this has various psychological effects on how they compare themselves to humans, and how they even perceive humans at this point in time. Klein specifically comments on how he theorizes your toes and fingers to be various penises, which he does quickly get corrected on, but never stops mentioning. The think tank represents science without the inhibitions of humanity or ethics. By having become almost fully mechanical in nature and forgetting about what made them once human, the think tank have been able to thrive within the Big Empty, performing any sort of experiment or research that you could imagine. And this is clearly not without its faults. Talking to the think tank, you can see that the majority of them have more than a screw loose, being very hard to reason with, and when reasoned with, it's usually due to them misunderstanding you or the situation in some way. That being said, these are still the minds of super geniuses, and that's their sole goal within existence at this point: to experiment, to research, to progress. In more ways than one, this is incredibly dangerous. A genius mind left without inhibitions or the concept of ethics can run amok like a nuclear weapon just waiting to destroy the surrounding area. Talking to Dr. Klein will have you talking to all of the various think tanks surrounding you, as they can all interact through the same speaker box of another, and there will be a lot of dialogue. Old World Blues has many characters to dissect and interact with, and this in turn makes it one of the most dialogue-heavy entries in New Vegas. Upon meeting the faction, they will start and continue to refer to you as a lobotomite. This isn't simply an insult, however, as they have truly taken out your brain, spine, and heart, each of which gives you various perks and stat bonuses since they have been replaced with mechanical counterparts. Your head, however, simply has Tesla coils installed inside, which allows you to somehow still function through your brain waves despite the fact that it is no longer inside your body. The lack of a brain is what allows the pacification field to function. By being functionally considered a lobotomite, they are somewhat under the will of the think tank and their technology. However, you happen to be a special case. Most lobotomites do not have a form of reason. You are the first to have taken part in such a smooth surgery, to the point that you still have the ability to perform logic and reason. This shocks the think tank once they realize you can communicate with them, something that takes them a fair bit to accept, as it's the first time they've ever seen a thinking lobotomite, well, ever. During your discussions with the think tank, as you try to get them to understand you, a transmission starts on the screen behind you. Dr. Mobius, another think tank, appears to establish that he will attack the other doctors with his army of robo-scorpions if they attempt to traverse the Big Empty. He wants to instill fear in them and prevent them from reaching his location north of the area known as the Forbidden Zone. The doctors, afraid of Mobius and wanting to deal with him, realize that you are the key to collecting several technologies that they believe will allow an assault on the Forbidden Zone to take place, while also informing you that the device that took your brain in the first place was created by Mobius, which means your brain is most likely to be found in the Forbidden Zone as well. This sets up the main objective of Old World Blues. You, as the courier, must explore the various research facilities found within the complex and gather schematics. That will allow the think tank to have you assault the Forbidden Zone. While collecting these schematics, you will also be able to acquire the technology for yourself along the way, some of which is highly useful for you as a character or for explorability. Additionally, you are given a personality chip for the Central Intelligence Unit within the Sink. Each object in the Sink that has some form of functionality comes with a unique personality programmed by Mobius. The Central Intelligence Unit, for example, acts as a high-class butler and can sell you various goods from within its stores. There's other objects as well, such as an auto dock, a anti-communist book chute, a biological fertilization station that wants to spread its seed everywhere, and several others. Two of the most prevalent personalities would be Muggy, who is a self-diagnosed neurotic, who has a violent obsession with mugs, and a Coaster who wants to dismantle all appliances through acts of violence or rage. While you are given the Central Intelligence Unit to start, you are then tasked with optionally exploring various areas of the facilities to find the rest and create a fully functional headquarters for you to use at your leisure. It's probably one of the more rewarding reasons to explore the various locations, unlike what we have previously seen in Honest Hearts. Not only does collecting the personality chips give you interesting dialogue and backstory of Mobius and the Big Empty, but all of said personalities have some sort of function, with some being more useful than others. It doesn't stop there either. Once you have all of the personalities installed, you also need to collect various modules that will restore locked functionality to each of them. Many of the personality modules are in locations where you can find several modules ahead of time as well, so thoroughly exploring your surroundings within each facility is much more rewarding that time around, as you aren't simply gaining caps and ammunition, which you should have an exorbitant amount of by this point in the game. The game assumes you have been scavenging and wants to reward you within another way, and the modules are the answers for how to do that. I won't go into the functionality of all of the sync features, but some are incredibly useful. The auto dock, for example, can give you a haircut, perform plastic surgery to change your appearance, and also install several implants that provide various bonuses, such as extra damage against Cazadors or a faster walking speed while crouching. I don't think I've talked about implants yet, so it's good to mention that this isn't necessarily the first time you see the mechanic. The base game of New Vegas has a doctor's office that is run by Dr. Usanagi, who can install several implants into you for 4,000 caps apiece. Each implant is unique and will upgrade one of your special stats, with the amount of implants you can take being dictated by how high your endurance stat is. There's also two special implants that are more expensive, such as the subdermal armor option that raises your damage threshold, and the monocyte booster that allows you to regenerate health over time. The auto dock within the sync is similar. You pay caps to install up to 4 implants with no limitations other than the ability to purchase them. Part of the DLC's finale is based on if you completed some of the think tank's various conversational quest lines. Except for one of the think tank members, you can start and complete their quest line in order to get to know them better without actually leaving the dome. The first of which is Dr. Dala. Dala was originally the head chief researcher of mineralogy, but now focuses on humanology and the lobotomites that litter the Big Empty. She is highly fascinated with the human form, seeming to subconsciously miss her own body in some capacity. This translates into a semi-robotic, semi-biological sexual desire. To begin her quest, a perception check or relevant perk is necessary, and will have Dala asked to inspect your human biorhythms. If you can't pass any of the checks, bringing Dala a teddy bear is another valid option, as she seems to be obsessed with these as well, which is displayed within her room at the think tank, as well as her human house within a warehouse hangar area known as Higgs Village. All you need to do to satisfy Dala is perform a few basic human actions, breathing heavily, opening and closing your eyes, etc. These fascinate Dala to the point of a think tank's form of orgasm, and successfully completes her quest, with you gaining the option to perform these acts for her periodically for a reward. There's a running theme here with completing these dialogue quests in that you are expected to have relatively high stats to do so. A perfect example is Dr. O, who is frustrated with the fact that the doctors around him consistently get his name wrong. This is due to the fact that Dr. O's name is actually Dr. Zero, but the stylization between O and Zero is so similar that people often mix the two up. You can find out this information through a speech check of 65, followed by an intelligence check of 7, but where the humor really lies is how you need an intelligence check of 9 to explain to Zero that he could simply stylize his name with a slash through the digit in order to make it easier to differentiate. Explaining this very high Q concept to Zero will further comfort him and convince him to go by his desired name, thus completing his quest. Dr. 8 is next, another number-based name. 8's big differentiating factor from the other doctors is that he is unable to properly communicate via English due to damage to his voice module. Through various stat checks, you can figure out that this actually isn't the case. Instead, it seems that his voice module was reprogrammed by none other than Elijah when he happened to be stuck here. However, there is a pattern in 8's speech which will allow the courier to not only communicate with 8 but form a bond as well. Dr. Boris is slightly more involved. Boris will mention his cybernetic dog Gabe to the character via dialogue. You will generally run into Gabe during the main storyline quest and be forced to kill him or see him killed by several invading rad scorpions. You can find Gabe's bowl around Higgs Village behind Boris's house, and returning it to him will unlock memories that allow him to reminisce about the time he spent with Gabe. It's potentially one of the more gut-wrenching moments in the DLC. Boris will discuss how loyal Gabe was and how much he appreciated him, despite sneaking multiple chems into his food bowl and actively experimenting on him to the point that Gabe was a giant vicious cyber dog. By helping Boris through these memories, he begins to feel a deep regret in what he has done to Gabe and finds it hard to understand. A great guilt washes over him, and you can point out to Boris that he is feeling the emotional effects of doing something awful to an individual he loved and that had loved him and trusted him back. Boris admits his mistakes and mentions how he hates the feeling he's experiencing, but ultimately manages to manually push them down into the back of his mind, ending the quest. If you have the Wild Wasteland trait, Gabe's doghouse will actually have the name Stripe over it, and a miniature Deathclaw of the same name will appear and attack you. The point of these dialogue quests seems to be for the sole purpose of connecting the think tank to their humanity in some capacity, whether it be through Dala's biological urges, through Zero's sense of identity, through 8's need to communicate and be heard, or through Boris's feelings of regret over how he treated his pet. The sense of self and humanity is a huge theme and discussion point throughout the DLC, and memory and identity play a large role in that, as we will see later on. Now is a great time to discuss the various areas you'll be exploring in order to complete the main quest line and side quests. I won't be going over all of them, but some ones I think are particularly interesting. Before that though, it should be pointed out that one of the technologies you are after is actually already in the hands of the think tank, a weapon called a sonic emitter that can emit sound waves of various recordings in order to damage enemies. The issue with this one is that it requires an upgrade that will allow it to disable various force fields around the complex. Before talking about the main areas, I want to mention a few locations that are relevant to Dead Money. When talking to the think tank, they often mention 3 other individuals that made it to the Big Empty before your arrival, all of whom ultimately escaped or were permitted to leave. These include Elijah, Christine, who is chasing him, and Ulysses, whom we haven't met yet but have heard about constantly by this point. Elijah arrived looking for advanced tech he could use as weaponry, and he specifically learned about the Sierra Madre after meeting with Ulysses. The most interesting part of Elijah's trip here is his stay at Little Yangtze, the Chinese concentration camp, where the prisoners were equipped with jumpsuits and bomb collars that match those Elijah used in the Dead Money DLC. This shows where he acquired his tools necessary for performing the heist, as well as various info on the casino's technologies. He even met with the think tank and is one of the reasons they began questioning that the Big Empty was the only place left within the world, now becoming more and more interested in the surrounding area, including the Mojave, which will lead into a final confrontation later within the DLC. Christine arrived in the Big Empty in pursuit of Elijah, but was ultimately captured by robots within the area and experimented on within a nearby medical facility to the point that she can no longer read nor write. This explains the scarring all across her head when we meet her in Dead Money. You can even find a holodisc with a voice journal from Christine before she had the voice of Vera, where she has essentially given up and believes she will die in her medical prison before being saved by Ulysses. Ulysses, who again we haven't met yet, arrived at the Big Empty by accident. It was here he met Elijah and Christine before meeting with the think tank himself, asking them an important question: who are you that do not know your history? While revealing his old world flag that he wears on his back. This, along with their interactions with Elijah, began to unlock memories for the doctors that would fuel their need for the technology we are now on the hunt for. In fact, the only reason we found the satellite that transported us here is due to the think tank's new curiosity with the outside world, attempting to see if anything really existed outside of the Big Empty via a satellite probe. In order to make the sonic emitter have the ability to destroy force fields, you first need to bring it to the X8 Research Center, which is designed to test individuals as they traverse a high school setting while gathering information along the way in order to escape. There's 3 levels of the test, and the high school seems to be designed after Dr. Boris's own time there, where he will frequently discuss how he was bullied constantly. You need to find 3 terminals which are randomly randomly placed within the test chamber and download the report cards of 3 students from Dr. Boris's past. Once complete, you can run a residential guard test that will allow you to unlock a large yard-like area where Gabe is stored and who will become hostile upon detecting you. You don't need to kill Gabe and simply need to find an audio file for his bark, which is located within one of several burial sites in the surrounding area. Completing this task will upgrade the sonic emitter and allow you to complete advanced versions of the high school data retrieval test if you feel like doing so, as it's tied to a side quest that leads to a perk reward. Almost all of the locations in Old World Blues are unique in interesting ways. The X8 Research Center, for example, isn't just used for the high school data retrieval test, but also houses a DNA splicing facility where you can combine various biological creatures together to create something new. You can combine lobotomites with robots, for example, or a dog and robot to create a companion cybernetic dog known as Roxy. Roxy is unique in that she is a companion for X8 but can die. However, saving her leads to an extra epilogue involving Rex at the end. If she does die, she can be recreated at the splicing station. Generally, upon grabbing any of the required items to progress the main storyline quest, the courier will be immediately attacked by robo-scorpions that Dr. Mobius unleashed upon them. You can generally ignore them if you prefer, as dealing with them is one of the more frustrating aspects of the DLC. Almost all enemies within Old World Blues are some form of damage sponge. Similar to Dead Money, it feels like no matter how high your stats are and how good your equipment is, it's still going to take an excessive amount of attacks to destroy just one robo-scorpion out of the dozens you will be running across in the Big Empty. This wouldn't be so bad if not for the fact that your weaponry can degrade exceptionally quickly through repeated use, meaning that you either need to find replacement parts or spend exorbitant prices in order to repair your equipment at the sink. Luckily, there is at least one weapon known as a lair that is strong against robotic enemies, but it ends up having some of the lowest item HP in comparison to other weapons. Elijah actually has a unique version of this weapon that can be found within 2 of his campsites in the Big Empty. Speaking of enemies, it should be noted that on top of robo-scorpions, you will run into several normal robot enemies from typical Fallout games. More interestingly are the lobotomites you run into that are aggressive humans with no brains, and the Y-17 trauma harness. The harnesses look similar to the spacesuits from back at Repcon and essentially function whether the user within is dead or not, leading to walking skeletal corpses still attached. After grabbing the sonic emitter upgrade, more of the various facilities open up to you as you now have a means of bypassing various force fields. Areas you may have already explored that had sections locked off may now be able to lead you to further upgrades or unique items. But for the main storyline, the next stop is the X3 transmitter antenna array, where you need to travel to the top of a large array tower to grab said antenna, which also happens to act as a melee weapon. There's nothing particularly interesting or unique exploring somewhere more interesting. X13 is much more interesting overall, acting as a stealth suit testing facility. Upon entering, you need to gather the various parts of the stealth suit in order to put them together. It's one of the most interesting items in the game in terms of equipment, as it can heal you automatically via stim packs and apply medics to you automatically as well. On top of that, it also has its own activated personality and will comment on the current situation periodically when sneaking, in battle, or when removing the equipment for something else. Visually, it looks like a recolored version of the assassin suit from Dead Money, but by completing various stealth trials that increase in difficulty, you can unlock further and further upgrades for the suit, such as sneak speed and special stat increases. I believe the speed boost is actually bugged in the base game, however, and doesn't actually apply. The real sin of this piece of equipment is the fact that it is medium armor. Throughout the entirety of New Vegas, especially playing with stealth in mind, there's a good chance that you may be wearing a light armor, as there are several perks that boost its ability for the player, including one that even makes your general movement speed faster when wearing it, meaning you can traverse the waste faster overall. Stealth is inherently tied to light armor. The assassin suit you get in Dead Money is light armor. It only makes sense that the stealth suit made for agile, stealth-based situations would be light armor, as well as make use of all of those bonuses I mentioned. But it's not. It's medium armor, and it makes no goddamn sense. Once you have all the technologies required and their schematics, it's a good time to visit the various facilities around the Big Empty if you haven't already. As I pointed out previously, a lot of these facilities offer backstory on the facility itself, or on characters from past DLC entries. Even more interesting is how prevalent something like Vault 22 is within both Honest Hearts and Old World Blues, as the spore carriers seem to originate from the X22 Botanical Garden, where you can find a unique enemy named Patient Zero. Not only was this research used within Vault 22, but also seems to have carried over into a section of Zion Canyon and Honest Hearts. There's plenty to find in the Big Empty, and it's even more rewarding when you have been paying attention to the story thus far, reading journals, listening to holodiscs, etc. And let's be honest here, modern Fallout gameplay isn't what makes the Fallout games so appealing. Yes, you can shoot and attack enemies, but the main draw of these games, especially in New Vegas, ends up being the narrative-driven storytelling, as well as the benefits of exploration. What you can find and what you will see are of much higher quality than any hostile encounter in the game could be. There's a lot to criticize about the combat of Fallout, especially in the DLC with bullet sponge style enemies, but the game overall makes up for it with some of the best narratives in modern games at the time and even moving forward, except Honest Hearts obviously. Back on the topic of the technology we went out to search for, Klein seems to have a plan for them, but has both forgotten what it is and also forgotten what the technologies even do. You can, through several dialogue and skill checks, help him reason out what each technology is used for. First, the X2 antenna will be used to focus brainwave patterns into the stealth suit, which acts similar to the trauma harnesses as a cardiac regulator. Then the sonic emitter is used for spinal vibrations. All of these technologies combined, theoretically, can be used offensively against Mobius in the Forbidden Zone, but there's more to it than that. The technologies provided could create artificial bodies, those of which could be used by the think tank to leave the Big Empty, which is currently impossible for them due to radar fences erected around the crater that acts as a repulsion field. We'll explore what this means for the think tank once we confront Mobius, but for now, the code within the technology schematics turns out to hold the sequence necessary to open the doors to the Forbidden Zone, seemingly hidden behind a mess of uncommented and erratic code. When you reach the Forbidden Zone, you will be pitted against multiple Robo-Scorpions near the entrance. The Forbidden Zone happens to be where these scorpions originate from, thanks to Dr. Mobius. The location was originally the X-42 Robo-Warfare facility, but after a dispute, Mobius absconded to said facility and renamed it. Once inside, you are immediately faced with a giant Robo-Scorpion that needs to be dealt with within some capacity before you can advance to Mobius himself. There's several ways to do this, such as fighting the boss monster head-on, but there's also various ways to circumvent combat for a more stealth-based approach. For help in combat, there's a terminal where you can overload a generator to deal a portion of damage to the Scorpion. Alternatively, or on top of, you can reprogram several hostile turrets to aim at the Scorpion and also activate several Protectrons at the same time. The easiest way of dealing with the creature requires a science skill of 100, as you need to hack into a very hard terminal, but doing so will allow you to manually shut it down. New Vegas doesn't really have bosses. It has hostile people and creatures, some of which are unique and more powerful in their own ways, but this is most likely the first time you face something that you would consider boss-like in design. Maybe Elijah would fall under that category if you chose to fight him, or maybe Ulysses later on, but for the most part, the giant Robo-Scorpion is a one-off unique experience, and so it's good to see that there are many avenues to help you deal with it that don't solely focus on you combating it. If you're low in offensive skills, there are plenty of assists to help you destroy the giant boss monster. Regardless of how you dealt with it, once the battle is over, you can head further into the dome and enter an area similar in design to the think tank, although much more worn down. Also worn down is Dr. Mobius, another scientist in a think tank, but one in disarray. Talking to Mobius begins a long dialogue tree that sheds light on a lot of the goings-on around the Big Empty and exactly why Mobius is doing what he's doing. To understand Mobius, we first need to understand a little bit more about the think tank as a secondary body and how it affects the minds of those within one. For each of the doctors in the Big Empty, it isn't that they simply forgot about their pasts over time. Rather, the think tank was programmed to cause some form of mild memory loss, having the individuals not forget the entirety of their past necessarily, but also forget enough to continue working and researching unobstructed. This also led to name changes for each of the think tank members. Now, while reading up on this and researching, I wasn't sure where Mobius's involvement begins and ends in terms of memory loss and recursion loops. It seems that the think tank technology always had the ability to cause memory loss and was designed to do as such, but was later utilized by Mobius to perform said functionality as a means of restricting the abilities of the doctors within. This is attributed to Mobius seemingly remembering very little about his human self while still retaining memories as to what he did to the think tank. What did Mobius do exactly? Well, believe it or not, but Night Stalkers and Cazadors both originated from the Big Empty, both created by Dr. Boris, who believes they solely exist within the crater and haven't escaped into the Mojave. During their post-war shenanigans, the scientists of the Big Empty continued to commit various experiments and scientific atrocities. Let's not forget the concentration camp I keep mentioning. With the escape of the Cazadors and Night Stalkers came the death of several scientists, leaving only those within the think tank alive. Mobius, disillusioned with the events as well as the actions of his fellow scientists, erected the radar fence around the Big Empty, trapping them within so they couldn't escape and commit said atrocities on a fresh batch of humanity within the Mojave and possibly the world. During a dispute, Mobius reprogrammed each of the think tank members so that they would leave the Big Empty as the only location left on the planet and remove